Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Simone. In exactly 53 minutes, I'll become Mrs. Vincent Douglas. In 54 minutes, I'll wish I were dead. The crystal champagne flute trembles against my lips as I stare at the pregnancy test hidden beneath the silk lining of my clutch. 2 pink lines stare back at me like an accusation, a secret I've been carrying for 3 days that feels heavier than the 12-pound couture dress hanging on the door. The champagne is Perrier Jouet Belle Epoque 2008. Vincent chose it, of course. Everything about this wedding has Vincent's fingerprints all over it, except for Vincent himself. You're going to ruin your lipstick if you keep biting it like that. My mother glides into the bridal suite at the St. Regis, her navy Chanel suit as impeccable as her timing. Genevieve Beaumont doesn't walk into rooms. She claims them. The makeup artist will be here in 10 minutes, and we cannot afford any delays. Good morning to you too, Mother. I snap the clutch closed and set it on the vanity, carefully arranging my face into something resembling bridal excitement. 23 years of ballet training taught me that the show must go on, even when your body is screaming in protest. Did you sleep well? As well as one can when their daughter insists on pacing her suite until 3 in the morning. She sets down a silver tray with coffee and croissants, her manicured nails drumming once against the gleaming surface. The walls at the St. Regis aren't as thick as you might imagine. Heat crawls up my mahogany skin, the warmth highlighting the red undertones I inherited from my grandmother. I reach for the coffee with practiced nonchalance. The bitter aroma makes my stomach lurch, another fun pregnancy symptom to add to my growing collection. Pre-wedding jitters. I'm sure you understand. What I understand is that 500 guests will be seated at St. Patrick's Cathedral in less than 2 hours, expecting to witness the union of 2 of D.C. as most prominent families. She adjusts the pearl necklace at her throat, a tale I've known since childhood. Genevieve Beaumont only fidgets with her jewelry when she's genuinely worried. Your father has already fielded 3 calls from the Times this morning. About what? I force down a sip of coffee, willing my stomach to cooperate. About why the groom's family seems curiously unconcerned that said groom hasn't been seen since Thursday evening. Her dark eyes search my face, the same hazel eyes I see in the mirror. The ones that flash green when I'm passionate about something. Simone, if there's something you need to tell me, a sharp knock interrupts whatever maternal moment we might have shared. Makeup's here. My best friend Jade bursts through the door, her auburn hair still in rollers, carrying enough Starbucks to fuel a small army. And before you say anything about the basic coffee, just remember that not all of us have a mother who hand-delivers French press at dawn. Jade Kimura has been my human shield since prep school, and today is no exception. She takes one look at the tension crystallizing between my mother and me and immediately goes into crisis management mode. Mrs. B, you look absolutely stunning. Is that the new Chanel collection? Jade doesn't wait for an answer, already steering my mother toward the door. The photographer wants to get some shots of you in the main suite, something about the morning light being divine. My mother allows herself to be redirected, but not before squeezing my shoulder. Stop looking like you're going to your execution, darling. You're a Beaumont. We don't show weakness. The door closes behind her, with a soft click that sounds like a prison cell locking. Jade whirls on me immediately, her expression shifting from perky bridesmaid to interrogator. Okay, spill. And don't give me that I'm fine nonsense you've been peddling all week. She shoves a green juice into my hands. You look like you're about to vomit, and I know it's not from the coffee. I'm pregnant. The words tumble from my lips, hanging in the air between us like a grenade with the pin pulled. Jade's mouth opens and closes several times, reminding me absurdly of the koi fish in my parents' garden pond. But how? When did? She sinks onto the velvet ottoman, rollers tilting precariously. Please tell me it's Vincent's. My silence speaks volumes. Jade's eyes widen to Disney princess proportions. Simone Elise Beaumont, what did you do? I didn't do anything. Or rather, I did, but I thought. I set down the juice and wrapped my arms around my middle, the gesture both protective and self-soothing. Remember the Hope Foundation fundraiser 6 weeks ago? The one where I gave that speech about arts education? The one where you got plastered on champagne and disappeared for 2 hours? Jade's voice pitches higher. Oh my God, you didn't. I was upset about the Times review. They called my final performance technically proficient but emotionally vacant. The words still sting even now. And Vincent was being Vincent, talking to Senator Hammond about tax breaks while I was bleeding my heart out on that stage. The memory rushes back in vivid technicolor. The ballroom at the Hay Adams, glittering with D.C. quote, S elite. My knee throbbing beneath my gown, a constant reminder of everything I'd lost. Vincent's hand on my back, possessive rather than comforting, as he steered me from one political conversation to another. So you found comfort in someone else's arms? Jade's tone is gentler now, understanding. Who was it? That's the thing. I thought it was Vincent. I moved to the window, watching the early morning traffic navigate Madison Avenue. He found me on the terrace, crying into my champagne. He smelled like Vincent. Same cologne, same expensive whiskey on his breath. The lights were low and I was so drunk, and he held me while I sobbed about my knee, about the review, about everything. And one thing led to another. Jade joins me at the window, her reflection worried in the glass. But if it smelled like Vincent and felt like Vincent hasn't touched me in 3 months. The admission tastes bitter. We've been playing the perfect couple for the cameras, but behind closed doors, he treats me like a business acquisition he's having second thoughts about. My phone buzzes on the vanity, Vincent's name flashing across the screen. Finally, I snatch it up, hope and dread warring in my chest. Flight delayed, start without me if needed. That motherfoot. Jade catches herself, remembering we're in a bridal suite, not a locker room. He's not coming, is he? Of course he's coming. The lie tastes like ash. His flight is just delayed. Jade takes the phone from my numb fingers, scrolling through our text history with the focus of a forensic accountant. Simone, his last real message to you was Wednesday. Everything since then has been about logistics. He's busy. The campaign is nonsense, and you know it. She grabs my shoulders, forcing me to meet her eyes. You don't have to do this. We can walk out right now. I'll call my driver, we'll go to my place, order Thai food, and figure out next steps. And tell 500 guests what exactly? That the bride got cold feet? I pull away, reaching for my clutch. The pregnancy test seems to pulse beneath the silk lining like a telltale heart. My parents have invested everything in this merger. Beaumont Industries needs the Douglas political connections to survive the new regulations. I can't be the reason we lose everything. Your family's company is not worth your happiness. It's worth 20,000 jobs. I square my shoulders, muscle memory from 1,000 performances taking over. I'm a Beaumont. We don't run. The makeup artist chooses that moment to arrive, wheeling in enough cosmetics to paint a small army. She's a tiny woman with enormous glasses and the focused intensity of a neurosurgeon. Miss Beaumont. Oh, you're already glowing. She starts unpacking her arsenal, chattering about undertones and color theory. That rich brown skin, like burnished copper in this light. We'll do golden bronze on the eyes to make that hazel pop, and a nude berry lip to complement your complexion perfectly. I submit to her ministrations, letting the familiar rhythm of preparation wash over me. Foundation to hide the exhaustion. Concealer for the dark circles that have become my constant companions. Blush to simulate the glow of a happy bride. This is just another performance, I tell myself. Act 1, the wedding. Act 2, the marriage. Act 3, the divorce eventually, once the families have gotten what they need. My phone buzzes again. Another text from Vincent. Wear the diamonds, not the pearls. Even from across an ocean, he's still directing my performance. I want to throw the phone across the room, watch it shatter into as many pieces as my composure. Instead, I type back, of course. Speaking of diamonds, Jade produces a blue Tiffany box from her bridesmaid emergency kit. You're something borrowed. Inside, nestled in white satin, are the most exquisite diamond earrings I've ever seen. Art Deco geometry meets modern elegance, each stone catching the light like captured stars. Jade, I can't. These must have cost. They're on loan, drama queen. Margot Rothschild owed me a favor after I fixed her tax nightmare last year. She fastens them carefully, her touch gentle. Besides, if you're going to marry a man who may or may not show up to his own wedding, you should at least look like $1 million doing it. Billion, the makeup artist corrects without looking up from her palette. Those earrings are worth $1.2 billion. I did Margot's makeup for the Met Gala. We lapse into silence as she works her magic, transforming me from exhausted pregnant woman into radiant bride. The morning sun climbs higher, painting golden stripes across the suite's Persian rug. 43 minutes until I become Mrs. Vincent Douglas. All done. The makeup artist steps back, admiring her handiwork. You look absolutely perfect. That Vincent Douglas is a lucky man. The luckiest. I agree, practicing my camera-ready smile. She packs up and leaves with promises to touch up before the ceremony. The moment the door closes, my mother returns, this time with reinforcements. The hairstylist, the photographer, the wedding planner, and my cousin Amelia, who's serving as another bridesmaid, all crowd into the suite. 38 minutes. The wedding planner, a severe woman named Meredith, who runs weddings like military operations, consults her iPad. Hair needs to be started immediately. Where's the dress? Has anyone heard from the groom's party? Vincent's flight was delayed, my mother says smoothly, the lie rolling off her tongue with practiced ease. He'll meet us at the cathedral. Amelia raises an eyebrow but says nothing. She knows as well as I do that Vincent's private jet doesn't get delayed. It leaves when Vincent wants it to leave. The hairstylist begins the elaborate process of sculpting my hair into submission. Pin by pin, my 3C curls are tamed into an elegant chignon, the natural coils that I spent years learning to love, now stretched and smoothed into submission. My fingers itch to touch the baby hairs at my nape, the ones my grandmother used to say were kitchen hair, before pressing them down with edge control. Today they're laid perfectly, framing my face in delicate swirls. My grandmother's sapphire hair comb, my something blue, is nestled into the style like a secret. Has anyone checked the weather? Meredith types furiously on her iPad. The forecast showed possible rain, and if we need to adjust the photography timeline, the weather will hold. My mother's tone brooks no argument, as if she can command the elements themselves. Simone, you haven't eaten anything. At least have a croissant. I'm not hungry. You should have some nourishment. You're already too thin. She picks up a croissant, breaking off a piece. The dress was fitted when you had more curves. Mother, the warning in my voice is clear. She subsides, but I can see the worry and the tightness around her eyes. Genevieve Beaumont didn't build an empire by missing details, and she's noticed everything. The weight loss, the dark circles, the way I keep pressing my hand to my stomach when I think no one's looking. 28 minutes, Meredith announces. Time for the dress. The Vera Wang creation hangs on the back of the door like a cloud made of silk and dreams. 12 pounds of French lace and hand-sewn crystals with a cathedral train that will sweep behind me like a promise. Or a lie, depending on how you look at it. Jade and Amelia help me step into the gown, careful not to disturb my hair or makeup. The bodice fits differently than it did at my final fitting 2 weeks ago. Where it once hugged my curves perfectly, now it gaps slightly at the chest and waist. But when Amelia begins lacing the corset back, the structured boning does its job, creating the illusion of the body I had before stress and morning sickness took their toll. Breathe in, Amelia instructs, pulling the ribbons tighter. I obey, feeling my ribs compress, my already tender bosom pushed up and out. The dress is beautiful, a work of art, but it feels like armor, or a straitjacket. Perfect, Meredith circles me like a general inspecting troops. Now where are those Jimmy Choos? The shoes appear as if by magic, nude patent leather with red soles that will flash like drops of blood when I walk. A prima ballerina's feet are never pretty, and mine are no exception. Years of point work have left them scarred and misshapen, but the shoes are cut to hide the damage. 18 minutes. My phone buzzes. This time, it's not Vincent. Unknown number. Check your email. V. Dread freezes my veins. Jade notices my face and snatches the phone before I can delete the message. What does that mean? Check what email? I don't know, but I do. Something in my gut, that same instinct that used to tell me when a lift was about to go wrong, screams danger. Ladies, we need to move to the cars. Meredith is already herding the bridesmaids toward the door. The photographer needs shots of Simone with her parents before we leave for the cathedral. Give me 1 minute, I say, my voice surprisingly steady. I just need to center myself. My mother nods approvingly. She understands pre-performance rituals. The room empties except for Jade, who stubbornly remains. Show me the email, she demands. With trembling fingers, I open my email app. There at the top, sent 2 minutes ago from Vincent's account, is a video file. The subject line reads, "Play this at the altar." Don't. Jade tries to grab the phone, but I'm already clicking play. Vincent's face fills the screen. He's on a beach somewhere tropical, wearing linen pants and nothing else, a mojito in his hand. The sun setting behind him paints everything in shades of gold and betrayal. Hello, everyone. I know you're all gathered at St. Patrick's expecting a beautiful wedding, and I'm sorry to disappoint. He takes a long sip of his drink, savoring the moment. But I can't in good conscience marry Simone Beaumont when she's carrying another man's bastard. The phone slips from my numb fingers, clattering on the marble floor. But Vincent's voice continues, tinny and cruel from the speakers. Yes, you heard that correctly. My beautiful bride is pregnant and it's not mine. Hasn't been touching me in months, but apparently she found comfort elsewhere. I won't be made a fool of, not for all the political connections in the world. Jade scoops up the phone, her face murderous. That absolute piece of trash? How does he even know? 13 minutes. Meredith's voice carries from the hallway. Simone, we really must go. I stare at my reflection in the full-length mirror. The designer dress against my brown skin creates a stunning contrast, the white making my complexion glow like polished bronze. My collarbones, prominent from years of dance, catch the light, the borrowed diamonds, the perfect makeup enhancing my features. My grandmother would have said I looked like black royalty, the way she always did when she was proud. All of it a costume for a show that's about to go horribly wrong. In 13 minutes, I'll walk into that cathedral. In 14 minutes, my world will explode. We're leaving. Jade grabs my clutch and bouquet, already in crisis management mode. Right now. We'll go out the service entrance. Get my car? No. The word comes out stronger than I feel. He sent that video to someone, probably his best man. If I run now, they'll play it anyway, and I'll look guilty and pathetic. At least if I'm there, I can, I don't know, control the narrative somehow. Simone, you can't seriously be thinking of walking into that cathedral. What choice do I have? I take the bouquet from her. White roses and baby's breath, Vincent's choice, like everything else. 500 people are waiting. My parents' entire business depends on this alliance. I can't just disappear. Your parents wouldn't want you to what? Humiliate myself on the altar? A hysterical laugh bubbles up. That's happening either way. At least this way I face it head on. I march toward the door, my heels clicking against the marble like a countdown. Each step takes me closer to my public execution, but I've performed through worse. A torn ACL, a shattered ankle, a broken heart. I've danced through them all. 8 minutes, Meredith practically vibrates with anxiety as we emerge. The cars are waiting. Your parents are already en route to the cathedral. The elevator ride to the lobby passes in a blur of instructions and last-minute touch-ups. The hotel staff has cleared a path to the entrance, holding back the handful of photographers who always seem to know where to find a society bride. Camera flashes explode like fireworks as I step onto the sidewalk. Simone, how does it feel to be marrying into the Douglas dynasty? Are the rumors true about a political run in your future? What does Vincent think about your father's latest merger? I smile and wave, playing my part perfectly even as my world crumbles inside my chest. The classic Rolls-Royce waits at the curb, ribbons and flowers adorning its pristine white surface. The driver holds the door open and I slide inside, careful not to crush my train. Jade squeezes in beside me, still clutching my phone like a weapon. There has to be something we can do. Call Vincent, threaten to expose his affairs. What affairs? I stare out the window as we pull into traffic, watching New York blur past. Vincent doesn't have affairs. He has transactions. I should have realized I was just another one. Then who's the father? Jade's voice drops to a whisper, even though the privacy partition is up. If we knew who you actually slept with, maybe we could what? Announce it at the altar? Sorry, everyone, but I'm actually carrying some other man's baby. Identity unknown. I press my hand to my stomach again, a protective gesture I can't seem to stop. That would go over well? 3 minutes, Meredith's voice crackles through the intercom. I'm getting word that the groom's family is asking questions. Of course they are. Senator Douglas and his wife are probably having apoplexy right about now, wondering where their eldest son has disappeared to. Though knowing Vincent, he told his brother Blake exactly what he was planning. Those two have always been thick as thieves, despite their differences. Blake. The thought of him makes something twist in my chest. He'll be there, standing with the groomsmen, forced to watch his brother's betrayal play out in real time. At least he's always been kind to me, in his distant, professional way. Maybe he'll make it quick. Stop the video before it gets to the really humiliating parts. The cathedral looms ahead, its Gothic spires piercing the morning sky like accusations. Photographers line the steps, a gauntlet of flashing cameras and shouted questions. This is what I trained for, I remind myself. The show must go on. 60 seconds. Meredith is practically hyperventilating. Your father is waiting to walk you in. The processional is cued. Are you ready? No, I'm not ready. I'm 26 years old, pregnant by a stranger, about to be publicly humiliated in front of everyone who matters in this city. I'm as far from ready as it's possible to be. I'm ready, I say, and step out of the car into the blazing spotlight of my own destruction.
Chapter 2. Blake. Vincent's empty spot beside me feels like a guillotine waiting to drop, and I can't shake the feeling that I'm about to watch something irreversible happen. The cathedral stretches before me like a judicial chamber. 500 of DC's most powerful citizens arranged in neat rows, waiting for a show. Sunlight streams through the stained glass windows, painting colored shadows across marble floors that have witnessed centuries of vows. Some kept, most broken. The irony isn't lost on me that my brother chose St. Patrick's for his sham of a wedding, a sacred space for what was always a business transaction. Blake, darling, have you heard from your brother? My mother's fingers dig into my forearm, her practiced smile never wavering despite the panic I can see building behind her eyes. Senator Patricia Douglas doesn't do public displays of emotion, but she's been checking her phone every 30 seconds for the past hour. Not since yesterday. I keep my voice low, aware of the photographers positioned strategically throughout the cathedral. One hint of scandal and we'll be trending before the processional music ends. His phone goes straight to voicemail. This is a disaster. She releases my arm to smooth invisible wrinkles from her St. John's suit, a nervous tell she'd die before acknowledging. The Beaumonts are already seated. Genevieve keeps looking at me with those eyes of hers. Those eyes of hers. I know exactly what she means. Genevieve Beaumont has the same piercing hazel gaze as her daughter, the kind that sees through political pleasantries straight to the truth beneath. I've been on the receiving end of that look more times than I can count at various fundraisers and galas, usually when Vincent was being particularly insufferable and I was running interference. My father approaches from the side aisle where he's been glad-handing with Senator Whitman, his campaign smile firmly in place, despite the sweat beating at his temples. Any word? Nothing. I checked my phone again, scrolling through the string of unanswered messages I've sent since dawn. He's not at the hotel, the airport, or his apartment. I've called his driver, his assistant. His dealer? I speak without thinking, earning me a sharp look from both parents. Blake Anderson Douglas. My mother's voice could freeze hell. Your brother does not have a dealer. Right. Because admitting Vincent's recreational habits would mean acknowledging the cracks in the Douglas dynasty. We're much better at spackling over problems than solving them. It's the family way. Marcus Chen materializes at my elbow like a bad penny, Vincent's best man and enabler-in-chief since their Princeton days. His Tom Ford tux can't hide the smug satisfaction radiating from every pore, and something cold settles in my stomach. Senators Douglas. He nods to my parents with exaggerated deference. Beautiful day for a wedding, isn't it? Though I suppose every day is beautiful when you're joining two of DC's finest families. Marcus. I step slightly forward, using my 3-inch height advantage to full effect. Where the hell is Vincent? Language, Blake. He smirked like a disappointed schoolmarm, that grin spreading wider. Is that any way for the distinguished senator from Virginia to speak? What would your constituents think? They'd think I was showing remarkable restraint by not throwing you through that stained glass window. I keep my voice pleasant, my smile camera ready. One thing about growing up in politics, you learn to threaten someone while looking like you're discussing the weather. Last chance. Where's my brother? You'll see. He pats my shoulder with false familiarity before sauntering toward the altar where an AV tech is setting up a laptop and projection screen. Trust me, it'll be worth the wait. My grandmother's hand finds mine, her paper-thin skin cool against my palm. At 82, Dorothea Douglas has outlived 2 husbands, built a diplomatic career that spanned 4 decades, and can still reduce grown senators to stammering schoolboys with a single raised eyebrow. "Something's wrong," she murmurs, her voice barely audible over the organ's warm-up scales. "That boy has mischief written all over him. Always has ever since Vincent brought him home for Christmas sophomore year." "I'll handle it, grandmother." "See that you do." She squeezes my hand once before releasing it. "That poor girl doesn't deserve whatever foolishness your brother has planned. She never has." The organ launches into Pachelbel's canon, and my chest tightens with each note. I watch the processional begin. Flower girls scattering rose petals with surgical precision, bridesmaids gliding down the aisle in coordinated silk. Each step brings us closer to disaster, and I still don't know what form it will take. The music swells and the congregation rises as one. The massive doors at the back of the cathedral swing open, and my breath catches hard enough to hurt. Simone Beaumont is a vision in white, though vision seems too small a word for what she is. The dress transforms her into something otherworldly, all elegant lines and ethereal grace. But it's her face that stops my heart, the careful mask of composure barely containing what I recognize as pure terror. Her hazel eyes sweep the altar, searching for a groom who isn't there, and when they find mine, the desperation in them nearly brings me to my knees. Her father, Harrison Beaumont, walks beside her with military precision, his jaw set like a man marching into battle. He knows something's wrong too. The whole cathedral can feel it. The absent groom, the strange energy crackling through the space like lightning before a storm. Marcus moves toward the laptop with purposeful strides, his hand reaching for something in his pocket. An iPad. My mind races, calculating angles and possibilities, but coming up empty. "Ladies and gentlemen," Marcus announces, his voice carrying through the cathedral's perfect acoustics. "Before we begin, Vincent Douglas has prepared a special message for his bride." "No. I'm moving before I realize it, my longer legs eating up the distance between us, but Marcus is already hitting play. The projection screen flickers to life and Vincent's face appears, larger than life and twice as cruel. "Hello, everyone. I know you're all gathered at St. Patrick's expecting a beautiful wedding, and I'm sorry to disappoint." The congregation shifts like a tide, whispers rippling through the rows. Simone stands frozen at the altar, her bouquet trembling in her hands. I'm still 10 feet away, still too far, when Vincent's next words boom through the speakers. "But I can't in good conscience marry Simone Beaumont when she's carrying another man's—" "Turn it off!" My voice cuts through the cathedral like a blade, commanding in a way I usually reserve for the Senate floor. I reach Marcus in 2 more strides, yanking the iPad from his hands and killing the video with one swift motion. "Now." The silence that follows is deafening. 500 pairs of eyes bore into me, waiting for an explanation I'm scrambling to construct. My mind races through possibilities, discarding them just as quickly. The truth about the video would destroy Simone. A technical difficulty excuse would only delay the inevitable. I need something bigger, something that explains Vincent's absence. "My brother isn't coming." The words emerge with a clarity that surprises me, my voice carrying to every corner of the cathedral. He's chosen not to go through with the wedding. The reaction is immediate and explosive. Gasps ripple through the congregation like dominoes falling. Genevieve Beaumont half rises from her pew, her face a mask of controlled fury. My mother grips my father's arm hard enough to wrinkle his Armani. Photographers raise their cameras, the clicking of shutters like automatic gunfire. But I only have eyes for Simone. She sways slightly, the color draining from her face until she looks like she might faint right there at the altar. Her father steadies her, but his murderous gaze is fixed on me. In about 3 seconds, this is going to devolve into chaos that will make the evening news in 40 states. Unless... The plan forms in my mind fully realized, insane and brilliant and absolutely necessary. It's political suicide. It's social destruction. It's the only way to save her from complete humiliation. In this way, I can correct the mistakes that I did. But the wedding will continue as planned. I move toward the altar with purpose, each step measured and certain. Because Simone isn't marrying Vincent. She's marrying me. If the revelation about Vincent caused gasps, this announcement creates a vacuum of shocked silence. You could hear a pin drop in the cathedral. Hell, you could hear an ant sneeze. I reach Simone just as her knees start to buckle, sliding my arm around her waist to hold her upright. This close, I can smell her perfume. Something delicate and woody that makes me think of rain in a forest. Her body trembles against mine, and I lower my head to murmur in her ear. Trust me. Just go along with it. Blake, what are you... Her whisper is barely audible, threaded with panic and confusion. I'm saving you. I straighten, keeping her anchored to my side, as I address the congregation with the same confidence I used to sway Senate votes. Simone and I fell in love months ago. It wasn't planned. These things rarely are. But Vincent, being the generous brother he is, didn't want to stand in the way of true happiness. My mother looks like she's having a stroke. My father's political mind is visibly calculating damage control. But I push forward, spinning the narrative with every ounce of persuasion I've honed over my career. The contract between our families specified a union with the eldest Douglas son. We tried to find another way, but tradition and legal obligations bound us. So we waited, hoping for a solution that wouldn't require this deception. Vincent's decision today, while painful, allows us to finally be together honestly. Harrison Beaumont's voice cuts through the cathedral like a whip. Is this true, Simone? I feel her tense beside me, can practically hear her mind racing. Her next words will either sell this fiction or destroy us both. I squeeze her waist gently, trying to convey confidence I don't entirely feel. Yes. The word emerges stronger than I expected, though I can feel the effort it costs her. Blake and I, we tried to fight it, but love doesn't follow contracts or family expectations. God, she's magnificent. Even terrified and blindsided, she plays the part with a grace that takes my breath away. I watch her parents exchange looks, confusion, calculation, and relief that their daughter isn't being publicly humiliated. Father Michael, who's been standing at the altar looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, clears his throat. This is highly irregular. The marriage license bears Vincent's name, not yours, Senator Douglas. Actually, Dorothea's voice rings out clear and strong from the front pew. The license simply states Douglas. A clerical convenience, given the family's standing. Both my grandsons use the same legal surname. Bless her. My grandmother just provided the legal loophole we desperately needed, though I'm fairly certain she's making it up wholesale. But she delivers it with such authority that no one dares question it. Is this really what's happening? Father Michael looks between us like he's hoping someone will tell him it's an elaborate prank. You're truly choosing to marry each other? Yes. I don't hesitate, meeting his gaze steadily. If Simone will have me. Every eye in the cathedral turns to her. This is the moment of truth. She can expose the lie, walk away with some dignity intact, or she can take the lifeline I'm offering. I watch emotions flicker across her face like flames, fear, confusion, calculation, and finally, determination. Yes! She lifts her chin and I see the steel beneath the silk. I choose Blake. Then I suppose... Father Michael looks like he needs a very strong drink. I suppose we should begin. Please, assume your positions. Harrison Beaumont hesitates for a long moment before placing Simone's hand in mine. His grip is firm enough to crack bones, and his whispered, "Hurt her and I'll destroy you," is perfectly audible. I nod once, accepting the threat as my due. As the music swells again, and Father Michael begins the familiar words, I catch Marcus trying to slink away. One look from me freezes him in place. We'll be having a conversation later about what exactly was on that video and who else has copies. But for now, I have a wedding to perform and a woman to protect. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today. Father Michael's voice carries over the restless congregation, and I force myself to focus on the words rather than the soft hand in mine, or the way Simone's pulse flutters visibly at her throat. This morning I woke up a bachelor senator with a predictable future mapped out in careful increments. Now I'm standing at an altar, pledging my life to my brother's fiancée in front of everyone who matters in this city. It's insane. It's career suicide. It's absolutely necessary. Because Dorothea was right. Simone Beaumont doesn't deserve whatever cruelty my brother had planned. She deserves protection, respect, and someone who'll stand between her and the wolves. Today, that someone is me. Tomorrow we'll deal with the consequences. But right now, in this moment, all that matters is getting through this ceremony and keeping her standing. Do you, Blake Anderson Douglas, take this woman? The words wash over me like a benediction and a curse, binding me to a path I never expected to walk. But as I look at Simone, brave, terrified, magnificent Simone, I realize I've been walking toward this moment for longer than I care to admit. It feels like I've been waiting for this moment my whole life. I do, I say, and mean it more than I've ever meant anything in my life.
Chapter 3. Simone. Blake Douglas's hand hasn't left my body for the past 3 hours, and I'm starting to believe I've fallen through the looking glass into some alternate reality where my cold, distant, almost brother-in-law is actually in love with me. Smile, darling, he murmurs against my ear, his breath warm enough to send involuntary shivers down my spine. The photographer's about to catch us again. I turn my face toward his, painting on the same practiced smile I've worn since we entered the Rainbow Room for our reception, and nearly lose my composure when I find him already looking at me. Not the polite, political look I expected. The one that sees through rather than at. Blake is looking at me like I'm the answer to a question he's been asking his whole life. And it's doing dangerous things to my already fragile equilibrium. The camera flashes, capturing what must appear to be a tender moment between newlyweds. Blake's thumb traces small circles against the exposed skin of my back, where the dress dips low, and I have to remind myself that this is all for show. This man who saved me from public humiliation, who's currently playing the besotted groom with Oscar-worthy commitment, doesn't even know the worst of it yet. Senator and Mrs. Douglas. Another well-wisher approaches, this time the Secretary of State's wife, dripping in diamonds and barely concealed curiosity. What a beautiful ceremony, so romantic how love found a way despite the complications. Thank you, Margaret. Blake's voice carries that perfect blend of warmth and authority that makes people lean in closer. Sometimes the heart wants what it wants. Conventions be damned. He punctuates this declaration by pressing a kiss to my hair, lingering just long enough to make it feel real. My traitorous body responds without permission, melting into his side like it belongs there, which it doesn't. Can't. Not when I'm carrying another man's child, a stranger whose face I can't even remember through the champagne haze of that night. Indeed, Margaret replies, her sharp eyes cataloging every detail. Though I must say we're all dying to know how you managed to keep such a delicious secret. You two certainly had us all fooled. The best secrets are the ones worth keeping. I manage, surprising myself with how steady my voice sounds. Blake and I wanted to be certain before we complicated family dynamics. Complicated, Margaret laughs, the sound tinkling like breaking glass. What a delicate way to put it. Well, I suppose all's well that ends well. Vincent's loss is clearly Blake's gain. She air kisses us both, before gliding away to spread this juicy gossip to the next cluster of political elite. The moment she's gone, I start to step away from Blake's embrace, needing space to breathe. to think, but his arm tightens infinitesimally around my waist. "Not yet," he says quietly, nodding toward where my parents are holding court near the head table. "Your mother's been watching us like a hawk. If we want to sell this, we need to be consistent." Right. Consistent. The word tastes bitter on my tongue. "Blake, about what happened at the church, dance with me." He's already guiding me toward the dance floor, where other couples are swaying to the jazz quartet's rendition of At Last by Etta James. We can't have a wedding reception without the couple's first dance. "We already had our first dance," I remind him, remembering those awkward moments after the ceremony when we'd shuffle through The Way You Look Tonight while everyone watched and whispered. "That was obligatory. This is just for us." He spins me into proper dance position with surprising grace, one hand settling at my waist while the other cradles mine like something precious. "Besides, your feet must be killing you in those heels. At least this way you can lean on me." He's right about my feet. The designer heels are gorgeous, but torturous, especially for someone whose feet are already destroyed from years on point. But what catches me off guard is that he noticed, that he's thinking about my comfort in the middle of this elaborate charade. "You're different than I expected," I admit as he leads me through a simple box step that manages to look elegant despite its simplicity. "Different how?" His hand shifts slightly on my back, finding a spot where the dress's structure has been digging in, applying just enough pressure to relieve the discomfort. "Warmer, more." I search for the right word as he spins me out and back in, the movement so smooth it feels choreographed. "More present." With Vincent, even when he was physically there, it felt like he was always somewhere else. Calculating the next move, the next advantage. Whereas I'm fully invested in this moment, Blake's lips quirk in what might be the first genuine smile I've seen from him all day. Maybe that's because this moment is worth investing in. The words are for show. I know that. There are at least 40 phones pointed our way, ready to capture any crack in our perfect facade. But the way he says it, the way his blue eyes darken as they hold mine, it feels dangerously real. "You're very good at this," I say, needing to remind us both that this is performance, not truth. "At dancing, I had the same cotillion instructor you did, Mrs. Pemberton and her infamous ruler." A surprised laugh escapes me. "Oh God, she was terrifying. Remember when she made Carter Hayes do the foxtrot while balancing a book on his head? And he dropped it right on her foot?" Blake's grin widens. "She limped for a week and made him practice with the encyclopedia." I can't believe you remember that. I'm smiling now too, genuinely, since I stood at that altar this morning. You were, 17? Too cool to pay attention to us younger kids? 16. And I paid more attention than you think. Something flickers in his expression, gone before I can identify it. You wore a pink dress to the final showcase. You danced with Vincent first, but he kept stepping on your feet. Then you danced with that Russian exchange student who actually knew what he was doing, Dmitry Volkov. I'm stunned he remembers such a specific detail. He went back to Moscow that summer. We wrote letters for a while, but I shrug, the memory fading like watercolors in rain. But long distance at 15 is impossible. Blake pulls me closer as the song transitions to something slower, more intimate. Though I bet he still remembers the girl in the pink dress who danced like she was floating. Blake? His name comes out breathier than intended, weighted with questions I don't know how to ask. Your father's coming, he warns quietly, and I automatically adjust my posture, preparing for another round of congratulations and thinly veiled interrogation. But Harrison Beaumont surprises me by tapping Blake's shoulder formally. May I cut in? I believe tradition dictates I get at least one dance with my daughter at her wedding. Blake releases me with apparent reluctance, bringing my hand to his lips in a gesture that sends heat racing up my arm. Don't keep her too long. I'm discovering I'm rather possessive of my wife. My wife. The words settle over me like a silk shroud as my father takes Blake's place, his familiar presence both comforting and guilt-inducing. Want to tell me what's really going on? He asks. Once Blake's out of earshot, his voice pitched low enough that only I can hear. Daddy. I focus on his bow tie, unable to meet his eyes. It's complicated. Most things involving the Douglas men are. His hand tightens on mine briefly. But that boy out there? He's not playing games, Simone. Whatever story you two concocted at that altar, he's not pretending. Of course he is. He had to save face for both families. I've been in business for 40 years, baby girl. I know when someone's selling something and when they're showing their hand. He spins me carefully, and I catch sight of Blake across the room, politely fending off what looks like an aggressive advance from Senator Whitman's daughter. That young man has been watching you all evening, like you might disappear if he blinks. He's a politician. They're all good actors. Maybe. My father's expression turns thoughtful. But actors don't usually look physically pained when they have to let go of their scene partner. Watch. He raises his hand, signaling the end of our dance. Like clockwork, Blake appears at my side, his hand finding the small of my back with unerring accuracy. Harrison. He nods to my father respectfully. Thank you for the dance, and for trusting me with her. My father studies him for a long moment before responding. Earn it, he says simply, then walks away to find my mother. Heavy words, Blake observes, already guiding me toward our table where dinner is about to be served. He's protective. I accept the chair he pulls out for me, hyper-aware of his hands brushing my shoulders as he helps me navigate the dress's voluminous skirt. I'm his only daughter. His only child now. Blake takes his seat beside me, close enough that his thigh presses against mine through the layers of fabric. I'm sorry about Terrence. I know it's been years, but that kind of loss doesn't get easier. I'm surprised he brought up my brother. Most people actively avoid the subject, as if acknowledging death might summon it. Did you know him? We played lacrosse against each other in prep school. He was fast as lightning and had this way of trash talking that was so creative you couldn't even be mad. Blake's hand finds mine on the table, his thumb tracing absent patterns on my wrist. He'd have been proud of you today, the way you held it together when everything went sideways. The unexpected kindness brings tears to my eyes, and I have to blink rapidly to keep them from falling. Don't, I whisper. If you're too nice to me right now, I'll completely fall apart, and we still have 3 hours of this reception to get through. Then let me be practical instead. He lifts our intertwined fingers to his mouth, the gesture looking romantic to our audience, but his words all business. After this, we'll go to my place. We need to discuss what happens next without 500 witnesses. Blake, there's something you should know. Ladies and gentlemen, the band leader's voice booms through the speakers, cutting off my confession. Let's have another round of applause for our beautiful couple as they prepare to cut the cake. What follows is a blur of traditions performed for an audience that doesn't know they're watching theater. We cut the towering 5-tier cake. Vincent chose it. I wanted something simple. Blake feeds me a bite with such gentle care that the photographer actually sighs. I return the favor, fighting the urge to smash it in his face just to break the suffocating perfection of it all. Then comes the bouquet toss, which my cousin Amelia catches with embarrassing enthusiasm. Blake removes my garter with hands that shake slightly, his fingers ghosting over my skin in a way that's entirely separate from performance and everything to do with the charge that's been building between us all evening. When he slides it off completely, his eyes meet mine, dark with something that makes my stomach flip. Interesting, Jade murmurs in my ear as Blake turns to toss the garter to a crowd of reluctant bachelors. For someone who's pretending, he's doing an awful lot of touching. We have to sell it, I respond automatically, but even I can hear how weak it sounds. Honey, what you two are selling, I'm buying in bulk. She fans herself dramatically. That man looks at you like your Christmas morning and his birthday all rolled into one. Jade. I'm just saying, if you're going to have a marriage of convenience, there are worse people to be inconveniently married to. She squeezes my hand. Also, your makeup has held up remarkably well, considering you've been on the verge of tears for 6 hours. Waterproof everything, I manage. The makeup artist insisted. Smart woman. Jade's expression turns serious. Are you okay? Really okay? Not society smile okay? I have no idea, I admit. This morning I was marrying Vincent in a business arrangement. Now I'm married to Blake in I don't even know what this is. A chance, she suggests. Maybe that's all it needs to be right now? Before I can respond, Blake returns, sliding his arm around my waist with practiced ease. Ready to make our escape, I've had our exit prepared. Our exit? I look up at him, confused. We're not going to the St. Regis, the honeymoon suite. Is where Vincent would have taken you. His jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. I thought you might prefer somewhere else. The thoughtfulness of it, of not making me spend my wedding night in a room meant for his brother, threatens my composure again. Yes, I whisper. Somewhere else would be good. We make our rounds, accepting final congratulations and well wishes. Blake's parents are stiff but polite, his mother actually managing to look pleased when the cameras are on us. My parents embrace us both, my mother whispering, "Be happy" in my ear, like a benediction and a command. Then we're in the elevator, descending from the Rainbow Room's heights to the waiting car below. Blake loosens his tie with one hand, the other still steady on my waist. Thank you, I say to our reflection in the mirrored doors. For all of it. The save at the altar, the reception performance, everything. Simone. He turns me to face him, and for the first time all day, we're truly alone. No photographers, no audience, no one to perform for. What I said at the altar was brilliant improvisation. I cut him off, not ready to hear him admit it was all an act. You saved both our families from scandal? Did I? His hands come up to frame my face, thumbs brushing over my cheekbones with devastating gentleness. Or did I just do what I've wanted to do for longer than I should admit? The elevator opens before I can process that, before I can ask what he means. He leads me through the lobby to a waiting town car, helping me navigate my dress into the back seat. The driver pulls away from the curb, and Manhattan streams past the windows in ribbons of light. Blake, I start, knowing I need to tell him about the pregnancy before this goes any further. There's something. I know there's something. He's looking out his window, giving me his profile. Vincent made sure of that with his little video stunt. Whatever it is, we'll deal with it. You don't understand? Then help me understand. He turns back to me and the raw honesty in his expression steals my breath. But not here. Not in the back of a car with the drivers pretending not to listen. Let's get somewhere private. Open a bottle of wine, or water if you prefer, and figure out what comes next. Water, I say automatically, then bite my lip. I mean, wine is fine. Either is fine. He examines me intently, and I can see him cataloging details. My hand pressed unconsciously to my stomach, the way I've been avoiding champagne all evening, how I swayed at the altar. Blake Douglas didn't become the youngest senator in Virginia by missing crucial details, Water it is, he says finally, and reaches for my hand. We ride the rest of the way in silence, his fingers drawing circles on my wrist that feel like promises I'm not sure either of us should be making. The city lights blur past, and I try to prepare the words I'll need. That I'm pregnant. That it's not Vincent's. That I don't even know whose it is. That we can annul this tomorrow and he can go back to his perfect political life. But as we pull up to his building, a sleek tower of glass and steel that screams money and power, I realize I don't want to say any of those words. I don't want this strange, lovely day to end with more harsh truths. But fairy tales are for people who don't wake up pregnant and alone, for people who marry for love instead of mergers. Blake helps me from the car, and I steel myself for the conversation ahead. Time to add another plot twist to this already impossible day. His penthouse is exactly what I expected, and nothing like I imagined all at once. Floor-to-ceiling windows frame the Manhattan skyline like living art. The furniture is modern but warm, all clean lines and rich textures that invite touch. But it's the details that catch me off guard. The stack of well-worn books on the coffee table, the guitar propped in the corner, the photos scattered on the mantel that show a life lived beyond political campaigns. It's beautiful, I say, moving toward the windows because I need something to do with myself besides stand there in my wedding dress like a lost princess. It's home. He shrugs out of his tuxedo jacket, draping it over a chair before moving to a bar cart in the corner. Though it probably feels strange being here instead of the honeymoon suite Vincent booked, I finish, watching his reflection in the window. No, this is better. This is not his, Blake completes, and there's something fierce in his voice that makes me turn around. He's pouring himself whiskey, the amber liquid catching the light. A bottle of Perrier appears from somewhere, and he pours it over ice in a crystal tumbler, carrying a price tag that would shock most people. We need to talk, I say, accepting the water gratefully. Yes. He takes a sip of his whiskey, then sets it aside. But first, you should probably get out of that dress. It can't be comfortable after 12 hours. He's right. The corset is digging into my ribs, and the weight of the skirt makes my hips ache. But I hadn't thought about the logistics of actually removing a dress that took 3 people to get me into. I reach behind me, finding the hidden zipper pull, but the angle is impossible. Could you? Blake's pause is barely noticeable before he crosses to me, his hands steady as they find the zipper. Of course. The sound of it lowering fills the quiet apartment, each tooth releasing another inch of freedom and ratcheting up the tension between us. His knuckles brush my spine, and I shiver despite the warmth of the room. There's a guest room down the hall, he says, his voice rougher than before. I had my assistant pick up some clothes for you. Nothing fancy, just something more comfortable than a wedding dress. I hold the bodice up with one hand as I turn to face him. Blake, before I change, before we go any further, I need to tell you something. All right. He steps back, giving me space, but his eyes never leave mine. I'm pregnant. The declaration suspends like a challenge dropped. Blake goes absolutely still, not even breathing for a moment that stretches like taffy. It's not Vincent's, I continue, needing to get it all out before I lose my nerve. God, this is humiliating. 6 weeks ago, at the Hope Foundation fundraiser, I got drunk, too drunk. Someone found me crying on the terrace about my knee, about that horrible review, about everything. I thought it was Vincent. The cologne was the same, and it was dark, and I was so far gone I couldn't see straight. Blake's expression doesn't change, but something shifts in his eyes. Things happened. And when I woke up alone, I assumed Vincent had left early for meetings like he always did. I press on, each word feeling like glass in my throat. I didn't know I was pregnant until 3 days ago. Vincent was going to marry me anyway. The contracts were too important. But apparently, he knew it wasn't his and decided public humiliation was better than raising another man's bastard, as he so eloquently put it in that video. Simone, we can annul it tomorrow. The words tumble out faster now, desperate to give him an out. No one has to know the real reason. We'll say it was temporary insanity, or you thought it was Vincent. His voice is strange, carefully controlled in a way that makes me look at him more closely. Yes, like I said, the cologne. We wear the same cologne. Our mother gives it to us every Christmas. Clive Christian, because nothing else will do for the Douglas men. He takes a step closer, and something in his expression makes my heart race. The Hope Foundation fundraiser. You wore a midnight blue dress. Valentino, I think. You gave your speech about arts education, and your voice broke when you mentioned the students who'd never have the chances you did. My breath catches. How do you disappeared during the Senator Whitman's endless toast about fiscal responsibility. I found you on the terrace, crying into your champagne. You said, he's close enough now that I can see the gold flecks in his blue eyes, the way his throat works as he swallows. You said you felt like a fraud, that the review was right, that you were technically perfect but emotionally vacant, that you'd lost yourself somewhere between the injury and the recovery. The glass slips from my numb fingers, shattering on the hardwood floor. Water spreads across the pristine wood, but I can't move, can't breathe, can't do anything but stare at Blake as the implications crash over me like a tide. It was you. The words come out as barely a whisper. On the terrace, in the dark, it was you. Yes, he doesn't move to touch me, doesn't step over the broken glass between us. It was me. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 4. Blake. She hasn't spoken in 8 hours, and I'm starting to think I broke something in her that all the king's horses and all the king's senators can't put back together again. The Manhattan skyline bleeds from black to gray to rose gold outside my floor-to-ceiling windows, and I've watched every minute of the transformation from my couch. Sleep was an impossibility after last night's revelation. After watching Simone's face cycle through shock, disbelief, and something that looked dangerously close to betrayal, before she'd whispered, "I need to think," and disappeared into the guest room. The broken glass from her water tumbler still glitters on the hardwood where it fell. I'd started to clean it up, then stopped, leaving it there like evidence of the moment everything changed. Or maybe the moment everything finally made sense. My phone buzzes for the 100th time since dawn. 47 texts, 18 missed calls, and enough emails to crash a server. The gossip columns have had a field day with yesterday's wedding drama. Douglas brother swap. The wedding that shocked Washington seems to be the favorite headline. There's a particularly artistic photo of me sliding the garter off Simone's thigh that's been shared over 1 million times, with captions ranging from sweet to salacious. If only they knew the real story. That the senator from Virginia who stepped up to save the day is actually the father of the bride's baby. That the noble rescue was really a desperate man seizing his chance to claim what should have been his all along. The guest room door opens with a soft click, and my entire body goes rigid. Simone emerges like a butterfly from a chrysalis, transformed from last night's wedding finery into my old Columbia Law sweatshirt and a pair of yoga pants my assistant must have grabbed. Her hair is twisted in a careless knot, and her face scrubbed clean of makeup, revealing the shadows under her eyes that match my own. She looks younger like this, vulnerable, beautiful in a way that makes my chest ache. "Coffee," I offer, already moving toward the kitchen because I need something to do with my hands that isn't reaching for her. "I can't." Her voice is hoarse, like she's been crying or screaming into a pillow. Maybe both. "Morning sickness. The smell makes it worse." "Tea, then." I have ginger, peppermint, chamomile. "Blake." She cuts me off, wrapping her arms around herself in a gesture that looks like self-protection. "We need to talk about what happens now." Agreed. I abandon the pretense of beverages, turning to face her fully. "But first, you should eat something. You barely touched your dinner last night, and—" "Don't." The word comes out sharp enough to cut. "Don't act like you care about my well-being when you've been lying to me for 6 weeks. There it is. The anger I've been waiting for, expecting, dreading. It flashes in her hazel eyes, turning them more green than brown. And God help me, she's magnificent, even in her fury. "I never lied," I say carefully, knowing I'm walking a semantic tightrope. "I just didn't tell you anything. You let me think I was losing my mind." She moves into the living room, maintaining distance between us like I'm something dangerous. Can you comprehend what these past weeks have been like? Trying to remember details, wondering if I'd completely blacked out, questioning my own memory. "Simone, I threw up every morning thinking I was carrying some stranger's baby. Some faceless man who took advantage of me when I was drunk and vulnerable." Her voice cracks on the last word, and it takes everything in me not to go to her. "But it wasn't a stranger, was it? It was you, my fiancé's brother, and you just—" "What?" "Decided not to mention it. It took me more than a month to take the pregnancy test, but I knew all along I was pregnant. You were drunk, crying, and calling me Vincent. The words taste like ash, but they need to be said. What was I supposed to do? Stop in the middle and give you an identity check? Announce myself like some kind of... You were supposed to stop!" She whirls on me, and I can see tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. "The moment you realized I didn't know who you were supposed to stop." You're right. The admission comes out quietly, but it lands between us like a thunderclap. I should have stopped. Should have corrected you. Should have done 1,000 things differently that night. But I didn't. Why? The question is barely a whisper, but it carries the weight of everything between us. I run a hand through my hair, trying to find words for something I barely understand myself. But the sunlight spilling across the windows is too bright, too revealing. It illuminates every hard truth I've been carrying for longer than I care to admit. Because I've wanted you since the moment I saw you at that charity auction 3 years ago. The confession spills out like blood from a wound. You wore a red dress and outbid Harrison Whitman for that Basquiat painting just to prove a point. You laughed when you won, and the sound rewired something in my brain. I didn't have the courage to approach you. Simone sinks onto the arm of the sofa, her legs apparently unable to hold her. Blake. But then 3 months ago, our families arranged your engagement to Vincent, my brother. And I tried to keep my distance. Tried to play the role of supportive brother-in-law even though watching him treat you like a business acquisition made me sick. I moved to the windows, needing space to breathe. Then that night at the fundraiser, you were so broken. That review had gutted you, and Vincent was nowhere to be found. And you looked at me, really looked at me, after what feels like endless days. I was drunk. You were hurting. I turned back to face her, needing her to understand. You told me things I don't think you've told anyone. About feeling like a fraud. About how the injury didn't just take your career, but your identity. About waking up every morning and not recognizing the person in the mirror. Her sharp intake of breath tells me she remembers more than she's admitted. And then you kissed me. I watch her face carefully as I continue. Not Vincent. Me. You said my name, my actual name, right before you pressed your lips to mine. No. She shakes her head, curls escaping from her bun to frame her face. No, I said Vincent. I remember saying. You said, "Thank you, Blake," and then you kissed me like I was oxygen and you'd been drowning. The memory is seared into my brain with perfect clarity. For one moment, you saw me. Actually saw me. And I was weak enough to take what I'd wanted for 3 years. She stands abruptly, pacing to the broken glass still glittering on the floor. So you slept with your brother's fiancée. I slept with a woman who kissed me first, who wanted me. Not my brother who'd been ignoring her for 3 months, not anyone else but me. I know I'm splitting hairs, but it matters. And then you called me Vincent afterward, and I realized you didn't remember. That whatever clarity you'd had was gone. So you left. Her voice is flat, emotionless in a way that's worse than anger. You left me there alone to wake up confused and humiliated. I left because staying would have meant confessing to something you didn't even remember. I take a step toward her, then stop when she tenses. What was I supposed to do? Wake you up and explain that you'd slept with the wrong brother. Destroy your relationship with Vincent. Implode both our families, all for what you clearly considered a mistake. That wasn't your choice to make. No, it wasn't, I agree quietly. But I made it anyway, and I've regretted it every day since. Have you? She faces me fully, and the pain in her expression is like a physical blow. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like everything worked out perfectly for you. Vincent's gone. I'm married to you. And oh, look, the baby I'm carrying is actually yours. How convenient. The accusation hangs between us like a blade. You think I wanted this? My voice comes out rougher than intended. You think I wanted to watch you plan a wedding to my brother? To stand at that altar yesterday and pretend I was doing something noble when really I was just taking what should have been mine from the beginning. I didn't know you were pregnant. Should have been yours. She laughs, but there's no humor in it. I'm not a possession, Blake. Not something to be claimed or won or stolen from your brother. That's not what I... Then what did you mean? She's closer now. Close enough that I can see the golden notes dancing in her eyes, smell the faint vanilla of her skin. Explain to me exactly what you thought you were doing yesterday when you announced to 500 people that we were in love. I was protecting you. The words come out fierce, protective instinct overriding political calculation. Vincent was going to humiliate you with that video. He was going to stand there and let you be destroyed for his own petty satisfaction. And I couldn't... I break off, breathing hard. I couldn't let him do that to you. To our child. Our child. She repeats the words like she's testing their weight. You keep saying that like it means something, doesn't it? I close the distance between us, careful not to touch her but near enough to feel her warmth. That's my baby you're carrying, Simona. Mine. Not some stranger's, not Vincent's mine. And I'll be damned if I let anyone, including you, pretend otherwise. Her hand goes unconsciously to her stomach, a protective gesture I've noticed her make a dozen times. I don't even remember most of it, just fragments, your cologne, your hands, the way you... She trails off, color rising in her cheeks. The way I what? My voice drops lower, and I watch her pupils dilate in response. The way you said my name. The admission comes out whispered, like it was a prayer. Vincent never said it like that. Simone. I demonstrate, letting her name roll off my tongue with all the reverence I've kept hidden for 3 years. She shivers visibly, then seems to catch herself, stepping back. Don't use that voice on me. Not when I'm trying to figure out if I can trust you. Fair enough. I move to the kitchen, giving her space while I pour myself coffee I don't want. So what happens now? You want an annulment? A divorce? I'll give you whatever you need, but I'm not walking away from our child. No. The word surprises us both. She clears her throat, tries again. No annulment. Not yet. The media is all over this story. If we split up now, they'll dig until they find the truth. Your career, my family's business, it would all be collateral damage. So we stay married. I keep my voice neutral despite the hope blooming in my chest. For how long? Until the baby comes. She wraps her arms around herself again. We'll play the loving couple. Let the gossip die down. After the birth, we can quietly separate. Joint custody, civilized divorce, everyone saves face. 8 months of pretending. I consider this, already knowing I'll agree to anything that keeps her close. Can you do that? Act like you love me when you can barely stand to look at me right now? I'm a Beaumont. She lifts her chin with inherited pride. We're excellent at performing when necessary, and you? Can you pretend to be the devoted husband when what you really want is... She breaks off, uncertainty flickering across her features. What do I really want? I set down my coffee cup with deliberate care. Tell me, since you seem to know. I don't know. The admission frustrates her. I can see it in the way her hands clench. That's the problem. I don't know if you stepped up yesterday because you're genuinely noble or because you saw an opportunity. I don't know if that night at the fundraiser was about wanting me or about competing with Vincent. I don't know anything about you, really, except that you're very good at keeping secrets. Each word lands like a perfectly placed dart, but I take them without flinching. She deserves her anger, her doubt. I've earned every bit of it. You want to know me? I move back into the living room, maintaining careful distance. Fine. I'm 34 years old. I've been in love with you since before my brother even knew your name. I watched him propose to you 3 months ago in a boardroom like it was a merger, and I wanted to throw him through the window. I've built my entire political career on integrity while harboring the most unethical secret imaginable. I prefer bourbon to scotch, jazz to classical, and I read romance novels when I can't sleep because they guarantee happy endings. She blinks at the last admission. You read romance novels? Extensively. My current favorite is about a duke who falls for his brother's betrothed. I allow myself a bitter smile. The irony isn't lost on me. Blake. I run 5 miles every morning because it's the only time my mind shuts up. I volunteer at a literacy center on Saturdays because my mother believed education could save the world. I can't stand cilantro, I'm allergic to shellfish, and I've voted against my party 6 times when conscience demanded it. I take a breath, gathering courage for the biggest truth. And I've replayed that night at the fundraiser so many times I could tell you exactly how you taste, how you sound when you come apart, how your body feels against mine when... Stop! Her voice is strangled, her cheeks flushed with something that isn't entirely anger. You said you don't know anything about me. I spread my hands, laying myself bare. Now you do. The question is, what are you going to do with that information? She stares at me for a long moment, emotions flickering across her face too quickly to catalog. Then she straightens, composing herself with visible effort. I'm going to take a shower. She moves toward the guest room with careful dignity. Then we're going to have breakfast, toast, nothing with a smell, and figure out the logistics of this arrangement. We need to discuss living arrangements, public appearances, boundaries. Boundaries! I repeat the word, tasting its necessity. Of course. She pauses at the doorway, not quite looking back. And Blake? That night at the fundraiser. Did I really say your name? Before, when I kissed you. The vulnerability in her voice undoes me. Yes, you said my name like you'd been wanting to say it for a while. Her knuckles go white where she grips the doorframe. I need you to know something. I may not remember everything, but I remember feeling safe. Breaking a streak of months. I felt safe. So whatever else happened, however complicated this is, thank you for that. She disappears before I can respond, the soft click of the door leaving me alone with my thoughts and the broken glass still scattered across my floor. Outside, Manhattan wakes up properly, traffic building and life moving forward, oblivious to the earthquake that just shook my penthouse. My phone buzzes again. This time it's my grandmother. Bring your wife for lunch today. 1 o'clock sharp. And Blake? I know you're hiding something from me and hasn't told me everything. But I trust you, my boy. Don't let her slip away. The good ones rarely give second chances. As if I needed the reminder. I've already used up more chances than I deserve, but I'll be damned if I waste this one. 8 months to prove I'm more than the man who took advantage of a vulnerable moment. 8 months to show her that what started in deception could become something real. I hear the shower turn on in the guest bathroom, and I force myself not to think about water streaming over her skin, about the body I remember in devastating detail, but haven't earned the right to touch again. My phone rings. Vincent's name flashes on the screen, and I consider letting it go to voicemail. But running from my brother won't solve anything, so I answer on the third ring. Enjoying my leftovers. His voice is slurred, drinking already, or still from the sound of it. Though I guess they were never really mine, were they? 3 months, and I could barely stand to touch her. But you couldn't wait to get your hands on my fiancée. Where are you, Vincent? Wouldn't you like to know? He laughs, ugly and bitter. Tell me, does she still flinch when you reach for her? Took me 2 months to train that out of her, but I bet she melts for you, doesn't she? Perfect little Blake, always getting what he wants. I hang up before he can finish, my free hand clenched so tight my knuckles ache. The shower is still running, and I focus on that sound instead of my brother's poison. Simone is here, in my home, carrying my child. Everything else is just noise. When she emerges 30 minutes later, dressed in jeans and a cashmere sweater that brings out the green in her eyes, I've composed myself. Set out breakfast options that won't trigger her nausea. Made a list of practical matters we need to discuss. Prepared to be the controlled, rational man she needs me to be. Better? I ask, noting the color return to her cheeks. Much. She surveys the breakfast spread. Plain toast, sliced fruit, ginger tea, with something like surprise. You did all this? You need to eat. I pull out a chair for her, careful to maintain distance. And we have a long day ahead. My grandmother wants us for lunch, and I'm fairly certain your parents will materialize at some point demanding explanations. God. She sinks into the chair, reaching for the toast. I hadn't even thought about facing them. What are we going to tell them? The truth. At her alarmed look, I clarify. Our truth. The one we create together. We fell in love despite trying not to. Vincent found out and chose to step aside rather than stand in our way. The baby is mine, conceived in a moment of passion we couldn't resist. You make it sound like a romance novel. She takes a careful bite of toast, testing her stomach's cooperation. Life imitating art. I pour myself more coffee, needing the caffeine hit. The best lies are mostly truth anyway. We just adjust the timeline, smooth over the complicated parts. And when they ask for details, my mother will want to know everything. When we first kissed, how we kept it secret, why we didn't just tell Vincent months ago. Then we give them details. I lean against the counter, warming to the challenge. Our first kiss was at the Hope Foundation fundraiser, true. We tried to stay away from each other afterward, also true. The guilt of betraying Vincent kept us apart, still accurate. And considering he spent most of your 3-month engagement either ignoring you or treating you like a particularly annoying business expense, I doubt anyone will be surprised you found comfort elsewhere. You noticed that? She seemed surprised. How he treated me. Everyone noticed. The way he'd leave you at events to work the room. How he'd interrupt when you spoke. The way he looked at his phone more than at you, even during your engagement dinner. My jaw tightens at the memories. 3 months of watching him treat you like an accessory he didn't even want. You're frighteningly good at this. She watches me over her teacup, those hazel eyes seeing too much. I'm a politician. Narrative control is literally my job. I move to sit across from her, maintaining the careful distance she seems to need. But I need you to understand something. Whatever story we tell the world, I'm not pretending about wanting this baby. Our child deserves parents who at least try to make things work. Agreed. She sets down her cup with precise movements. Which brings us to logistics. Where are we living? I assume you don't want me to move back to my apartment. Stay here. The words come out too fast, too eager. I moderate my tone. It makes the most sense. The security is better, there's plenty of space, and it'll look odd if newlyweds live separately. Fine. But I keep the guest room. This arrangement doesn't include... She gestures vaguely between us. Of course not. The rejection stings more than it should. I wouldn't presume. And public appearances? We'll need to be seen together regularly. Dinners, galas, the usual circuit. My team will coordinate with yours to manage the narrative. I pause, considering. We should probably hold hands. Kiss when appropriate. Can you handle that? Color rises in her cheeks again. I'm a professional, Blake. I can handle stage kisses. Stage kisses, right? Because that's all they'll be. Performances for an audience that doesn't know the leading man has already had his co-star in ways that would make them clutch their pearls. There's one more thing. I pull out my phone, showing her the Google alerts. The media is in a frenzy. We need to give them something. Control the narrative before speculation gets out of hand. She scrolls through the headlines, her expression cycling through dismay, anger, and resignation. What do you suggest? An exclusive. One journalist, our terms. We tell our love story, complete with staged photos of domestic bliss. Then we go on a honeymoon, somewhere private where we can figure out how to coexist without killing each other. A honeymoon. She says it like it's a foreign concept. Where? I have a place in Martha's Vineyard. Private beach, no neighbors, plenty of space to avoid each other if necessary. I watch her consider this. Or we could go somewhere else. Your choice. The vineyard is fine. She pushes back from the table, breakfast apparently finished. When? This weekend. Give the dust a few days to settle. Do the interview Thursday, leave Friday morning. 3 days to convince the world we're madly in love. She stands, smoothing down her sweater. Better start practicing those stage kisses. Before I can respond, she's heading back to the guest room, leaving me with the remnants of breakfast and the phantom taste of her lips from 6 weeks ago. 3 days to create a convincing love story. 8 months to live it. A lifetime to atone for how it started. My phone rings with another alert. This time it's a photo from outside my building. Paparazzi already camping out, waiting for a glimpse of the surprise bride and her substitute groom. I send a quick text to my security team, then one to my assistant about clearing my schedule. Time to give the performance of my life. The stakes have never been higher, and for once, I'm playing for keeps. 3 months of watching Vincent waste his chance with her was 3 months too long. I won't make the same mistake.
Chapter 5. Simone. Blake's hand on my lower back feels like a brand as we step out of his building into a wall of flashing cameras, and I realize too late that my morning sickness is about to become Manhattan's latest headline. Mrs. Douglas, how does it feel to trade one brother for another? Blake, is it true that you guys cheated? Simone, are you pregnant? The questions hit like physical blows, each one sharper than the last. Blake's security tries to clear a path to the waiting town car, but the photographers surge forward like a tide, their cameras inches from my face. The flashing lights strobe in nauseating patterns, and the smell of someone's cologne, thick and cloying, makes my stomach revolt. Keep walking, Blake murmurs against my ear, his arm sliding fully around my waist to guide me forward. Just a few more steps. But my body has other plans. The combination of anxiety, flashing lights, and that god-awful cologne triggers a wave of nausea so powerful I can't suppress it. I press my hand to my mouth, trying desperately to maintain some dignity, but it's too late. Move, Blake commands, his senator voice cutting through the chaos. He practically lifts me the last few feet to the car, sliding in behind me just as I lose the battle with my stomach. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I gasp between heaves, mortified as I empty the contents of my breakfast into what I belatedly realize is a limited edition Hermes bag that probably cost more than my first car. Don't apologize. Blake's voice is surprisingly gentle as he pulls my hair back, his fingers careful as they gather the loose curls that escaped my chignon. Darius, drive, now. The car lurches into motion, and I hear the driver raising the privacy partition without being asked. Blake produces a bottle of water from somewhere, cracking the seal and pressing it into my shaking hands. Small sips, he instructs, pulling out a monogrammed handkerchief to wipe my face with startling tenderness. There's a pharmacy on Madison. We'll stop for ginger tablets. The bag, I moan, staring at the destroyed Hermes in horror. Oh God, Blake, I'm so sorry. It's a bag, Simone. You're worth more than leather and logos. He takes the ruined purse and sets it aside without a second glance, then pulls me against his side. Though I'm sure the tabloids will have a field day. Senator's new bride demonstrates opinion of Douglas family via designer handbag. A hysterical laugh escapes me despite everything. That's terrible, but accurate? His hand rubs gentle circles on my back, and I hate how good it feels. How safe he makes me feel when everything about our situation is completely insane. I'd have gone with the Birkin if I really wanted to make a statement, but the Hermes will do. You're being very calm about this. I risk a glance at his face, finding genuine concern rather than the disgust I expected. Vincent would have. I cut myself off, but it's too late. Blake's jaw tightens, the only sign of his reaction. What would my brother have done? It doesn't matter. It does to me. His voice carries an edge now, steel beneath the silk. What would Vincent have done if you'd gotten sick in his car? I close my eyes, remembering too clearly. He had very strong opinions about appearances and mess and anything that might embarrass him in front of the press. In other words, he was a jerk. Blake's arm tightens around me protectively. Yet another way I'm not my brother, Simone. You're carrying a child. Morning sickness is part of the package. Anyone who would shame you for that doesn't deserve you. The pharmacy stop is blissfully quick. Blake returning with not just ginger tablets, but crackers, peppermint tea bags, and those acupressure wristbands that are supposed to help with nausea. The thoughtfulness of it makes my chest tight with an emotion I don't want to examine too closely. Better? He asks as I dry swallow 2 ginger tablets. Getting there. I manage a wan smile, though I'm sure those photos are already trending. Senator's shotgun bride shoots her shot. That's terrible. But he's fighting a smile now, and it transforms his whole face. Gone is the controlled politician, replaced by someone younger, lighter. The Post would never be that clever. They'll go with something obvious like morning sickness or brides and prejudice. Oh God. Those are both awful. I'm actually laughing now, which seems impossible given that 5 minutes ago, I was throwing up in front of half of Manhattan's paparazzi. We should take bets. Loser has to read the winner's choice of romance novel. He's grinning outright now, and I realize with a start that I've never seen Blake Douglas genuinely smile before. It's devastating. You weren't joking about the romance novels? Dead serious. I have opinions about the third act breakup trope that would scandalize my constituents. He glances at his watch, and the lightness fades from his expression. We should go. Grandmother doesn't tolerate lateness. The rest of the drive to Georgetown passes in comfortable silence, but I can feel Blake's tension building as we near our destination. His fingers drum against his thigh in a rhythm I'm starting to recognize as his tell when he's anxious. By the time we pull up to Dorothea Douglas's mansion, he's practically vibrating with suppressed energy. The house is everything you'd expect from old Washington money. Georgian brick covered in perfectly maintained ivy. Windows that have watched centuries of political secrets. And a front door that probably costs more than most people's annual salary. But it's the silence that strikes me as we climb the steps. No traffic noise penetrates here, as if even the city itself knows better than to disturb Dorothea Douglas. Remember, Blake says quietly as he rings the bell. My grandmother is the only member of my family worth knowing. The rest. He trails off as the door opens, revealing a stern-faced housekeeper who's probably been with the family since the Eisenhower administration. Master Blake, Mrs. Douglas. She steps aside to let us enter. They're waiting in the blue parlor. Blake freezes. They? Your parents arrived 20 minutes ago. Your sister as well. The housekeeper's expression doesn't change, but something in her tone suggests sympathy. Shall I announce you? No need, Gladys. Blake's hand finds mine, squeezing once in what might be reassurance or warning. We know the way. The walk to the blue parlor feels like a march to the gallows. Every portrait we pass seems to judge us. Generations of Douglas men and women who probably never had to deal with sex scandals and surprise pregnancies and brothers who abandon their brides at the altar. Blake, I whisper as we near a set of double doors. What do we do if we stand together? He stops, turning to face me fully. In the hallway's dim lighting, his blue eyes look almost black. Whatever they say, whatever accusations they make, we present a united front. Can you do that? I'm a Beaumont. I echo my words from days ago, lifting my chin. We're excellent at facing firing squads. That's my girl. The words slip out, clearly surprising him as much as me. He clears his throat, masks sliding back into place. Ready? No. But I nod anyway, and he opens the doors. The blue parlor is aptly named. Wedgwood walls, navy silk curtains, and furniture that belongs in a museum. But it's the occupants that draw my attention. Dorothea Douglas holds court from a wingback chair that might as well be a throne, her silver hair gleaming like a crown. To her right, Blake's parents sit rigid on a settee that probably witnessed the War of 1812. His mother's ash-blonde bob hasn't moved despite the October wind outside, and his father's suit is pressed within an inch of its life. But it's the woman perched on the ottoman who makes my stomach drop. Serena Douglas, Blake's younger sister, aims her phone at us with the precision of a sniper. And here they are, she narrates to her camera. The happy couple. Tell us, Simone, is it weird kissing the brother of the man you were supposed to marry? Or can you even tell them apart in the dark? Serena. Dorothea's voice could freeze hell. Put that away before I have Gladys throw it in the Potomac. But grandmother, Vincent asked me to. I don't care what Vincent asked. This is my home, and you'll behave with decorum or you'll leave. The matriarch's gaze shifts to us, and something in her expression softens fractionally. Blake, Simone, come sit down. We have much to discuss. Blake guides me to a love seat across from his parents, his hand never leaving the small of my back. The gesture looks protective, but I can feel the tension thrumming through him like a live wire. You're late, his mother observes, her voice cutting like crystal. Though I suppose punctuality is too much to expect given the circumstances. We were delayed by photographers. Blake's tone is carefully neutral. Apparently, someone tipped them off about our departure time. His father's laugh is humorless. Of course there were photographers. You've made us all front-page news, haven't you? The Douglas name, dragged through the mud for everyone's entertainment. The only person who dragged our name through mud was Vincent. Blake's control is already fraying at the edges. Or did you forget that he's the one who abandoned his bride at the altar? After discovering she was pregnant with another man's child, his mother's perfectly painted lips twist with disgust. Though now Vincent tells us you're claiming the baby is yours, really, Blake, how far are you willing to go to save this girl's reputation? Patricia. Dorothea's warning is sharp. Mind yourself. I'm minding our family's future, Mother. Patricia Douglas turns those cold blue eyes on me, and I understand where Vincent learned his cruelty. 3 months. She was engaged to Vincent for 3 months, and somehow she's pregnant with your child? The math is certainly interesting. The math is none of your business. Blake's voice has gone deadly quiet, which is somehow worse than yelling. Simone is my wife. That's all that matters. Your wife. His father, Senator William Douglas, says the word like it tastes bad. A title that should have belonged to her with Vincent, according to the contracts our family signed. Do you understand the magnitude of what you've cost us? The Beaumont alliance was crucial for your political ambitions, Blake interrupts, for your business deals, for everything except the happiness of the people involved. Happiness? Patricia laughs. The sound like breaking glass. Since when has happiness been a factor in Douglas marriages? Your father and I have been married 37 years without worrying about something as pedestrian as happiness. And look how well that turned out, Blake mutters, just loud enough to be heard. The temperature in the room drops 10 degrees. William Douglas's face flushes an alarming shade of red, while his wife goes pale beneath her perfect makeup. What did you say? William's voice is dangerously low. You heard me. Blake straightens, and suddenly I can see the senator in him. The man who commands rooms and sways votes. 37 years of a loveless marriage that produced 2 sons who can barely stand to be in the same room with you. Congratulations on that stellar accomplishment. Blake, I murmur, my hand finding his knee. But he's beyond hearing. Years of resentment finally boiling over. You want to know why Vincent left? Blake continues, his voice gaining strength. Because he's exactly what you raised him to be. Cold, calculating, incapable of seeing people as anything more than stepping stones. He learned from the best. How dare you? I dare because I'm done. Blake stands abruptly, pulling me with him. Done pretending this family is anything more than a political construct. Done watching you treat people like chess pieces. Done being the good son who follows the rules while Vincent does whatever he wants. Sit down, William commands. We're not finished. Yes, we are. Blake's arm comes around my waist, protective and possessive. Simone and I are married. The baby she's carrying is mine. Those are the facts. Accept them or don't, but either way, we're leaving. The baby, Patricia's voice drips venom. Yes, let's discuss that. Vincent was quite explicit about the timeline. A drunken encounter at a fundraiser? How tawdry. Though I suppose we should be grateful you're willing to claim responsibility for your indiscretion. The word indiscretion hits like a slap. My hand goes unconsciously to my stomach, and I feel Blake tense beside me. Our child is not an indiscretion, he says, each word precise as a blade. And if you ever speak about my wife or our baby that way again, today will be the last time you see either of us. Threats, Blake? His father stands now, too. The two men facing off like gladiators. You forget that I still have influence over your career, your committee positions, your endorsements, your entire political future. Take them. Blake's response is immediate, unflinching. Take all of it. Strip me of every position, every endorsement, every connection you've ever facilitated. I'll start over if I have to. She's worth more than all of it combined. The silence that follows is deafening. Even Serena has stopped filming, her mouth hanging open in shock. I stare at Blake, this man who just offered to torch his entire career for me, and something fundamental shifts in my chest. Blake, I whisper, tugging on his hand. You don't have to. Yes, I do. He looks down at me, and the fierce protectiveness in his eyes steals my breath. They need to understand that you're not negotiable. Our marriage, our child, none of it is up for debate or manipulation. How noble, Patricia sneers. The White Knight, saving the damsel from her own mistakes. Tell me, dear, does he know about your father's financial troubles? The real reason you agreed to marry Vincent? Terror chills my core. How did you? We make it our business to know everything about families we align with. She smiles, sharp as a knife. Beaumont Industries bleeding money. Your father leveraged to the hilt, desperate for our political connections to survive. And here you are, pregnant and married to the wrong brother. I wonder what will happen to all those employees when the company folds. Mother? Blake's voice is thunderous. Enough! Yet the wound is already inflicted. The secret I'd kept, the burden I'd carried, laid bare in this beautiful cold room. I feel exposed, flayed open for their judgment. Is that what this is really about? William asks, his politician's mind already calculating. A business arrangement gone wrong? Because if it's money you need, don't. The word tears from my throat, surprising everyone, including me. Don't you dare reduce this to a transaction. Yes, my family's company is in trouble. Yes, the alliance would have helped. But I'm not some gold digger who got pregnant to trap a Douglas son. Aren't you? Serena finally speaks, her voice sly. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you tried to baby trap Vincent. And when that failed, you moved on to Blake. Blake moves so fast I barely see it. One moment he's beside me, the next he's looming over his sister, who shrinks back despite herself. Say one more word, he growls, and I'll make sure every embarrassing photo from your sophomore year at Yale surfaces before you can blink. Yes, I know about spring break in Cabo. Try me. Blake? Patricia gasps. You wouldn't dare threaten your sister? I'm protecting my wife from your daughter's vicious lies. He turns back to face his parents, and I've never seen him look more dangerous. The same way I'll protect our child from this toxic excuse for a family. Perhaps, Dorothea's voice cuts through the chaos like a sword through silk. We should all take a breath before we say things that can't be unsaid. Everyone turns to the matriarch, who's been watching the entire scene with calculating eyes. She rises from her chair with surprising grace for her age, moving to stand before Blake and me. My dear, she says, addressing me directly for the first time. Are you happy with my grandson? The question is so unexpected, so simple amid all the venom and accusations, that tears prick my eyes. We're still figuring things out. An honest answer. I appreciate that. She turns to Blake, studying him with those sharp blue eyes that miss nothing. And you? Are you prepared for what this choice will cost you? I've already paid it, Blake responds without hesitation. She's worth any price. Dorothea nods slowly, then turns to face her son and daughter-in-law. William, Patricia, you've made your positions clear. Now, hear mine. Blake has chosen his wife. They carry the next generation of this family. You can either accept that with grace or lose your son entirely. Choose wisely. Mother, you can't seriously support this farce. What I support, Dorothea interrupts, steel in her voice, is a man who chooses love over politics. God knows this family has seen precious little of that. Her gaze softens as it returns to us. Blake, take your wife home. She's had quite enough Douglas hospitality for one day. This lunch I'm planning won't be happening soon. Blake doesn't need to be told twice. His hand finds mine, and we move toward the door in synchronized steps. But Patricia's voice follows us, one last poisoned arrow. When this all falls apart, and it will, don't come crying to us. You've made your choice, Blake. Live with the consequences. Blake pauses at the doorway, not turning around. I intend to. Every beautiful, complicated, real moment of it. We leave them in that blue parlor with their anger and their bitterness, their cold calculations and colder hearts. The October air outside feels like freedom after the suffocating atmosphere inside, and I gulp it gratefully. Blake is silent as we walk to the car. His jaw clenched so tight, I'm worried he'll crack teeth. It's not until we're safely inside, pulling away from the curb, that he finally speaks. I'm sorry. The words come out rough, broken. God, Simone, I'm so sorry. They had no right to speak to you that way, to say those things about our child. Blake. I turn in my seat to face him fully, taking in the devastation written across his features. This man who just offended me like I was worth kingdoms, who offered to burn down his entire world rather than let his family hurt me. Stop. He looks at me then, really looks, and I see the vulnerability beneath the armor. The boy who grew up in that cold house with those cold people, who somehow managed to keep his heart warm despite it all. You stood up for me, I say softly. For us, no one's ever. Vincent would have thrown me to the wolves to save himself. But you threw yourself between me and the wolves. You're my wife. He says it like it's simple, like it explains everything. It's my job to protect you. Is that all this is? A job? A duty? He's silent enough that I wonder if he won't answer. Then, so quietly, I almost miss it. You know it's not. The weight of everything that's happened crashes over me suddenly. The paparazzi, the vomiting, his horrible family, the threats to his career. A hysterical laugh bubbles up, and I'm unable to stop myself. What? Blake looks alarmed. What's wrong? This morning I was worried about which dress to wear for our first public appearance. The laughter turned slightly manic. I spent 20 minutes debating between the blue Stella McCartney and the green Roland Mouret because I wanted to look like the perfect political wife. And now I've thrown up in an Hermes bag and been called a gold digger by your mother. So much for perfect. Simone, and you. I'm on a roll now, all the emotions of the day spilling out. You just told your father to take your entire career. Do you know how insane that is? You're a senator. You can't just throw that away for someone you've been married to for 72 hours. Watch me. His voice is calm, certain in a way that makes my chest tight. I meant every word. You're worth more than any position they could offer or take away. You don't even know me, I protest weakly. Don't I? He reaches over, taking my hand in his. I know you dance when you think no one's watching. I know you arrange flowers when you're stressed. I know you count your steps when you're nervous, always in sets of 8, like dance combinations. I know you prefer tea to coffee, but drink coffee anyway because it's expected at political events. I know you bite your lip when you're thinking and touch your stomach when you're worried about the baby. I stare at him, speechless. When has he noticed all these things? How long has he been watching me, cataloging these details? I know that review destroyed something in you, he continues, his thumb sketching designs against my skin. Not because it questioned your technique. You know you're technically flawless, but because it said you were emotionally vacant, and you're terrified it might be true. Stop. The word comes out choked. Please. It's not true, by the way. He glances at me as we stop at a red light. I've seen you dance. You're not vacant. You're careful. There's a difference. When have you seen me dance? I manage through the tightness in my throat. My last performance was 2 years ago. Giselle at Lincoln Center. You were transcendent. He turns back to the road as the light changes. I've also seen the videos you think no one knows about. The ones you post to that private Instagram under a fake name. Contemporary pieces in empty studios in the pre-dawn hours when you can't sleep. How did you? The username is Etoile Perdue 412. Lost star plus your old ballet company number. He shrugs like he hasn't just revealed he's been cyberstalking me. You're not emotionally vacant, Simone. You're emotionally careful. And after meeting my family, you can understand why I'd recognize the difference. I don't realize I'm crying until he wordlessly hands me his handkerchief. The same one from earlier, now clean and pressed again. When did he even have time to change it? This is all too much, I whisper, dabbing at my eyes. This morning I couldn't keep down toast. And now your family hates me, and you're offering to give up everything. And I don't even know what we're doing. I don't know if I can even trust you, especially when you didn't tell me you were that man immediately. We're figuring it out. He pulls into the parking garage of his building, turning off the engine before facing me fully. Together, that's all we can do. Your family is not your family. His voice is firm. They're barely mine. I should have warned you. Should have known they'd ambush us like that. I'm sorry. You keep apologizing for them. Someone should. He runs a hand through his hair, messing up the perfect styling. It makes him look younger, more vulnerable. 34 years, and I can count on one hand the number of times either of my parents has apologized for anything. Vincent learned from their example. I tried to learn from their mistakes. And Serena is 24 and still thinks being cruel is the same as being clever. He sighs. She'll either grow out of it or turn into our mother. I'm hoping for the former, but expecting the latter. And your grandmother? A small smile touches his lips. Is the reason I didn't turn out like the rest of them. She's tough but fair. Cold when she needs to be, but capable of warmth. She loved my grandfather, really loved him. It made her the black sheep of the family for decades. But she said Douglas marriages aren't about happiness. She said my parents' marriage wasn't, he corrects gently. There's a difference. Grandmother chose love once. It's why she recognized what I was doing today. We sit in the quiet of the car for a moment, processing everything that's happened. My hand rests on my stomach, a gesture that's becoming habit, and Blake's eyes track the movement. Are you okay? The stress can't be good for her. We're fine. I cut him off before he can start the hovering. Though I could use about 17 naps and possibly some of those crackers you bought. Done. He's out of the car and around to my side before I can blink, offering his hand to help me out. Fair warning, there might be photographers in the lobby, Building security is good, but not impenetrable. Let them photograph. I take his hand, letting him steady me as I stand. What's the worst they can say? Senator's pregnant wife looks tired after family visit from hell. Douglas family feud. Pregnancy scandal. Tears political dynasty apart, he suggests, leading me toward the elevator. Baby daddy drama. Which brother is the father? I counter, leaning against the elevator wall as exhaustion hits. Senate's most eligible bachelor no more, the woman who tamed Blake Douglas. He presses the button for the penthouse, then moves closer when I sway slightly. You need to eat something real, not just crackers. I need to sleep for a week. But I let him steady me, his solid warmth more comforting than I want to admit. Think your family will actually follow through on their threats? Probably. He sounds remarkably unconcerned. My father likes to throw his weight around, but I've built my own relationships, my own donor base. It'll be rough, but I'll survive. Because of me, the guilt hits fresh. Because you married me. Because I chose you, he corrects firmly. And I'd choose you again, every time. His eyes express such profound emotions, it makes my knees weak. Is this how it feels when someone treats you so wholeheartedly? As if you're the most important person in the whole wide world? The elevator opens to his penthouse, and I stumble inside, kicking off my heels with a grateful sigh. The space already feels more familiar than my own apartment, which I realize with a start I haven't been to in 3 days. I need clothes, I say absently, padding toward the kitchen in my bare feet. And my laptop, and probably my plants. Oh God, my plants are definitely dead. Make a list. I'll send Darius. Blake follows me, already pulling groceries from his restaurant-grade refrigerator. Soup? Do you even know how to cook? I hop onto a bar stool, watching him move around the kitchen with surprising confidence. I lived alone for 8 years before hiring a housekeeper. He pulls out a pot, setting it on the stove. Granted, my repertoire is limited, but I make excellent grilled cheese and tomato soup. A man of hidden talents. You have no idea. The words slip out with unintended heat, and we both freeze. The air between us suddenly charges with awareness, memories of that night 6 weeks ago flickering like ghosts. Blake. Soup, he says firmly, turning back to the stove. You need to eat. I watch him work, this man who's upended his entire life for me in the span of 3 days. His jacket is off, sleeves rolled up to reveal strong forearms. There's a small scar on his left wrist I hadn't noticed before, and I find myself wanting to ask about it, wanting to know all his stories, all his secrets, which is dangerous. This is a business arrangement, a marriage of convenience to save face and protect our child. The fact that he defended me today, that he notices when I dance when the world sleeps, that he makes me feel safer than I've felt in months, none of that changes the fundamental truth. The fact that he told me he likes me is not relevant. In 8 months, we'll go our separate ways. Stop overthinking, he says without turning around. I can hear your brain spinning from here. How do you know I'm overthinking? You're doing that thing with your foot, pointing and flexing like you're warming up for BARFA work. He glances over his shoulder, a small smile playing at his lips. You do it when you're stressed. You're unnervingly observant, only about things that matter. He plates the soup and sandwich, bringing them over with an ease that speaks of practice. Eat, then sleep. Everything else can wait. Your family won't wait. The media won't wait. Then they'll have to learn patience. He sits across from me, stealing half my sandwich with a grin that makes him look boyish. Today's crisis is tomorrow's old news. We just have to weather the storm. Together. Together. He confirms. Since this insane situation started, I actually believe we might survive it. The soup is perfect, hot and comforting, and exactly what my traumatized stomach needs. We eat in companionable silence, and I realize this is the most normal moment we've had since he announced our love at the altar 3 days ago. Thank you, I say finally, pushing the empty bowl away. For standing up to them. For protecting me. For the soup. For everything. You don't have to thank me for being decent, Simone. In my experience with Douglas men, decency is rarer than you'd think. His jaw tightens at the reference to Vincent, but he lets it pass. Go rest. I'll handle whatever fires need putting out. I slide off the stool, exhaustion making my movements clumsy. Blake, what you said in the car about seeing me dance, did you really mean that? About me being emotionally careful rather than vacant? He meets my eyes steadily. Every word. Something passes between us, fragile and tentative but real. Then I nod, padding toward the guest room on bare feet, leaving Blake to his soup and his phones and whatever damage control a senator does when he's just declared war on his own family. As I close the door behind me, I hear his voice, low and commanding, already on a call. Yes, I'm aware of what my father said. No, my position hasn't changed. She's my wife. That's all anyone needs to know. I lean against the door, hand on my stomach, and allow myself one moment of pure honesty. I'm in so much trouble. Not because of the media, or his family, or the pregnancy, or any of the external chaos swirling around us. But since this insane situation started, I can see him. Not Senator Douglas with his perfect suits and practiced smiles. Not Vincent's brother playing a role at family events. Just Blake. Who notices when I dance at 3 a.m? Who holds my hair when I'm sick? Who memorized my coffee order even though I pretend to prefer tea? Who just chose me over everything he's worked for? And that Blake? That real person behind the political facade? He might be worth trusting. Maybe.
Chapter 6. Blake. Sitting in an obstetrician's waiting room surrounded by actual couples in love while pretending to be one ourselves feels like the universe's idea of a cruel joke until Simone reaches for my hand. The gesture is small, probably unconscious on her part, but her fingers threading through mine sends a jolt straight through my carefully maintained composure. She's nervous, I can tell by the way her other hand smooths repeatedly over her dress, a simple navy wrap that somehow makes her look both professional and soft. The waiting room is a study in suburban normalcy. Pastel walls covered with photos of babies, couples leafing through parenting magazines, the quiet hum of some HGTV show playing on the mounted television. That couple's been together since college, Simone whispers, nodding toward a pair across from us. The woman is visibly pregnant, her husband's hand resting protectively on her belly while they debate paint colors on his phone. You can tell by how they argue about beige versus taupe like it's a Senate filibuster. Beige is clearly superior, I murmur back, grateful for the distraction from the way her thumb is now tracing patterns on the back of my palm. Taupe has too much gray. Makes nurseries look like expensive prisons. She turns to stare at me, those hazel eyes wide with surprise. You have opinions on nursery paint colors. I have opinions on everything. Occupational hazard. I shift in the uncomfortable waiting room chair, trying not to think about how natural this feels. Besides, I've been doing research. Research. She says it like she's testing the word. On paint? On everything. Did you know that at 7 weeks, the baby is developing arm buds? They look like tiny paddles. By next week, there'll be fingers. The facts spills from me, weeks of late-night reading condensed into nervous rambling. Also, your fatigue is completely normal. The progesterone levels. Blake. Her voice carries a mix of amusement and something else I can't identify. How many pregnancy books have you read? A few. 7, actually. Plus medical journals, parenting blogs, and one surprisingly informative Reddit thread about first trimester symptoms. But admitting that level of obsession seems unwise when she's still deciding if she can trust me. A few, she repeats, clearly not buying it. Is that why you knew to get ginger tablets before I even asked? And those specific crackers that actually help with morning sickness? And that tea that... Mrs. Douglas? A nurse in cheerful purple scrubs saves me from further interrogation. We're ready for you. Simone starts to stand, then pauses when I don't immediately release her hand. There's a moment of awkwardness before I let go, following her toward the examination room. The nurse chatters brightly about the weather as she takes Simone's vitals, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrent of tension between us. First prenatal visit? She asks, wrapping the blood pressure cuff around Simone's arm. How exciting. Dad looks a little pale, though. First-timers usually do. He's been reading, Simone says dryly. Apparently the baby has arm buds. The nurse laughs. Oh, you're one of those dads. Dr. Martinez loves the prepared ones, less fainting in the delivery room. I want to protest that I don't faint, but the truth is I have no idea how I'll react when the time comes. The thought of Simone in pain, of potential complications, of 1,000 things that could go wrong, it makes my chest tight. Blood pressure's a little elevated, the nurse notes, frowning at the reading. Have you been under any stress lately? Simone and I exchange a look that could write volumes. Stress? Just a wedding disaster, a surprise pregnancy revelation, a hostile family confrontation, and approximately 300 photographers camped outside our building. Nothing major. Some, Simone admits with masterful understatement. Well, try to take it easy. The nurse pats her shoulder sympathetically. Growing a human is hard work without adding extra pressure. Doctor will be in shortly. She leaves us alone in the small room, and suddenly I'm hyper-aware of everything. The paper crinkling under Simone as she shifts on the examination table. The faint scent of her perfume mixing with medical-grade disinfectant. The way the harsh fluorescent lighting catches the gold flecks in her eyes. You don't have to stay, she says quietly, not quite meeting my gaze. I know this is a lot. Try to make me leave. The words spill out forcefully than intended. This is my child too, Simone. I want to be here. For all of it. Even though we're just... She gestures vaguely between us, unable or unwilling to define what we are. Even though... I move closer to the examination table, drawn by some invisible force. Whatever else we are or aren't, we're going to be parents. Together. That means something to me. She looks at me then, really looks, and I see a flash of vulnerability before her walls slam back up. Your family doesn't seem to think so. My family doesn't get a vote. The memory of yesterday's confrontation makes my jaw clench. They made their position clear. I made mine clearer by threatening to give up everything. She picks at a loose thread on her dress, a nervous habit I'm beginning to recognize. Your career, your connections, are meaningless compared to this. I catch her hand, stilling the anxious movement. Simone, I need you to understand something. When I stood at that altar and claimed you and our baby, I wasn't playing hero. I was taking what I wanted. What I've wanted since... The door opens, cutting off my confession. Dr. Martinez enters with a warm smile that immediately puts me at ease. She's younger than I expected, with kind eyes and an air of competence that suggests she's seen it all. Mr. and Mrs. Douglas, congratulations on your pregnancy. She shakes both our hands before settling onto her rolling stool. I understand this is your first prenatal visit. How are we feeling? Nauseous, Simone admits. Tired. Emotionally compromised by my husband's paint color opinions. Dr. Martinez laughs. All perfectly normal, including the paint opinions. You should hear the debates about stroller brands that happen in this office. She pulls up Simone's chart on her tablet. Now let's see. Based on your last menstrual period, you're about 7 weeks along. Does that sound right? Yes. Simone's voice is steady, but I notice her hand tighten on the table's edge. 7 weeks. Which puts conception exactly when I thought. The Hope Foundation fundraiser. The night that changed everything, even if neither of us realized it at the time. Excellent. Today we'll do a general exam, some blood work, and, if you're interested, an ultrasound to confirm the pregnancy and check development. Dr. Martinez looks between us. Any questions so far? I pull out my phone, where I've compiled a list. Actually, he's been reading, Simone interjects, shooting me a look that's equal parts fond and exasperated. Extensively. Wonderful. I love engaged fathers. Dr. Martinez grins. Fire away. Is her elevated blood pressure concerning? The nurse mentioned it was high. Also, what about exercise? She was a professional ballet dancer, and I've read mixed things about maintaining training during pregnancy. And the morning sickness? Is there anything beyond ginger and B6 that might help? She can barely keep anything down before noon. The questions pour out in a rush. Weeks of accumulated worry condensed into rapid-fire queries. Dr. Martinez listens patiently, occasionally glancing at Simone with barely concealed amusement. All excellent questions, she says when I finally pause for breath. The blood pressure is something we'll monitor, but given recent stress... She glances meaningfully at Simone's chart, which probably notes our very public wedding drama. It's not immediately concerning. Exercise is encouraged, especially for someone with Simone's fitness background, though will modify as the pregnancy progresses. As for morning sickness, she launches into recommendations, and I take notes on my phone, determined to remember everything. Beside me, Simone watches with an expression I can't quite read. When Dr. Martinez mentions prenatal vitamins, I'm already pulling up the comparison chart I made of different brands. You really have been researching, the doctor observes, clearly impressed. Simone, you've got yourself a keeper. So, people keep telling me, Simone murmurs, and there's something in her tone that makes my chest tight. The examination proceeds routinely until Dr. Martinez wheels in the ultrasound machine. Ready to see your baby? The word baby hits differently in this clinical setting. Not an abstract concept or a political complication, but a real growing life. Our child. Is it too early? Simone asks, sudden vulnerability creeping into her voice. I've read that sometimes. At 7 weeks, we should see a heartbeat, Dr. Martinez reassures her, squirting gel onto Simone's exposed abdomen. Though every pregnancy is different. Let's take a look. The room fills with the quiet hum of the machine as Dr. Martinez moves the transducer across Simone's stomach. I find myself holding my breath watching the grainy screen for something. There. The doctor points to a tiny fluttering on the screen. That's your baby. And that flickering. That's the heartbeat. The sound fills the room when she adjusts the volume, rapid and strong, like a hummingbird's wings. I reach for Simone's hand without thinking. She grips back just as tightly. On the screen, our child is barely more than a blob, but it's the most beautiful blob I've ever seen. Oh, Simone breathes, and when I glance at her, there are tears streaming down her face. That's our baby, I finish, my own voice embarrassingly thick. Size of a blueberry, just like the book said. She laughs wetly, squeezing my hand. You and your books. Dr. Martinez prints several images for us, narrating measurements and development markers that I only half hear. I'm too focused on Simone's face, on the wonder and fear and fierce protectiveness I see there. It mirrors everything I'm feeling, Everything I've been feeling since the moment she walked down that aisle in a wedding gown intended for Vincent. Everything looks perfect, Dr. Martinez concludes, handing Simone tissues to clean off the gel. Baby's measuring right on track. Heartbeat is strong. I'll see you in 4 weeks for your next appointment, but call if you have any concerns before then. We leave with a folder full of information, ultrasound photos, and a strange new reality settling between us. In the elevator down to the parking garage, Simone stares at one of the images, tracing the barely visible outline with one finger. It's real, she says quietly. I mean, I knew it was real, but seeing it makes it different, I agree, fighting the urge to pull her into my arms. Simone! We have the interview tonight. She tucks the photo carefully into her purse, walls sliding back up with practiced ease. Vanessa Kane from the Post, 7 o'clock. Right. The exclusive interview we agreed to, our chance to control the narrative, perform the loving couple for public consumption. The contrast with this morning's raw honesty feels like whiplash. We should go over our story again, she continues as we reach the car. Make sure we have the timeline straight. When we fell in love, how we tried to fight it, why we kept it secret. The fundraiser, I recite dutifully as I open her door. We connected over your arts education speech. Tried to stay apart because of Vincent. Failed spectacularly. And the baby? Conceived in a moment of passion we couldn't resist. The words taste like ash and honey. Lies built on fundamental truth. Due in May. We're thrilled. Are we? Her gaze lifts to mine before sliding into the car. Thrilled? I think about the sound of our baby's heartbeat, the fierce protectiveness that surged through me, the way she reached for my hand in the waiting room. I am. The circumstances are complicated, but the baby? Yes, I'm thrilled about the baby. Something flickers across her face too quickly to identify. Then she nods, settling into the passenger seat. Then that's what we'll tell them. The drive home is quiet, both of us lost in thought. I replay the ultrasound moment, the way her walls dropped completely when she heard the heartbeat. For those few seconds, we weren't senator and society princess playing roles. We were just two people witnessing a miracle we created together. You really have been reading everything, she says suddenly as we navigate DC traffic. The vitamins in my smoothies aren't as subtle as you think, by the way. Heat creeps up my neck. You noticed? Blake, I was a professional athlete. I know when someone's supplementing my diet. She turns to look at me, afternoon sun highlighting the warm undertones in her skin. The prenatal vitamins, the folic acid, the DHA drops in my tea. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? I hoped you'd think it was the housekeeper. Your housekeeper who comes 3 times a week but somehow manages to doctor my beverages every single morning? She's fighting a smile now. Nice try. Though, I appreciate the stealth healthcare. Very senatorial of you. I prefer thoughtfully attentive. Control freak. Concerned father. Secret vitamin pusher. Guilty. I pull into the parking garage, suddenly reluctant for this easy banter to end. Once we're upstairs, we'll have to prepare for tonight's performance. For what it's worth, your blood work will be perfect. I made sure you're getting exactly what you need. Of course you did. She shakes her head, but there's fondness in her exasperation. Do you have a spreadsheet? Maybe. Blake Douglas. She turns in her seat to face me fully. Do you have a pregnancy spreadsheet? It's more of a comprehensive tracking system, I defend, with multiple tabs. Nutrition, appointments, symptoms, fetal development milestones. She kisses me. It's quick, barely more than a press of lips, but it stops my words and my breath and possibly my heart. Before I can react, she's pulling back, eyes wide with horror. I'm sorry. I don't know why Simone, we should go inside. Prepare for tonight. She's out of the car before I can stop her. practically fleeing toward the elevator. I follow more slowly, lips still tingling from the brief contact. She kissed me, not for cameras or appearances or anyone else's benefit, just because. The elevator ride is excruciating. She stands in the far corner, studying the button panel like it contains state secrets. I want to say something, anything. But what? That I've been thinking about kissing her since the moment she said "I do" to the wrong brother. That seeing our baby made me want things I have no right to want? Simone. I need to shower, she announces the moment the doors open, and find something appropriate to wear. Vanessa's known for asking tough questions. We need to be prepared. She disappears into the guest room, cutting off my reply and abandoning me standing in my own foyer like a stranger. I head to my study, pulling up the notes I've made for tonight's interview. Talking points about our love story, practiced anecdotes that paint a picture of inevitable romance rather than drunken accident and desperate cover-up. My phone chirps with an alert from my communications director. Kane confirmed for 7. She'll want intimate details. Sell the romance. Make them believe. Make them believe. As if that's the problem. The real issue is that I'm starting to believe it myself. Starting to forget that this is temporary. That in 8 months we'll quietly divorce and co-parent like civilized people who never meant to create a life together. I work until 6, responding to emails and reviewing legislation I'm supposedly passionate about, but can barely focus on. When Simone emerges from her room, I lose the ability to focus on anything else entirely. She's wearing a cream silk blouse and tailored pants that manage to be both professional and soft. Her hair is pulled back in a low ponytail, and she's applied just enough makeup to look polished but not overdone. She looks like the perfect political wife, which is exactly the point, and somehow deeply wrong. Too much? She asks, smoothing nervous hands over the silk. I wanted to look approachable, but not trying too hard. You look beautiful, I say, too raw. I clear my throat. Try again. You look perfect for the interview. Right, the interview. She moves into the living room where we've arranged the space for optimal lighting and comfort. Vanessa specifically requested a home setting. Intimate and authentic, her email said. Should we practice? If you want. I pour myself a scotch, offer her sparkling water with a splash of cranberry juice, her latest craving. Though we've been over the story a dozen times. Stories are different from reality. She accepts the drink, settling onto the sofa with careful grace. It's one thing to agree on facts. It's another to sell emotion. Then we practice the emotion. I sit beside her, maintaining careful distance. Ask me when I knew I was in love with you. She blinks at the directness, but plays along. Senator Douglas? When did you know you were in love with your wife? The moment she outbid Harrison Whitman for that Basquiat just to prove a point. The truth spills from my mouth before I can think twice. She laughed when she won. Not cruel or triumphant, just delighted. Like a child who'd gotten away with something marvelous. I'd never seen anyone so vibrantly alive. That's not our agreed timeline, she says softly. That was before Vincent. But it's true. I set down my scotch, needing my hands free. You want to sell emotion? The emotion is real. I've wanted you since that moment. Everything else, Vincent, the arrangement, the scandal, those are just circumstances. The feeling underneath, that's always been there. She stares at me, those hazel eyes unreadable. Blake. When did you first notice me? I ask, turning the question around. Not Vincent's brother or the senator. Me. The Mitchell wedding, she answers without hesitation, then looks surprised at herself. 2 years ago. You were giving the best man speech, and you quoted Neruda. Not the obvious choices, but that line about loving, without knowing how or when or from where. Vincent laughed, Said it was pretentious, but you meant it. Every word. You remember that? I remember thinking Vincent would never quote poetry unless it polled well with voters. She takes a sip of her drink, gathering courage. You weren't performing. You were just real. I'm real now, I say quietly. This morning at the doctor, holding your hand, seeing our baby, that was real. The kiss in the car was a mistake. She stands abruptly, moving to the window. I got caught up in the moment. You being sweet and competent and making spreadsheets about our baby. It didn't mean anything. Didn't it? We should review the timeline again. She's in full retreat now, walls reinforced. Make sure we don't contradict ourselves. I want to push, to make her admit that something is happening between us that has no connection to public relations and everything to do with the way she reached for my hand this morning. But the doorbell rings, announcing Vanessa's arrival, and the moment passes. Showtime, Simone murmurs, and I watch her transform. Spine straightening, smile warming, the perfect political partner sliding into place like armor. I follow her lead, becoming Senator Douglas, devoted husband, expectant father, man who chose love over logic. The performance is easier than it should be, maybe because it's not really a performance at all. Vanessa Kane is exactly what I expected, sharp, polished, and hunting for the story beneath the story. She sets up her recorder and camera with practiced efficiency, chattering about traffic and weather while her eyes catalog every detail of our home, our body language, the careful distance between us on the sofa. Thank you so much for agreeing to this exclusive, she says, settling into the chair across from us. I know it's been a whirlwind week. That's one way to put it, I agree, reaching for Simone's hand in a gesture that's become disturbingly natural. But when you know something's right, you don't let obstacles stop you. Let's start there. Vanessa leans forward, all predatory interest. The wedding video? Vincent's absence, your dramatic declaration. Walk me through those moments. We tell our practice story, trading off details with the rhythm of people who've shared intimacies. The fundraiser connection, fighting the attraction, the moment we couldn't resist anymore. Simone adds touches I hadn't expected. How I always noticed when she was upset at events, the way I'd subtly position myself between her and aggressive donors. Small truths that make the lies feel real. And the pregnancy? Vanessa asks with studied casualness. The timing is quite convenient. The pregnancy is a blessing, Simone says firmly, her hand moving to her stomach in that protective gesture. Unexpected, but wonderful. We actually just came from our first prenatal appointment, I add, pulling out one of the ultrasound photos. Would you like to see? It's a calculated move. Nothing derails hard questions like baby pictures. But as Vanessa coos over the grainy image, I catch Simone looking at me with something like surprise and gratitude. You both seem remarkably calm for people whose lives just exploded, Vanessa observes. No regrets? No second thoughts? How can you regret finding your person? I ask honestly. Yes, the circumstances were complicated. Yes, we hurt people in the process. But at the end of the day, Simone and I are exactly where we're supposed to be. That's beautiful, Vanessa says, but her eyes remain calculating. Simone, how do you respond to those who say you traded one brother for a more powerful model? I feel Simone tense beside me, but her voice remains steady. I say they didn't know my relationship with Vincent. It was arranged, transactional, empty. What Blake and I have. She looks at me, and something in her expression makes my chest tight. It's the difference between performing a role and living a truth. Even if that truth started with deception. Love makes people do complicated things, Simone replies. We're not proud of how it started, but we're not ashamed of where we are now. The interview continues for another hour, Vanessa probing for cracks in our facade. But we found our rhythm now, building off each other's answers, filling in gaps with instinct rather than script. When she asks about our future plans, I mention the Martha's Vineyard house. When she pushes about family reactions, Simone takes my hand and says we're building our own family traditions. By the time Vanessa packs up her equipment, I almost believe we're the couple we've pretended to be. "One last question," she says at the door. "Off the record. Do you really love each other, or is this the best orchestrated political save in DC history?" Simone and I exchange a look that contains multitudes. Then she smiles, the real one that crinkles her eyes. "Can it be both?" she asks, and Vanessa laughs all the way to the elevator. The moment the door closes, Simone sags against it. That was exhausting. "You were brilliant." I move closer, drawn by the same magnetism that's been pulling me all day. The part about performing versus truth. Inspired. It wasn't a line. She raises her eyes, vulnerability cracking through. With Vincent, I always felt like I was playing a part. With you. What? I bracket her against the door, not touching, but close enough to feel her warmth. What do you feel with me? Like maybe I could be real. The admission seems to surprise her. Even when we're pretending, you make me feel like myself. How is that possible? Because I see you. I risk bringing one hand up to cup her face, thumb brushing over her cheekbone. Not the society princess or the perfect fiancé or any other role. Just you. That's dangerous, she whispers. But she's leaning into my touch. Probably, I agree. But I'm starting to think safe is overrated. She kisses me again. This time it's not quick or accidental. It's deliberate, searching, a question and answer all at once. I respond like a drowning man finding air, one hand tangling in her hair while the other pulls her closer. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. "We're getting too good at this," she says, echoing my earlier thought. I almost believed us myself. Maybe that's because it's worth believing, I suggest, pressing my forehead to hers. She pulls away, but gently. I should go to bed. It's been a long day, and the baby book says exhaustion peaks around week 7. Page 94 of Your Pregnancy Week by Week. I confirm, earning an eye roll. Good night, Blake. She moves toward the guest room, pausing at the hallway. Thank you for today. For being there at the appointment. For caring about paint colors and vitamins and heartbeats. For making this feel real, I supply when she trails off. Normal, she corrects. For making this feel normal when nothing about our situation is. She disappears, denying me a response while I'm left alone with the lingering scent of her perfume and the phantom pressure of her lips on mine. I sink onto the sofa, head in my hands, trying to reconcile the plan with reality. But sitting in that waiting room, holding her hand while our baby's heartbeat filled the air, kissing her because she couldn't help herself, none of that felt like pretending. I pull out the ultrasound photo, studying the tiny blob that's already reorganizing my entire world. What are we doing, little one? I ask the image. And how do I convince your mother that what we're building is worth keeping? No answers come, but I tuck the photo into my wallet anyway. Tomorrow we leave for Martha's Vineyard, a honeymoon that isn't, for a marriage that might be. God help me, I can't wait.
Chapter 7. Simone. Blake's Martha's Vineyard house isn't a house at all. It's a glass and cedar love letter to the ocean, and I'm standing in the driveway having a hormone-induced breakdown about architectural poetry. Are you crying? Blake appears at my side, concern evident in every line of his body. He's been hovering since we left D.C. this morning, watching me like I might shatter or spontaneously combust. The private jet ride was an exercise in him, pretending to work while stealing glances every 30 seconds. No, I lie, wiping at my eyes with the sleeve of my cashmere cardigan. It's just, look at it. The house sprawls across the bluff like it grew from the landscape itself. Walls of glass reflect the afternoon sun. cedar siding weathered to silver gray, and a wraparound deck that seems to float above the dunes. Beyond it, the Atlantic stretches endlessly, October blue meeting October sky, in a horizon that makes my chest tight with something I can't name. It's excessive, I know. He shifts beside me, and I realize he's nervous. Blake Douglas, who faced down his family without flinching, is nervous about showing me his beach house. We can stay somewhere else if you prefer. There's a hotel in Edgartown. Blake. I turn to face him, taking in the wind-tousled hair and the way his white button-down pulls across his shoulders. It's perfect. That's why I'm crying. Your house is so beautiful it made me emotional, which I'm blaming entirely on pregnancy hormones. Relief washes over his features, followed by that crooked smile that's becoming dangerously familiar. Wait until you see the kitchen. I might have gone overboard during the last renovation. He grabs our bags from the car, insisting on carrying mine despite my protests, and leads me up the wooden steps to the front door. The sound of the ocean grows louder, waves creating a rhythm that immediately makes my shoulders drop from their semi-permanent position near my ears. I haven't been here since August, he says, fumbling with the keys like a teenager bringing a date home. I had the caretaker air it out and stock the basics. But if you need anything, Blake, I touch his arm, stilling his rambling. Stop managing me for 5 seconds and open the door. He does, and my lungs cease functioning. The interior is all soaring ceilings and clean lines, modern comfort mixed with coastal charm. The living room flows seamlessly into a chef's kitchen that would make my mother weep with envy. But it's the view that stops me cold, floor-to-ceiling windows, framing the ocean like living art. Oh, I whisper, moving toward the glass like a magnet pulls me. How do you ever leave? Work, responsibility, the crushing weight of constituent expectations. He sets our bags down, coming to stand beside me, but mostly because being here alone started to feel lonely, I supply when he trails off. Empty, he corrects, like the house was waiting for something, or someone. The weight of his words settles between us, and I desperately need to lighten the moment and preventing myself from foolishly crying again, or kissing him again, or telling him his house feels like home in a way my apartment never has. So the tour? I turn away from the window, and the man beside me who keeps saying things that rearrange my carefully constructed walls. You mentioned an excessive kitchen? Right. Yes. Tour. He shakes off whatever spell the ocean cast and moves into host mode. Kitchen first, obviously. He's not wrong about the excess. Viking range, sub-zero everything, a wine fridge that could supply a small restaurant, and enough counter space to prep a state dinner. The marble island alone is bigger than my apartment's entire kitchen. I got carried away, he admits, running a hand through his hair, and that gesture I'm learning means he's self-conscious. The contractor kept suggesting upgrades, and I kept saying yes. Do you even cook? I trail my fingers along the marble, imagining meals prepared here, family gatherings, holiday mornings with children underfoot. I told you I make excellent grilled cheese. He opens the refrigerator, revealing it fully stocked with everything from fresh vegetables to 3 types of cheese. But yes, I cook. It's meditative. Plus, grandmother insisted all her grandchildren know how to feed themselves. She said relying on others for basic needs was a form of weakness. Smart woman. I peer into the fridge, noting he's stocked all my recent pregnancy cravings: ginger ale, fresh fruit, those specific crackers that actually help with nausea. When did you tell the caretaker what to buy? I may have sent a detailed list. He's studying the wine fridge with suspicious intensity. With annotations. Of course you did. A laugh bubbles up despite myself. Did you include citations, APA or MLA format? Chicago style, actually. I'm not a heathen. He turns back to me with that boyish grin that transforms his whole face. Come on, let me show you the rest. The tour continues through a dining room with a table for 12. Optimistic, I tease, and he shrugs. A library that makes my book-loving heart sing, and a media room that feels cozy despite its size. Each room flows into the next, designed for both grand entertaining and intimate comfort. Guest rooms are this way, he says, leading me down a hallway lined with black and white photography. I pause at one. A young boy building sandcastles, his face scrunched in concentration. Is that you? Summer I turned 7. He stops beside me, studying his younger self. That was the first year I came here without Vincent. My parents thought separate vacations would make us develop individual personalities. Did it work? I discovered I liked myself better without him around. The admission comes quiet, heavy with years of complicated brotherhood. Here, I could just be Blake, not Vincent's younger brother, or the spare heir, or any other role. Just a kid who liked books and building things. I study the photo again, seeing the seeds of the man beside me in that serious little face. You still come here to be yourself? I try. He moves down the hall, opening a door to reveal a guest room that would make a 5-star hotel jealous. This is you. Private bath, ocean view, and... He stops mid-sentence, staring at the perfectly made king bed. That's not right. What? I asked them to prepare the guest room. This is... He runs a hand over his face, and I realize what he's not saying. This isn't the guest room. This is the master bedroom. His bedroom. It's fine, I say quickly, even as my skin heats at the implications. I'll take the guest room. You can use this. Absolutely not. He's already grabbing my bag. You're pregnant. You get the good bed. I'll take the guest room. Blake, this is your house, your bedroom. I'm not kicking you out of... Yes, you are. He's using his senator voice, the one that probably makes congressional committees quake. Non-negotiable. I follow him back down the hall, arguing the whole way, but he's already placing my bag in the master and heading for the guest room with his. The stubborn set of his shoulders tells me I've lost this battle. Fine, I concede, pausing in the doorway of what's clearly his personal space. But I'm cooking dinner as payment. You don't have to. Non-negotiable. I throw his words back at him, earning an eye roll. Fine, but I'm helping. He checks his watch, a vintage Omega that catches the late afternoon light. Give me 20 minutes to make some calls, then we'll raid the kitchen. Deal. He disappears into the guest room, already pulling out his phone, and I wander back to the master. The space is undeniably his. Navy and gray linens, a leather chair positioned to catch the sunrise, architecture books stacked on the nightstand. The bathroom is a marble temple to luxury, with a soaking tub that overlooks the ocean, and a shower that could fit a small dinner party. I unpack slowly, hanging my clothes in a closet that smells faintly of cedar and his cologne. The intimacy of being in his space, touching his things, sleeping in his bed, it's almost overwhelming. I sink onto the edge of the mattress, hand automatically going to my stomach. We're playing house, I whisper to the tiny life inside me. But it's starting to feel very real. What do we do about that? No answer comes, obviously, but I feel marginally better for voicing the worry. I change into more comfortable clothes, soft leggings and an oversized sweater that might have been Blake's, grabbed from the penthouse laundry by mistake, and make my way back to the kitchen. Blake's already there, sleeves rolled up, and vegetables arranged on the counter like soldiers awaiting orders. He's traded his dress shirt for a Henley that clings in dangerous ways, and his feet are bare on the hardwood. Reporting for sous chef duty, he says, brandishing a knife with surprising competence. What are we making? What do you have? I start exploring cabinets, finding them organized with military precision. And please tell me you have pasta. This baby is demanding carbs. Cabinet to your left, second shelf. He starts washing vegetables while I investigate. There should be several options. I may have gone overboard at the grocery order. Understatement. There's enough pasta to feed an Italian village, along with every possible sauce ingredient I could want. I pull out linguine and the makings for arrabbiata, my comfort food of choice. Spicy? He raises an eyebrow when he sees me reaching for red pepper flakes. I thought pregnancy made things taste different. It makes some things taste like cardboard and other things taste like heaven. I start heating olive oil, the familiar ritual of cooking soothing nerves I didn't realize were frayed. Right now, spice is in the heaven category. Ask me again next week and I'll probably cry at the thought of pepper. Noted. He brings the chopped vegetables over, standing close enough that I can feel his warmth. What next, chef? Garlic first, then onions. I walk him through the steps, surprised at how naturally we move around each other. He anticipates what I need, handing me ingredients before I ask. I automatically adjust my movements to accommodate his presence, like we've done this dance before. You're good at this, I observe, watching him julienne carrots with professional precision. Where'd you learn knife skills like that? Summers here with grandmother. He adds the vegetables to the pan, the sizzle and scent making my mouth water. She believed idle hands were the devil's playground, so she put us to work. Vincent got boat maintenance. I got kitchen duty. Lucky you. I thought so. He reaches around me for the wooden spoon, his chest brushing my back. Vincent complained the entire summer, said cooking was beneath a Douglas man, but I loved it. The precision, the chemistry, the immediate satisfaction of creating something people enjoyed. Why do I get the feeling there's a metaphor in there about your political careers? His laugh rumbles through his chest. Vincent wants power for power's sake. I want to create something useful. Probably says something deeply psychological about our childhood. Or it just says, you're the better man. My mouth moves faster than my judgment, and I feel him still behind me. Simone, the pasta? I escape to the stove, grateful for the distraction of boiling water. Can you grab the colander? We finish cooking in comfortable synchronization, plating the pasta and adding fresh basil from the herb garden, visible through the window. Blake produces a sparkling cider for me and a beer for himself, and we carry everything out to the deck. The sun is starting its descent toward the ocean, painting everything in shades of gold and rose. The air carries salt and the last warmth of Indian summer, and I can't remember the last time I felt this peaceful. This is incredible, Blake says after his first bite, and the surprise in his voice makes me laugh. You sound shocked. Did you think I couldn't cook? I thought you'd have people for that. He takes another bite, closing his eyes in apparent bliss. This is restaurant quality? Dance companies don't pay enough for people. I twirl my fork in the linguine, watching him enjoy the meal with unexpected satisfaction. I learned to cook out of self-defense. Touring meant a lot of hotel rooms and unfamiliar kitchens, but if you can make a decent meal anywhere, you're never really homesick. Is that what you were? Homesick? I consider the question, listening to the waves below. I was untethered. Ballet gave me structure, purpose, a clear path forward. When that ended, I floated for a while. Came back to D.C. because it was expected, but it never felt like home. And now? Now I'm pregnant with a surprise baby, married to a man I'm just starting to know, and sitting on a deck in Martha's vineyard eating pasta. I meet his eyes, finding genuine interest there. I honestly don't know what home means anymore. Maybe that's not a bad thing, he suggests. Maybe home isn't a place you return to, but something you create. Fortune cookie wisdom from Senator Douglas? Grandmother wisdom, actually. He grins, stealing a piece of garlic bread from my plate. She used to say home was wherever you were brave enough to be yourself. Wise woman. The wisest. He settles back in his chair, beer dangling from his fingers, looking more relaxed than I've ever seen him. She like you, you know. Really like you, not the political nicety version. Because I can cook? Because you're real. His gaze holds mine, intense even in the fading light. Do you know how rare that is in my world? Someone who says what they mean, who doesn't calculate every word for maximum political impact? I calculate plenty, I protest. I spent 30 minutes choosing this outfit. Because you wanted to be comfortable, not because you were worried about photos or perception. He leans forward, elbows on the table. You chose leggings and my sweater because... He stops, eyes widening. Is that my sweater? Heat floods my cheeks. I grabbed it by mistake from the laundry. I can change. Don't. The word comes out rough. It looks... You should keep it. It looks good on you. The air between us charges with possibility, and I desperately need to move before my judgment fails, and I climb into his lap and explore exactly how good we could look together. Beach walk. I stand abruptly, gathering plates. You promised to show me the private beach. Leave those. He's on his feet too, reaching for my hand with an ease that shouldn't feel so natural. The dishes can wait. The sunset won't. He leads me down wooden steps carved into the bluff, our fingers intertwined like this is something we do. The beach stretches empty in both directions, pristine sand marked only by seabirds and waves. No neighbors for a mile on either side, he explains as I slip off my sandals, sighing at the feel of sand between my toes. The previous owner was a recluse who bought up all the adjacent properties. I just maintained the tradition. Must be nice, having this all to yourself. It's better shared. He rolls up his pants legs, revealing surprisingly tan calves. Vincent never understood the appeal. He prefers the Hamptons, more scene, more people to impress. But not you. I come here to disappear. He leads me toward the waterline where waves lap gently at the shore. No committees, no constituents, no cameras, just quiet. Sounds lonely, I echo my earlier observation. Sometimes. He squeezes my hand, a silent acknowledgement. But mostly peaceful. There's a difference. We walk in comfortable silence, the rhythm of the waves matching our steps. The sun sinks lower, painting the sky in impossible colors. Orange and pink and purple bleeding into each other like watercolors. I stop suddenly, struck by the beauty of it all. What? Blake turns back, concern creasing his features. Are you okay? Do you need to rest? I'm perfect, I said, more honest than intended. This is just... I haven't been to the ocean since before, since dancing. I forgot how it feels. How does it feel? Like possibility. I close my eyes, breathing in salt air and freedom. Like maybe there's life after the life you planned. When I open them, Blake's watching me with an expression that makes my heart skip. Simone, we should name the baby something ocean-related, I blurt out, needing to deflect whatever he was about to say. Since they were conceived near water, and now we're here, it feels appropriate. Marina, Morgan, Pearl, he accepts the redirect gracefully, resuming our walk. Though Pearl Douglas sounds like a country singer. Or a romance novelist. I swing our joined hands, surprising myself with the playful gesture. Pearl Douglas, author of The Senator's Secret Baby. Terrible title. No one would believe it. He pulls me closer as a larger wave threatens my feet. Too on the nose? Fine. The brother switch scandal. Better, but still missing something. He pretends to consider. How about 9 months to fall in love? The words hang between us, loaded with possibility. 9 months. Well, 7.5 now. Is that what we're doing? Falling in love according to some pregnancy timeline? Blake, look. He points toward the horizon, where the sun touches the water, setting the ocean on fire. Best part of the day. We stand together, watching the sun disappear with our toes in the sand, and hands linked like lovers instead of accidental spouses. When the last sliver vanishes, Blake turns to me with soft eyes. Make a wish, he says. Family tradition, every sunset gets a wish. What do you wish for? Can't tell you or it won't come true. He tugs me back toward the house as the air cools. Come on, pregnant lady, time to get you warm. Back at the house, he insists on doing the dishes, while I curl up on the couch with peppermint tea and one of his architecture books. The domesticity of it, him humming in the kitchen, me reading about sustainable design, the ocean providing soundtrack, feels dangerously comfortable. Bedtime story? He appears with his own mug, settling on the opposite end of the couch. That book's a real page-turner. Riveting stuff about solar panels. I close it, studying him over my tea. Can I ask you something? Always. Why did you really volunteer to marry me? And don't say family honor or protecting me. I want the real reason. Don't give me the reason last time. I don't believe it. He's wordless until I assume he won't answer. Then, because I've been watching you disappear for 3 months. Every time Vincent dismissed you, every time you made yourself smaller to fit his expectations, every time you smiled when you wanted to scream, I watched it all. And when I saw my chance to stop it, I took it. That's not an answer, isn't it? What do you want to hear? I told you my honest answer already. He sets down his mug, turning to face me fully. I've wanted you since before my brother even knew you. Watched you be brilliant and vibrant, and then watched that light dim week by week. So when fate or chaos or whatever you want to call it gave me an opening, I jumped. Sue me for being selfish. Selfish? I stare at him, this man who upended his life for me. You call that selfish? What else would you call taking advantage of a crisis to get what I want? Brave, I say without thinking. I'd call it brave. His breath catches, and suddenly the space between us feels charged with possibility. I should go to bed, put distance between us before this gentle intimacy transforms into something neither of us is ready for. Simone, I should sleep. I stand quickly, nearly spilling my tea. Long day, early morning, pregnancy exhaustion, all that. Of course. He rises too, ever the gentleman. If you need anything, I'll be fine. I'm already backing toward the hallway, needing distance from his warmth and honesty. Good night, Blake. Good night. He watches me go with eyes that promise this conversation isn't over. Sweet dreams. I escape to the master bedroom, his bedroom, and close the door with trembling hands. His scent is everywhere here, wrapping around me like an embrace. I change into pajamas and slide between sheets that probably cost more than my rent, trying not to think about him lying in the guest bed, trying not to wish he was here instead. Through the windows, the ocean continues its eternal rhythm. I place a hand on my stomach, feeling the tiny flutter that might be movement or might be imagination. Your daddy's a good man, I whisper to the life growing inside me. Complicated and surprising, and maybe a little too perfect, but good. We lucked out there, little one. As I drift towards sleep, I think about Blake's sunset wish tradition. I made my own wish as the sun disappeared, one I'll never admit out loud. I wish for this to be real. All of it. The marriage, the partnership, the way he regards me as if I'm something precious. Dangerous wishes for a dangerous situation. But as sleep claims me in sheets that smell like cedar and sea salt and him, I can't bring myself to take it back. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 8. Blake. Simone emerges from the house in a white bikini and oversized sunglasses, and I forget every sailing term I've known since I was 12. The morning sun backlights her approach to the deck where I'm nursing my second cup of coffee, trying to look like I haven't been awake since dawn planning the perfect day. She's wrapped one of my button-downs around herself like a cover-up, the pale blue fabric hitting mid-thigh and leaving miles of toned legs on display. Her hair is pulled into a messy bun that somehow looks both effortless and elegant. And when she reaches for the coffee pot, the shirt gaps enough to reveal the curve of her waist. "Morning," she says, voice still husky with sleep. "How long have you been up?" "Not long." The lie comes easily, better than admitting I've been watching the sunrise and overthinking every possible activity that might make her smile. "Sleep well?" "Like the dead?" She pours herself herbal tea. I bought 4 different kinds yesterday, wanting options, and settles into the chair beside me. "Your bed is ridiculously comfortable. I may never leave." The image of her sprawled across my sheets, making herself at home in my space, does things to my equilibrium I'm not prepared to examine. I'm glad. The guest bed is basically a medieval torture device, so I appreciate your sacrifice. "Liar." She grins behind her mug. "I checked when I was snooping yesterday. Your guest bed is nicer than most people's primary mattress." "You were snooping?" "Mildly exploring." She stretches her legs out, toes pointing in that unconscious dancer way. "You have excellent taste in architecture books, but terrible taste in fiction." "Tom Clancy, really?" "Gift from my father. He thinks reading about military operations makes me more masculine." I watch her nose wrinkle at the idea. "I prefer the romance novels hidden behind the political biographies." "I didn't find those," she admits with a pout that shouldn't be adorable, but absolutely is. "Third shelf, behind the McCain memoir." I lean back, enjoying the play of emotions across her face. "So, what would you like to do today?" "There's a gallery opening in Edgartown, or we could explore the shops in Oak Bluffs, or we could do something you actually enjoy instead of playing tourist." She turns those hazel eyes on me, seeing too much as always. "What do you normally do when you're here?" "Sail." The admission comes without thought. "I keep a 30-foot sloop at the yacht club. Nothing fancy, but she handles beautifully in the Sound." "I've never been sailing." She says it casually, but I catch the flicker of uncertainty. "Is it hard?" "Not with the right teacher." I set down my mug, already warming to the idea. "Want to learn? Won't I just be in the way?" Vincent always said. She cuts herself off, but the harm is irreversible. My brother's shadow falls across the morning like a cloud. "What did Vincent say?" I keep my voice carefully neutral, though my hands clench around the chair arms. That I was too clumsy for anything athletic that wasn't dance. She fidgets with her mug, not meeting my eyes. "He took me to Topgolf once and spent the entire time correcting my form and sighing when I missed. Said I had the hand-eye coordination of a sedated sloth. Vincent's a jerk." The words come out sharper than intended. And he's wrong. Dance requires incredible coordination and spatial awareness. Sailing will be easy for you. "Blake, get changed." I stand. Decision made. Swimsuit, shorts, something warm for later when the wind picks up. I'll pack lunch. "You don't have to." "Simone." I move to her chair, crouching so we're eye level. "I want to share this with you. No pressure, no judgment, just a day on the water. Trust me?" She searches my face, contemplating thoughtfully, then nods. "Okay, but if I capsize your boat, you can't divorce me for maritime incompetence." "Deal." I resist the urge to kiss her forehead, settling for squeezing her hand instead. "Though capsizing takes real talent. I have faith in your abilities." She disappears inside, and I spring into action. The yacht club is 20 minutes away, giving me time to pack the perfect sailing picnic. Sandwiches that won't get soggy, fruit that won't bruise, plenty of water and ginger ale for her still temperamental stomach. I add sunscreen, extra towels, and a first aid kit because I'm nothing if not prepared. When Simone returns, she's traded my shirt for a gauzy cover-up that does nothing to hide the bikini beneath. She's added shorts that hug her curves and a Nationals baseball cap that makes her look impossibly young. "Wrong team," I observe, indicating the hat. "We're in Red Sox territory." "Found it in the mudroom." She adjusts the brim, grinning. Besides, I like to live dangerously. Clearly, considering you married me. I grab the cooler and beach bag, leading her to the car. The yacht club's not far. We'll ease into it, I promise. The drive passes quickly, Simone peppering me with questions about sailing terminology. She absorbs information like a sponge, already grasping the difference between port and starboard, bow and stern. When we finally arrive at the club, she's memorized basic wind directions and sail positions. You weren't kidding about being a quick study, I observe, parking near the docks. I'm good at memorizing. She slides out of the car, shading her eyes against the morning sun. Had to learn entire ballets sometimes with only days' notice. Sailing terms are easier than remembering 64 feuds in sequence. The yacht club is quiet this early in the season. Most of the summer crowd gone back to Boston or New York. A few year-rounders wave as we pass, and I introduce Simone simply as my wife, watching her subtle flinch each time. My sloop, Second Chance, bobs gently at her slip. She's not the biggest boat in the harbor, but she's mine, purchased with my first year's Senate salary and maintained with obsessive care. She's beautiful, Simone says, and the genuine appreciation in her voice warms me. Why Second Chance? Bought her after my first election. I step aboard, turning to help her across. Felt like I was getting a second chance at building the life I wanted, not the one expected of me. And did you? Build that life? She accepts my hand, stepping carefully onto the deck. The boat rocks gently, and she grips my arms for balance. Still working on it. I steady her, hyper-aware of her warmth, the way her fingers press into my biceps. But getting closer every day. Something passes between us, electric and undeniable, before she steps back. So, Captain, where do we start? I walk her through the basics. How to move safely on deck, where to hold on, what each line does. She listens intently, asking clarifying questions that show she's actually processing, not just nodding along. The main sheet controls the mainsail, I explain, guiding her hands to the proper line. When we're sailing, you'll help me trim it based on wind direction. Trim. She practices holding the rope. Line, I correct gently. Her grip tentative but willing. Adjust the sail angle. Here, feel this. I move behind her, covering her hands with mine to demonstrate the proper tension. Too loose and we lose power. Too tight and we can't maneuver. Like ballet, she murmurs, leaning back slightly into my chest. Too rigid and you can't flow. Too relaxed and you lose form. Exactly like ballet. I force myself to step away, stopping my impulse to bury my face in her hair. Ready to cast off? We motor out of the harbor, Simone perched beside me at the helm, watching everything with those sharp eyes. Once we were in open water, I cut the engine and raised the mainsail, talking her through each step. Now comes the fun part. I return to the helm, gesturing for her to join me. Want to steer? Absolutely not. But she's smiling, already moving into position. What do I do? Feel the wind first. I position her hands on the wheel, standing close enough to catch her if needed. Where's it coming from? She closes her eyes, face tilting up, and I'm struck by how beautiful she is like this, unguarded, learning, trusting me to guide her. Left? No, port. From port. Good. Now we're going to fall off slightly, turn away from the wind, to catch it better. I guide her hands, helping her feel the boat's response. Feel how she wants to heel? That's normal. She's designed for it. The boat leans into the wind, picking up speed, and Simone gasps. Oh, we're really moving now. This is nothing. Wait until we get into the sound. I watch her face transform with delight as she gets the feel for it. You're a natural. I have a good teacher. She glances back at me, sunglasses reflecting the endless blue around us. Patient, encouraging, Nothing like... If you compare me to Vincent one more time, I'm teaching you to tie a bowline with your teeth. The threat comes out playful, but there's real frustration beneath it. He's not here. He doesn't get to be part of this. You're right. She focuses on the horizon, adjusting our course with growing confidence. It's just... You're very different. In good ways. Sometimes it surprises me. How so? Vincent would have taken the wheel back by now, told me I was doing it wrong, that I should watch him do it properly first. Her knuckles are white on the wheel. He liked me best when I was decorative and quiet. His loss. I reach around her to ease the main sheet as wind shifts. Though I have to admit, you're definitely decorative. The competent sailing is just a bonus. She laughs, tension easing from her shoulders. Smooth, Senator. Do lines like that work on all the nautical ladies? You're my first sailing student. The admission slips out from my mouth. I've never brought anyone else out here. Blake. She turns to look at me fully, the boat immediately responding to her shifted attention. Eyes forward, Captain. I gently redirect her focus. We're coming up on some chop. We sail for another hour, Simone growing more confident with each maneuver. She picks up the rhythm of reading wind and water, anticipating what the boat needs. When we reach the quiet cove I had in mind for lunch, she helps drop anchor without being asked. That was incredible. She's glowing with accomplishment and windburn, hair escaping her bun in wild curls. Can we do it again after lunch? We can do it whenever you want. I secure the sails, trying not to read too much into her enthusiasm. Hungry? Starving. She helps me set up lunch in the cockpit, the boat rocking gently at anchor. Being pregnant is weird. I'm either nauseous or ravenous, no in between. The books say that's normal for week 8. I pass her a sandwich, noting with satisfaction that she immediately takes a huge bite. Though every pregnancy is different. You and your books. But she's smiling around her food. What else do they say about week 8? The baby's the size of a raspberry now. Fingers and toes are forming, and their little heart is beating about 150 times per minute. I pull out water bottles, watching her hand drift to her stomach. They're starting to move too, though you won't feel it for a few more weeks. A raspberry. She looks down with wonder. Our little raspberry. The hour hits me square in the chest. She's been careful about pronouns, usually saying the baby or my baby. This is the first time she's included me so naturally. Want to swim? I ask to distract from the emotion clogging my throat. Water's still warm enough, and this cove is protected. God, yes. She's already stripping off her cover-up and shorts. I haven't been swimming in ages. I dive in first, the cold shock clearing my head. Simone follows more carefully, using the ladder and gasping at the temperature. You said warm. I said warm enough. Different thing entirely. I tread water near her, ready to help if needed, but she pushes off from the boat with confident strokes. She swims like she dances, all grace and controlled power. I watch her cut through the water, remembering that she was probably a natural athlete before ballet consumed her life. When she flips onto her back to float, I swim closer. This is perfect, she sighs, eyes closed against the sun. Thank you for today. Thank you for trusting me. I float beside her, close enough to catch her if needed, but not touching. I know it's not easy for you. What makes you say that? You triple-check everything. Look for exits when we enter rooms. Tense when people get too close. I keep my voice gentle, non-judgmental. You're always waiting for the other shoe to drop. She's mute to the point I believe I've overstepped. Then, my brother died when I was 16. Car accident on the way to my recital. He was bringing me flowers, Pink roses because he knew I hated red. Simone. After that, I learned not to trust good things. They get taken away. She opens her eyes, looking at the sky instead of me. Then my career ended with one bad landing. Vincent turned out to be exactly who I feared he was. So yeah, I wait for shoes to drop. They always do. Not always, I say quietly. Sometimes good things are just good things. Are you a good thing, Blake Douglas? She turns her head to look at me, water droplets clinging to her eyelashes like diamonds. I'm trying to be. The honesty feels raw between us. For you. For our baby. For myself too, I think. She regards me with careful scrutiny, then pushes off into a backstroke toward the boat. Race you back. Loser makes dinner. I let her win partly because she's pregnant and partly because I want to watch her cook in my kitchen again. She knows I let her win. The triumph in her eyes is too knowing, but she doesn't call me on it. Back on the boat, we dry off and lounge in the sun, talking about everything and nothing. She tells me about touring with the ballet, the cities that blurred together, the stages that felt like home. I share stories about campaign trails and constituent meetings, the absurdity of political life. Do you ever regret it? She asks, face turned toward the sun. Going into politics? Sometimes. When I'm sitting through hour 6 of a filibuster about naming a post office. I pass her the sunscreen without being asked, noting the pink across her shoulders. But mostly no. I can help people. Make real change, that matters to me. Vincent said you were too idealistic, that politics would eat you alive. She applies sunscreen with careful precision, and I absolutely do not watch the way her hands move over her skin. Vincent says a lot of things. I force my gaze to the horizon. Most of them are wrong. This one might be right, though. She caps the bottle, turning those two knowing eyes on me. You're not cut out for the cruel parts. The backstabbing and manipulation and ethical compromises. Maybe that's why I need someone like you. The words slip out recklessly. To keep me honest, grounded, human. Is that what I am? Your humanity check? Among other things. I start raising the anchor, needing activity to channel the energy building between us. Ready to head back? The sail home is quieter, both of us lost in thought. Simone takes the helm again without prompting, handling the boat with newfound confidence. When the yacht club comes into view, she sighs. I don't want this to end. It doesn't have to. I guide her through the approach to our slip. We have 5 more days here. We can sail everyone if you want. You'd get sick of teaching me. Impossible. I hop onto the dock to secure the lines, then help her off. Though I might make you learn some knots. Your cleat hitch needs work. Perfectionist, she accuses, but she's smiling. Fine. But I'm teaching you proper port-de-bras in exchange. Deal. We clean and secure the boat together, working in easy synchronization. By the time we're driving back to the house, the sun is starting its descent toward the horizon. Shower and then dinner? I suggest as we pull into the driveway. I believe you owe me a meal. Cheater. But she's already planning. I can see it in the way her fingers tap against her thigh. Do you have pasta? This baby wants carbs again. Whatever you need. It comes out more intense than intended, and she glances at me sharply. But whatever she sees in my face makes her expression soften. Careful, Blake, she says quietly as we enter the house. You're being too perfect again. It makes me nervous. Why? Because perfect things don't last. She heads toward the master bedroom, pausing at the doorway, and I'm starting to want this to last. She disappears without waiting for my answer, leaving me standing in my own living room like a statue. She wants this to last. This. Us. Our strange domestic dance. The quiet intimacy we're building day by day. I shower in the guest bathroom, letting cold water shock some sense back into my system. She's right to be cautious. I'm moving too fast, pushing too hard, wanting too much. But when I emerge to find her in my kitchen again, hair damp and wearing another of my shirts, humming while she chops vegetables, I can't bring myself to pull back. "What can I do?" I ask, moving beside her at the counter. "Wine for you, sparkling cider for me, and maybe start the water for pasta?" She hip-checks me gently as she reaches for tomatoes. "Then tell me more about baby development. I like your version better than the app's." So I do, pouring drinks and sharing facts while she creates magic with simple ingredients. I tell her about neural pathways forming, about how our baby can already respond to touch. She asks questions, real ones that show she's thinking beyond the immediate crisis to the actual child we're creating. "You're going to be a good father," she says suddenly, stirring sauce with focused attention. The kind who reads bedtime stories with voices and teaches them to sail and never makes them feel like they're not enough. "Simone, I mean it." She faces me, wooden spoon still in hand. "Whatever happens with us, however this arrangement plays out, that baby is lucky to have you. They're lucky to have you too." I risk stepping closer, drawn by the vulnerability in her eyes. Smart and strong and brave enough to trust someone who hasn't earned it yet. "Haven't you?" She searches my face like she's looking for lies and finding none. "You've been earning it since you stood up at that altar, since you faced down your family, since you taught me to sail without making me feel stupid or clumsy or less than. That's just basic decency." "No." She presses her free hand to my chest, right over my racing heart. "It's not. Not in my experience. You're genuinely good, Blake Douglas. It terrifies me." "Why?" "Because I could fall in love with you. The admission hangs between us like a held breath. And that wasn't part of the plan." I cover her hand with mine, feeling my heartbeat against our joined palms. Maybe the plan needs revising. Maybe. She pulls away gently, returning to her sauce. "But not tonight. Tonight, we're just two people sharing dinner and pretending this is simple." "Okay," I agree, though everything in me wants to push, to make her see that this could be simple if we let it. Just dinner. But as we eat on the deck again, talking and laughing as the stars come out, I know we're both lying. Nothing about this is simple. Not the way she smiles when I refill her water before she asks. Not the way I watch her lips when she talks. Not the way we both linger after dinner, reluctant to retreat to separate rooms. "Same time tomorrow?" she asks finally, standing to clear plates. "For sailing?" "Absolutely." I help her clean up, our movements choreographed by growing familiarity. Weather's supposed to be perfect. "Good." She pauses at the hallway again, silhouetted in the warm light. "Good night, Blake. Thank you for today, for all of it." "Thank you for trusting me," I reply, meaning it bone deep. "Sleep well." She disappears, and I'm left with dishes and dreams and the echo of her admission. She could fall in love with me. The possibility is terrifying and exhilarating, and everything I've wanted since she walked down that aisle in a dress made for my brother. I finish cleaning, then pour myself a scotch and take it out to the deck. The ocean whispers secrets in the darkness, and I lift my glass to the stars. To revised plans, I toast quietly, and the courage to pursue them. Tomorrow I'll teach her more about sailing. She'll teach me about ballet. We'll continue this careful dance around the truth of what's building between us. But tonight, I allow myself to hope that when she does fall, I'll be there to catch her.
Chapter 9. Simone. My mother's face on FaceTime looks like she's aged 5 years and 5 days, and my father keeps glancing off screen like they're being held hostage by someone with a PowerPoint presentation. "Sweetheart, you look wonderful." My mother's voice is pitched too high, her smile too bright. The early rays piercing through Blake's kitchen windows does nothing to soften the stress lines around her eyes. The ocean air must agree with you. Mom, what's wrong? I grip my phone tighter, herbal tea forgotten on the counter. And don't say nothing. Dad's doing that thing with his jaw. What thing? My father leans into frame, attempting casual and failing spectacularly. I'm not doing anything. The grinding thing you do when the quarterly reports are bad. I study them both, noting the formal clothing at 7 in the morning. The way they're sitting in his office instead of the breakfast nook. Is it the company? Did something happen with the Singapore deal? Everything's under control, my mother says, which is code for everything is definitely not under control. We just wanted to check on you. How's the baby? How's Blake? We're fine, but good. That's all that matters. My father's false cheer makes my stomach clench. You just focus on resting and enjoying your honeymoon. Let Blake take care of you. Daddy, please, just tell me what's... Harrison, the lawyers are here, someone says off screen, and my blood runs cold. Lawyers at 7 a.m. is never good news. We have to go, baby girl. My father's mask slips for just a moment, revealing exhaustion and something that looks like fear. Just be happy, okay? Enjoy yourself. Don't worry about us. How can I not worry when you're obviously... We love you so much, my mother interrupts, her voice thick with unshed tears. You and the baby both. Remember that, sweetheart. No matter what happens, we love you. The call ends, giving me no chance to react as I remain staring at a black screen, while anxiety crawls up my throat like acid. Tremors overtake my fingers as I set the phone down, mind racing through possibilities. The company's been struggling, yes, but lawyers this early means something catastrophic. Bankruptcy, hostile takeover, SEC investigation. Morning. Blake's voice makes me jump. He's standing in the doorway, hair still damp from his morning swim, wearing low-slung board shorts and nothing else. Water droplets cling to his chest, tracing paths I absolutely should not be following with my eyes. You're up early? My parents called. I turn back to the window, wrapping my arms around myself. Something's wrong. Really wrong. They had lawyers there at 7 in the morning, and my mother looked like she'd been crying, and they kept telling me not to worry, which obviously means I should worry. Hey, he's beside me suddenly, solid and warm and smelling like ocean. What did they say exactly? Nothing. That's the problem. I lean into him without thinking, desperate for stability. They just kept saying everything's fine. Focus on being happy. Don't worry about them. Blake, what if we're losing everything? What if the company... Stop. His arms come around me, pulling me against his chest. Spiraling won't help. Whatever's happening, your parents are handling it. They called to check on you, to make sure you're okay. That's what matters to them. But I should be there. I should be helping. You're pregnant and recovering from a media disaster wedding. His hand rubs soothing circles on my back. The last thing they need is you stressed and sick. Trust them to handle their business while you handle ours. Ours? I pull back to look at him, finding nothing but certainty in those blue eyes. Our family, our future, our day that's not going to be ruined by worry. He brushes a curl from my face, the gesture achingly tender. I have plans for us. Island hopping, swimming in hidden coves, eating too much ice cream. But first, breakfast. Blake, I can't just pretend. You can take a day. He's already moving to the stove, pulling out eggs and bread. Whatever's happening in D.C. will still be there tomorrow. Today, you're here with me and our little raspberry. Let that be enough. You're annoyingly logical when you want to be, but I'm already feeling the knot in my chest loosen slightly. He's right. Panicking from hundreds of miles away helps no one. Eat first, adventure after. He starts preparing breakfast with the competence I'm learning is typical Blake. Everything precise, thoughtful, designed to take care of others. The boat's already packed. I thought we'd explore some of the smaller islands, find beaches tourists don't know about. You packed a boat? I accept the plate he hands me, scrambled eggs with cheese, whole grain toast, fresh fruit arranged like it matters how food looks. When? While you were sleeping. He joins me at the breakfast bar with his own plate. I wanted today to be perfect. Seems like you need that now more than ever. Why do you do that? The question slips out through a bite of surprisingly good eggs. Plan perfect days and take care of everything and notice what I need before I say it? Because I want to. He says it simply, like wanting to care for me is as natural as breathing. Is that so hard to believe? From a Douglas man? Yes. I soften the words with a small smile. Vincent once forgot my birthday while we were at my birthday dinner. You memorized my tea preferences after knowing me for 3 days. 4 days, and you're comparing again? He steals a piece of my toast, grinning when I smack his hand. New rule, every time you mention my brother, you have to share a happy memory instead. Balance the scales. Fine. I think while chewing, then brighten. When I was 8, I convinced Terrence to help me build a blanket fort that took over the entire living room. My parents came home to find us serving high tea to my stuffed animals, complete with British accents. Instead of making us clean up, they joined us. My father's British accent was terrible. Better. Blake's smile is soft, understanding. Hold on to that. Your parents who played along with blanket forts are the same ones handling whatever's happening now. They're fighters like their daughter. When did you get so wise? I let him take my empty plate, watching him move around the kitchen with easy efficiency. Senate subcommittees, listening to hours of debate, teaches you that most problems seem smaller after food and perspective. He rinses dishes quickly, then turns back to me with boyish excitement. Ready for an adventure? Do I need anything special? I glance down at my sundress and sandals, practical but hardly adventurous. Swimsuit underneath, sunscreen, sense of wonder. He's already heading for the door. Everything else is on the boat. Come on, Mrs. Douglas. Let's go forget we're responsible adults with complicated lives. The boat he's packed turns out to be a sleek Boston whaler, smaller than yesterday's sailboat, but perfect for island exploring. I can see towels, a cooler, beach bags, and... Are those painting supplies? I stare at the easel and canvas bag tucked carefully beside the cooler. Blake. You mentioned you used to paint. He helps me aboard, steadying me as the boat rocks. Before ballet consumed everything. Thought you might want to try again. I haven't painted in years. I run my fingers over the pristine brushes, emotion thick in my throat. I probably don't even remember how. Like sailing, he says, starting the engine. The hands remember what the mind forgets. If you hate it, we'll use the canvases for kindling. You can't burn perfectly good art supplies. But I'm already imagining colors, the way the ocean might look in oils versus watercolors. Where did you even find these? Vineyard Haven has an art store. I may have gone slightly overboard. He guides us out of the harbor, the morning sun turning the water into scattered diamonds. Fair warning, I know nothing about art, so I asked for one of everything. Of course you did. I secure the supplies carefully, touched beyond words. Your love language is definitely elaborate gestures disguised as casual thoughtfulness. Is it working? He glances back with that crooked smile that's becoming my undoing. Annoyingly well. I move to stand beside him as we clear the harbor. wind whipping my hair into chaos. So where are we going, Captain? That's the beauty of island hopping. We go wherever looks interesting. He points toward a cluster of small islands. Those are the Elizabeth Islands, mostly private, but there are some public beaches barely anyone knows about. We spend the morning like aquatic nomads, stopping at tiny crescents of sand accessible only by boat. Blake anchors in shallow coves where the water is so clear I can see bottom, and we swim in the kind of pristine ocean that makes you believe in magic. This is insane, I gasp, floating on my back in a cove that feels like our private paradise. How is this real? Martha's Vineyard's best-kept secrets. Blake treads water nearby, close enough to catch me if needed, but giving me space to float freely. Most tourists stick to the main beaches. They don't know what they're missing. They're lost. I flip upright, paddling closer to him. Thank you for this, for knowing I needed to forget everything for a while. Always. He reaches out, fingers grazing my arm in the water. Though I have ulterior motives, happy Simone is radiant Simone, I'm basically being selfish. Smooth talker, though my lips curve upward as I splash him, starting an impromptu water fight that leaves us both breathless and laughing. We explore 3 more islands, each with its own character. On one, we find tide pools teeming with tiny crabs and starfish. Blake tells me their scientific names because of course he knows them, and I make up stories about their dramatic crustacean love lives. That hermit crab is clearly pining for the sea urchin, I narrate, stretched out on sun-warmed rock. But society says their love can never be. Tragic. Blake lies beside me, our shoulders touching. Though I notice the hermit crab keeps switching shells. Bit of a commitment issue there. He's finding himself. I defend my crustacean protagonist. The sea urchin understands. True love waits. Does it? His voice carries weight that has nothing to do with marine life. What if the hermit crab takes too long? What if the sea urchin finds another creature who's already figured out their shell situation? Then it wasn't meant to be. I turn my head to find him watching me intently. But I think when you find your right shell, you know, even if the timing seems impossible. We stare at each other, the metaphor stretched thin between us, until a wave crashes higher than expected and soaks us both. The spell breaks in sputtering laughter and scrambling for higher ground. On the next island, Blake produces the art supplies, setting them up on a stretch of private beach like it's the most natural thing in the world. I can't. I stare at the blank canvas, paralyzed by possibility. It's been too long. I don't remember. Then don't remember. Just see. He settles in the sand with a book, managing to look completely at ease. Paint what's in front of you, or behind you, or inside you. No rules, no judgment. Just color on canvas. What if it's terrible? Then it's terrible. He shrugs, already absorbed in his novel. But it'll be yours. I pick up a brush, testing its weight in my hand. Muscle memory floods back. The way to hold it, how to load paint, the sweep and dance of bristles on canvas. Before I know it, I'm lost in color and movement, painting the ocean not as it is, but as it feels. Wild, endless, constantly changing. Simone, Blake's voice breaks through my trance. Sweetheart, you should see yourself right now. I blink, coming back to reality. The sun has shifted, meaning I've been painting for over an hour. There's paint on my hands, probably in my hair, and a canvas that's more emotion than representation. It's a mess, I say, stepping back to view it properly. But it felt free. He's beside me now, studying my work with genuine interest. It's beautiful, like the ocean is dancing. You don't have to be nice. I'm not nice, Ask anyone. He wraps an arm around my waist, pulling me against his side. I'm honest. And honestly, watching you paint was like watching you come back to life. I didn't realize I'd been dead. Though the words leave my mouth, I know it's not true. Parts of me have been dormant since my injury, since I locked away everything that wasn't useful for survival. Not dead, sleeping. He plants a gentle kiss near my hairline, casual affection that makes my heart race. Like a fairy tale princess waiting for the right moment to wake up. Are you my Prince Charming then? I mean it to be teasing, but it comes out softer, more serious. I'm trying to be. He turns me to face him, hands framing my face. If you'll let me. The moment stretches between us, full of possibility, but my stomach chooses that instant to growl loudly. Blake laughs, the tension breaking into something warmer. Lunch, he declares. Growing humans need fuel. We eat on the boat, sandwiches that should be simple, but taste like gourmet cuisine in the salt air. Blake tells me about summers spent exploring these same islands with his grandmother, the adventures they had, while Vincent preferred the country club. She taught me that the best treasures were always hidden, he says, piloting us toward home as afternoon stretches toward evening. Had to be willing to look beyond the obvious. Is that what you're doing with me? I ask, wind whipping my hair as we pick up speed. Looking for hidden treasure? No. He glances back, expression serious despite the spray and sun. I already found it. The words settle in my chest like anchors, weighty and secure. As we approach the harbor, I've almost forgotten about this morning's phone call, lost in the bubble of our perfect day. Quick shower and change, Blake instructs as we secure the boat. Part 2 of today's adventure requires actual clothes and comfortable shoes. There's a part 2? I follow him up the dock, pleasantly exhausted from sun and swimming. Blake, today's been perfect already. Trust me. He catches my hand, pulling me along. The best is yet to come. An hour later, showered and changed into a flowy skirt and comfortable sandals, I find myself on the ferry to Oak Bluffs as the sun begins its descent. Blake's in khakis and a linen shirt that makes his tan glow, looking every inch the relaxed New England gentleman. Night market, he explains, as we disembark into a town transformed. Every Friday in summer and early fall, food, crafts, music. Pure tourist magic, but the good kind. He's not wrong. The streets are alive with vendors and visitors, strings of lights creating a canopy of stars. The smell of fried dough and seafood mingles with salt air, and somewhere a band is playing covers of classic rock. This is incredible. I spin in a slow circle, trying to take it all in. How did I not know about this? Because you've been busy having a life. He catches my hand, lacing our fingers together. Come on, let's be tourists. We wander without purpose, stopping at whatever catches our eye. Blake buys me a ridiculous hat with a giant sunflower, then wins me a stuffed whale at the ring toss game after 7 attempts. Your aim is terrible, I inform him, hugging the whale to my chest. Good thing you went into politics instead of professional sports. Everyone's a critic, but he's grinning, proud of his eventual victory. What should we name him? Senator Whaley, obviously. I make the whale wave its flipper at him. He'll be the baby's first campaign manager. We eat our way through the market. Lobster rolls, fried clams, kettle corn that's sweet and salty perfection. Blake insists on trying something from every food truck, creating a progressive dinner that would horrify his political diet consultants. You have, I reach up, brushing powdered sugar from his lips. Sugar, from the fried dough. He catches my hand, pressing it to his mouth. Better. Blake, His name comes out breathier than intended. We're in public. But he releases my hand. That dangerous smile playing at his lips. Just a husband, appreciating his wife's attention to detail. Fake husband, I correct, but the words taste wrong. Nothing about today has felt fake. Not his thoughtfulness, not our easy companionship, not the way my heart races when he stares as if seeing something precious. Right, fake. He spots something over my shoulder, expression brightening. Dance with me. What? But he's already pulling me toward where other couples are swaying to the band. Blake, I don't. You're a professional dancer, arguing about dancing. He spins me into position, one hand at my waist, the other holding mine. The irony is killing me. This isn't ballet, but I'm already moving with him, muscle memory taking over. And you're going to step on my feet. Have a little faith. He leads with surprising confidence, guiding me through the crowd of swaying couples. I told you, same cotillion instructor. Mrs. Pemberton would be proud. He's right. He can actually dance. Not the stiff, formal movements I expected, but something easier, more natural. He spins me under strings of lights, pulls me close when the tempo slows, makes me laugh when he attempts an ambitious dip. Show off, I accuse, but I'm smiling so hard my cheeks hurt. Maybe a little. He pulls me closer as the song shifts to something slow and sweet. But you inspire showing off. Must be the dancer in you. Retired dancer, I correct, but I let him hold me close. Our bodies finding a rhythm with zero connection to training and everything to do with instinct. Once a dancer, always a dancer. His voice is low in my ear, sending shivers down my spine. You move like music lives in your bones. Sweet talker, but I rest my head on his shoulder, letting the music wash over us. Around us, other couples sway in the warm night, but I feel like we're in our own world. This doesn't feel real. What doesn't? Any of it. I pull back enough to see his face. This morning I was panicking about my parents, about real life crashing in. Now I'm dancing at a night market with a stuffed whale and sunflower hat, feeling like... Like what? His eyes are so blue in the string lights, so focused on me I can barely breathe. Like myself, I admit. For the first time in years, I just feel like myself. Good. He spins me out and back, catching me easily. That's who I want. Not the perfect political wife or the society princess or any other role. Just Simone. What if just Simone isn't enough? The fear slips out before I can control it. What if, without all the roles and expectations, I'm just ordinary? Impossible. He stops dancing, hands coming up to frame my face. You could never be ordinary. You're made of stardust and strength, and so much beauty it takes my breath away. Independent from ballet or business or any other label. Blake, my voice breaks on his name. Tonight, I forgot I was Senator Douglas, he continues, thumbs brushing my cheekbones. I was just a man falling for his wife. No politics, no complications, no impossibilities. Just us. Is there an us? I search his face, finding only truth. Outside of arrangements and accidents and media management? There's whatever we decide there is. He leans closer, forehead resting against mine. What do you want, Simone? Not what's expected or practical or safe. What do you want? I close my eyes, letting myself feel the truth. I want more days like this. More painting and sailing and dancing in the street. More of you looking at me like I'm not a problem to be solved, but a person to be treasured. I want to stop being scared of wanting things. Then stop, he says simply. Want things, want everything, want me. I do. The admission feels like jumping off a cliff. That's what terrifies me. He kisses me then, right there in the middle of the dance floor, with tourists all around and the band playing something up-tempo that doesn't match the slow burn of his lips on mine. I kiss him back, pouring all the day's joy and fear. When we break apart, breathless and dazed, the market has taken on a dreamy quality. Everything feels softer, warmer, more vivid. "Take me home," I whisper against his lips. "Please." He nods, catching my hand and leading me through the crowd. We don't speak on the ferry back, but his thumb traces patterns on my palm that feel like promises. By the time we reach the house, night has fully claimed the island, stars scattered like spilled diamonds across the sky. "Thank you," I say as we stand on the deck, neither moving to go inside. "For today, for knowing what I needed before I did, for making me forget everything except being happy. Always." He sweeps the wayward lock aside, the gesture so tender I could cry. Though I should thank you too. For what? For reminding me what it feels like to have a perfect day. He smiles, soft and real. I'd forgotten those existed. Me too. I clutch Senator Whaley tighter, needing something to hold. "Blake, what happens when we go back? When real life crashes in and we can't just sail away from it?" "Then we face it together." He says it with such certainty, I almost believe him. Whatever your parents are dealing with, whatever my family throws at us, whatever the media invents, we handle it as a team. Partners, I extend my free hand like we're making a business deal. Partners. He shakes it solemnly, then ruins it by pulling me in for another kiss. "Now go to bed before I suggest more things we'll regret in the morning." "Would we regret them?" I ask, genuinely curious. "No." His voice is rough with honesty. "But you deserve better than desperate choices made in the dark. When we cross that line, and we will, Simone, I want you to choose it in daylight, with clear eyes and no doubts." "When, not if," I tease, but my heart is racing. "When?" He steps back, giving us both space. "Good night, wife." "Good night, husband." The words feel different now, weighted with possibility. I float to the master bedroom, still clutching my whale and wearing my ridiculous sunflower hat. Everything smells like ocean and fried dough, and Blake's cologne from when he held me close. I should shower, should check my phone, should return to reality. Instead, I curl up in his bed with Senator Whaley, replaying every moment of this impossible, perfect day. It's sad that our supposed to be 5-day vacation needs to be cut, but the memories have been made and they're perfect. Tomorrow I'll deal with whatever crisis awaits in D.C., but tonight I fall asleep smiling, paint under my nails and dance in my heart, feeling more like myself than I have in years. Tonight, I'm just a woman falling for her husband.
Chapter 10. Blake. My brother always did have impeccable timing. The email arrives just as Simone's starting to believe we might actually make this work. We're having coffee on the deck, her legs tucked under her in that way that makes her look impossibly young, when my phone vibrates with the notification I've been dreading since the day I married her. The sender is listed as VD, Vincent's idea of humor since high school, and the subject line reads, "Wedding gift." "More political nonsense?" Simone asks, noting my sudden stillness. She's wearing my Columbia sweatshirt again, the morning sun catching the gold threads in her irises as she smiles over her mug. "Tell them Congress can survive without you for 2 more days. I should delete it without reading. Should protect this last morning of our honeymoon bubble. But I know my brother, know that ignoring his games only makes him escalate." So I open the email and my blood turns to ice. "Blake?" Simone sets down her mug, recognizing the shift in my expression. "What's wrong?" "Vincent." I turn the phone toward her, watching her face pale as she reads. "He's making his move." The email is classic Vincent. Polished, poisonous, and perfectly calculated. Attached are documents that paint Beaumont Industries as a front for insider trading, with transactions traced back to a Senate committee I chair. The evidence is damning, professional, and completely fabricated, but that won't matter once it hits the media. This is... Simone's hands shake as she scrolls through the attachments. "This says my father used information from your infrastructure committee to manipulate contracts. That's impossible. He would never..." "I know." I'm already pulling up my secure contacts, mind racing through response scenarios. Vincent's specialty was always manipulation. In high school, he got our Latin teacher fired by fabricating a cheating scandal. The truth came out eventually, but the damage was done. He's going to destroy my family. She looks up at me with those expressive eyes now wide with fear. Because of me. Because I chose you instead of him. No. I move to kneel beside her chair, taking her trembling hands in mine. Because Vincent can't stand losing. This isn't about you. It's about me. He's using your family to punish us both. What's the difference? Tears streak down her cheeks, and I want to fly to wherever Vincent is hiding and break every bone in his body. My parents are collateral damage in your brother's vendetta. The difference is, I've been preparing for this. I squeeze her hands, projecting confidence I don't entirely feel. I know my brother. I've been monitoring his activities since the wedding. You've been... What? She stares at me like I've grown a second head. You knew this was coming? I suspected. I stand, already dialing my chief investigator. Vincent doesn't do well with humiliation. Walking away from the wedding without consequences was never his style. Mike? Yeah, it's happening. Vincent just sent the package. Exactly what we discussed. Start Protocol 7. Protocol 7? Simone follows me inside, her bare feet silent on the hardwood. Blake, what are you talking about? Hold on. I raise a finger as Mike responds, then switch to speaker so she can hear. Timeline? Based on the metadata he's planning to release in 6 hours. Mike's voice fills the kitchen. Time for maximum market impact when trading opens. But Blake, there's something else. The IP address traces to... Thailand. I know. I pour myself coffee with steady hands while my mind races. He's been there since the wedding, probably thinking international jurisdiction protects him. He's wrong. What about our counter package? Ready to deploy on your word. Every questionable deal, every bribe, every SEC violation from the last 5 years. Your brother was sloppy when he thought he was untouchable. Not yet. I glance at Simone, who's staring at me like she's never seen me before. First, we protect the Beaumonts. I want our legal team at their offices within the hour. Full audit trail showing the fabrication. And Mike? Call Secretary Morrison. Time to collect that favor. I disconnect and immediately dial another number, this one from memory. Simone sinks onto a bar stool watching me orchestrate what probably looks like a small war. Harrison? It's Blake. No, listen to me. In approximately 5 hours, you're going to receive some very disturbing documents about your company. They're fake. Vincent's handiwork? Yes, I'm certain. My team is already en route to your offices. Let me talk to him. Simone reaches for the phone, but I shake my head. Harrison, I need you to trust me. Do exactly as my lawyers say. Don't talk to anyone, especially not the media. We're going to flip this entire narrative because your daughter is my wife and that makes you family. And I protect my family. I spend the next hour on calls, activating a network I've built over years in politics. Favors called in, alliances tested, resources mobilized. Simone watches it all, occasionally refilling my coffee, her expression cycling between awe and something that might be fear. "You're terrifying," she says when I finally pause between calls. "I've never seen this side of you." This is what I do. I pull her between my knees where I'm sitting at the counter, kneading her close. I protect people. Usually it's constituents or legislation. Today it's you. By destroying your own brother, by stopping him from destroying innocent people. I tuck a lock of hair behind her ear, noting how she leans into the touch despite everything. Vincent made his choice when he sent that email. These are just consequences. What kind of consequences? She searches my face, looking for the man who taught her to sail yesterday. "Blake, what exactly do you have on him?" "Enough to end his career, his freedom, and his trust fund." I let her see the steel beneath my normally careful control, but I'd rather not use it. I'm hoping the threat will be enough. My phone rings again. This time, it's my grandmother. I answer immediately, knowing she has eyes everywhere. "I assume you're handling Vincent's tantrum?" Dorothea's voice is crisp despite the early hour. "My sources say he's been busy in Bangkok." "Handled, grandmother. We're flying back this morning." "Good. I'll meet you at the airport. It's time we discuss permanent solutions to the Vincent problem." She pauses, then adds with unusual warmth, "Tell Simone her parents are tougher than Vincent gives them credit for. They'll weather this." "How does she know about my parents?" Simone asks when I hang up. "Dorothea Douglas knows everything about everyone. It's her superpower." I check the time, calculating flight schedules. We need to pack. The jet will be ready in 2 hours. "Blake, wait." She catches my arm as I head for the bedroom. "I need to understand something. You've been monitoring Vincent, building contingencies, preparing for war, all while making me breakfast and teaching me to sail?" "Yes." I turn back to her, letting her see all of it. "Because both things matter. Protecting you from Vincent and making you happy aren't mutually exclusive. They're both just loving you." The admission floats unresolved between us, heavier than I intended. Simone's breath catches, her hand tightening on my arm. "You said love." I did. I cover her hand with mine, feeling her pulse race under my fingers. "Problem?" "Yes. Number, maybe." She laughs, but it's watery. "You can't just say things like that when my world is imploding." "When would you prefer I say them?" I pull her closer, framing her face with my hands. "When everything's perfect?" That's not how life works. Love happens in the messy moments the crisis calls, the 3 a.m. emergencies. It happens when someone threatens your family, and you realize you'd burn down the world to keep them safe. "Blake." Her eyes fill with tears again, but these seem different, softer. I know it's too soon. I know we're supposed to be pretending. I know the timing is impossible. I brush away her tears with my thumbs. But I've been falling for you since you bought that Basquiat to spite Harrison Whitman. The wedding just gave me an excuse to stop hiding it. She kisses me instead of answering, pouring everything she can't say. When we break apart, both breathing hard, she rests her forehead against mine. I can't say it back. Not yet. Not with everything. I'm not asking you to. I kiss her forehead, her cheeks, the corner of her mouth. I'm just telling you where I stand. So you know that whatever happens today, tomorrow, next week, you're not facing it alone. 2 hours later, we're on the jet climbing to cruising altitude. Simone has changed into business attire, a sleek dress that makes her look like the powerhouse she is, while I've opted for my courtroom suit. If we're going to war, we might as well dress for it. Your parents just texted, she reports, scrolling through her phone. Your lawyers arrived and are already working. My mother says they're aggressively competent. That's one way to describe them. I pull up my laptop, showing her the screen. This is what Vincent sent to major media outlets, marked for release at market open. But look at the metadata. I don't understand coding, she admits, leaning closer to see. Her perfume, something light and floral, momentarily distracts me. See this timestamp? Vincent created these documents 3 days after our wedding, which means he planned this from the beginning. Understanding dawns in her eyes. He never intended to just disappear. He wanted us to think we were safe, then strike when we relaxed. Classic Vincent. He likes his victims comfortable before he strikes. I switched screens, showing her our counter-evidence. But he made mistakes. Here, the supposed email from your father? The IP address shows it originated from an internet cafe in Bangkok, not DC. And this financial transfer? The routing number is for a bank that didn't exist on the date listed. He was sloppy. She studies the evidence with sharp intelligence. Why? Vincent's many things, but careless isn't usually one of them. Anger makes people stupid. I closed the laptop, taking her hand. He's not thinking strategically. He's lashing out. That's why we'll win. You sound very certain. I am. I bring her hand to my lips, kissing her knuckles. Want to know why? 'Cause you're smarter than him. Because I have something to fight for beyond ego. I meet her eyes, letting her see the truth. He's playing for pride. I'm playing for you. For our baby. For your parents. For the life we're building. That makes me dangerous in ways Vincent can't imagine. The life we're building, she repeats softly. Is that what we're doing? Aren't we? I shift to face her fully. Every shared meal, every sailing lesson, every moment you trust me a little more, we're building something. Whether you call it marriage or partnership or just mutual survival, we're creating a life together. With my family's company under attack, and your brother trying to destroy us from Thailand. But she's almost smiling now. Not exactly a fairy tale. I don't want a fairy tale. I brush my thumb across her cheek, marveling at the softness. I want real, messy, complicated, worth fighting, for real, with you. She scrutinizes me, then nods decisively. Okay then, let's go save my family's company and destroy your brother. But Blake, when this is over, we're going to have a very long conversation about your tendency to say devastating things at inappropriate times. Looking forward to it. I can't help but grin. Though technically, is there ever an appropriate time to tell your fake wife you're in love with her? See? This is what I mean, but she's fighting a smile as the pilot announces our descent into DC. Completely inappropriate timing. The captain's voice crackles overhead. Senator Douglas, we've been asked to divert to the private terminal. There's apparently significant media presence at the main terminal. Of course there is. I squeeze Simone's hand. Ready for this? No. She squares her shoulders anyway. But let's do it. For the company, for my parents, for us. For us, I agree, and begin gathering our things for landing. Through the window, DC sprawls below us, and I can practically feel the chaos waiting. But Simone's hand in mine is steady now, and I realize with perfect clarity that I meant every word. I'll burn down kingdoms to keep her safe, destroy my own brother if necessary, reshape the entire political landscape if that's what it takes. Because somewhere between I do and I love you, she became my entire world, and I protect what's mine.
Chapter 11. Simone. By day 4 of what the press is calling Beaumont Gate, I've discovered that Blake Douglas makes breakfast at exactly 4:47 a.m. while simultaneously reviewing legal briefs, and that the sound of him trying to be quiet in the kitchen is what love might sound like. Not that I'm ready to call it love. Not when my family's company teeters on the edge of destruction and photographers camp outside our building like vultures. But when I stumble into the kitchen at 5:15 to find a plate of perfectly scrambled eggs, still warm under a glass cloche, and a note in his precise handwriting. Protein for you and raspberry. Tea is in the thermos. Strategy meeting at noon. Wear the blue dress that makes you look like you could buy and sell kingdoms. B. Something in my chest goes soft and dangerous. You're supposed to be sleeping, Blake says from the doorway, already dressed in what I've started thinking of as his warrior suit, charcoal gray that makes his shoulders look broader, a tie that is priced beyond ordinary means. He's got that focused look that means he's been up for hours, planning battles I'm only beginning to understand. Hard to sleep when my husband is crashing around the kitchen like a very considerate burglar. I take a bite of eggs, closing my eyes at how perfect they are. How do you always know exactly how I like them? I pay attention. He crosses to pour himself coffee, movements efficient despite what must be exhaustion. The car will be here in 20 minutes. You sure you're ready for today? Today is the board meeting where we find out if James Whitfield, Blake's friend from Harvard and current tech billionaire, will invest enough to stabilize Beaumont Industries. 4 days ago, my family's company was solid if struggling. Then Vincent's fabricated documents hit the media, and despite Blake's legal team proving they were fake, investor confidence plummeted like a stone. Ready as I can be. I stand, intending to rinse my plate, but Blake takes it from me with gentle hands. You don't have to. Eat, shower, dress. He's already at the sink, sleeves rolled up in that way that shouldn't be attractive at dawn, but absolutely is. I'll handle this. You're handling everything, I protest, but exhaustion makes it weak. Blake, you got 3 hours of sleep. Maybe I can wash a plate. You're growing a human while trying to save a company. He glances back at me and the tenderness in his expression makes my knees weak. I can manage dishes. Go. I go, but not before pressing a kiss to his cheek that surprises us both. He freezes, sudsy hands suspended over the sink, and I flee before either of us can analyze what that means. Inside my room, I can't help but recall the things he did for me, and to what extent he went to help me and my family. The boardroom at Beaumont Industries feels like a tribunal. My father sits at the head of the table looking gaunt. My mother beside him with her poker face firmly in place. The board members, people I've known since childhood, avoid eye contact like scandal might be contagious. The numbers don't lie, Mr. Patterson, our CFO, says grimly. We've lost 40% of our market value in 12 hours. Without immediate capital injection, you'll have it. Blake's voice cuts through the doom like a blade. He's been quiet until now, letting my father run the meeting. But I watch him take control with surgical precision. James Whitfield is prepared to invest $200 million, contingent on a few conditions. What conditions? Board member Evelyn Sharp leans forward, and I remember she taught me to play poker at company picnics. First, complete restructuring of the board to include tech sector expertise. James wants to ensure Beaumont Industries moves into the 21st century. Blake slides a folder across the table. Second, Simone takes an active role in operations. It's time the next generation had a voice. I start to protest, but his hand finds mine under the table, squeezing once. You have an MBA from Wharton and a strategic mind that rivals any CEO I know, he says, addressing the board but looking at me. James was very specific. He's not just investing in a company, he's investing in its future leadership. The meeting continues for 3 hours. Blake fields every concern with patience I didn't know he possessed, while I try to process that he's apparently been selling me to his billionaire friend as part of the package. When we finally break, my parents pull me aside. He's quite something, your husband, my mother observes, watching Blake corner a reluctant board member with determined charm. I've never seen anyone handle Evelyn that smoothly. He's had practice with difficult people, I deflect, but my eyes track him too. Even exhausted, he moves through the room like he owns it. The investment will help. It'll save us, my father says bluntly. But sweetheart, are you sure about taking an operational role with the baby coming? The baby isn't due for 7 months. The words come out fiercer than intended. I can contribute something beyond hosting galas and looking decorative. That's not what I meant. Harrison, Blake appears at my elbow like summoned. The lawyers need you to sign some documents. Genevieve, if you could review the press statement. He waits until they leave, then turns to me. You okay? Did you really make my involvement a condition of James's investment? No. He straightens my blazer collar with absent familiarity. James made it a condition. Said he'd be stupid to invest in a company that wasn't utilizing its best asset. His words, not mine. Though I agree completely. I don't know anything about running a company. You know about discipline, dedication, and reading people. His hands settle on my shoulders, grounding me. You survived professional ballet. Corporate governance will be child's play. Next day comes, and the press conference is held in the grand ballroom of the Hay Adams, chosen for its gravitas and security. I stand between Blake and my parents, wearing a dress he recommended and trying not to fidget as cameras flash like strobes. The allegations against Beaumont Industries were not only false but maliciously fabricated, Blake says into the microphones, every inch the senator. We have evidence of deliberate market manipulation that the SEC is now investigating. Beaumont Industries has weathered challenges for 60 years. This cowardly attack only proves how much of a threat they are to their competitors. A reporter shouts from the crowd, Senator Douglas, what about claims this is all nepotism, that you're using your position to protect your wife's family? Blake's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. I'm using my resources to protect innocent people from financial terrorism. The fact that those people are my family makes it personal, not unethical. Mrs. Douglas, another reporter angles for my attention. How does it feel knowing your husband is fighting your battles? The question is designed to provoke, and I feel Blake tense beside me. But I've faced hostile audiences before. Ballet critics have nothing on political press. My husband isn't fighting my battles, I say clearly, finding my performance voice. We're fighting together for the 20,000 employees who depend on Beaumont Industries, for the communities we serve, for the principle that lies shouldn't destroy decades of honest work. Are you saying someone deliberately targeted your family? I feel Blake's hand at my back, warm and steady. I'm saying someone underestimated us. They thought a pregnant woman and her family would be easy targets. They were wrong. The press erupts with follow-up questions, but Blake smoothly ends the conference, guiding us out through pre-planned exits. In the car afterward, he pulls me against his side. You were magnificent, he murmurs against my hair. That line about underestimating us, perfection. I meant it. I let myself lean into him, just for a moment. Someone did this to hurt us, to hurt you through me. I know, his arm tightens around me, but they didn't count on you being a fighter. By the third day, I understand why Blake functions on so little sleep. There's simply too much to do. SEC interviews in the morning, investor calls in the afternoon, legal strategies in the evening. I find myself in his study at midnight, both of us surrounded by papers and empty takeout containers. You need to sleep, he says, for the 5th time, not looking up from his laptop. The baby needs you rested. The baby needs their family to have a functioning company. I shift position on the couch, trying to find comfort that doesn't exist this late in pregnancy and crisis. Besides, you're one to talk. When did you last sleep? I caught a few hours this morning, He glances at me, and I catalog the shadows under his eyes, the way his usually perfect hair shows signs of repeated hand running. In the car between meetings, Blake, I'm fine. But when I pat the couch beside me, he comes, abandoning his laptop for proximity. How are you holding up? Really? I'm tired, I admit, letting my head fall onto his shoulder. And scared and grateful, and about 50 other emotions I can't name. That's normal? His hand finds mine, fingers interlacing with practiced ease. Want to know a secret? Always. I'm scared too. The admission comes quiet in the late night stillness. Not of Vincent or the media or even losing money. Scared of failing you. Of not being enough to protect you and the baby from all this chaos. I lift my head to look at him. You left me breakfast every morning, with a note, after working until 3 a.m. on legal strategies. If that's not enough, I don't know what is. You notice the time? I notice everything about you lately. The words slip out before I can stop them. It's becoming a problem. What kind of problem? His voice drops to that dangerous register that makes my stomach flip. The kind where I'm supposed to be focusing on saving my family's company, but instead I'm thinking about how you take your coffee and the way you loosen your tie when you're thinking, and how you somehow know exactly when I need food before I do. Simone. My name on his lips sounds like a prayer and a promise. This isn't the time. I know. I pull back, needing distance before I do something stupid like kiss him again. Crisis first, everything else later. Later, he agrees, but his eyes promise that later will come with conversations we're both avoiding. Suddenly, the sound of my phone breaks through the memories, bringing me back to the present. I take a deep breath. Time for warrior mode. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. James Whitfield looks like every tech billionaire stereotype. Designer jeans, hoodie that probably cost a fortune, and the kind of casual arrogance that comes from making your first million at 22. But his eyes are sharp as he surveys the Beaumont boardroom, and I understand why Blake trusts him. The numbers work, he announces after 3 hours of negotiation. But I want guarantees. Simone joins the board immediately. Full digital transformation within 18 months, and Blake oversees the transition. I can't oversee, Blake starts, but James cuts him off. Not officially, but you'll advise. Non-voting position, no salary, all above board. He grins, and I see traces of the college friend beneath the billionaire. I'm not investing $200 million just to watch it burn. I want your brain on this, Douglas. My brain is rather occupied with Senate matters, Blake says dryly, but I can see him considering it. Your brain is occupied with your wife, James corrects, earning a sharp look, which is why this works. You won't let me fail because it would hurt her. Mutual assured protection. The papers are signed by 4 p.m., handshakes all around, champagne that I can't drink but pretend to sip for the cameras. James corners me during the celebration. He's different, he says without preamble. Blake, I've known him since we were 18, and I've never seen him like this. Like what? I accept the sparkling cider someone thoughtfully provided. Happy? Marcus studies me with uncomfortable intensity. Driven, yes. Successful, absolutely. But happy? That's new? Don't break him, Simone. He's one of the good ones. Before I can respond, Blake emerges at my side. James, stop terrorizing my wife. Just making sure she knows what she has. James claps Blake on the shoulder. $200 million says I'm betting on you both. Don't make me regret it. He leaves us standing there and I turn to Blake. Did you just get your college friend to invest $200 million in my family's company? Technically, he invested in you. Blake's hand finds the small of my back, guiding me toward where my parents are practically glowing with relief. I just made the introduction. Blake. Later. He promises. When we're home and the world isn't watching, and you can yell at me properly for overstepping. I wasn't going to yell. No. He leans closer, breath warm against my ear. Then what were you going to do? The question hangs between us as we reach my parents, and I file it away with all the other things we'll deal with later. The celebration dinner is at my parents' house in Spring Valley, the dining room that hosted so many family memories now filled with the same energy but different context. Blake sits beside me, our knees touching under the table, while my parents practically vibrate with relief and gratitude. I need to say something, my father announces over dessert, raising his glass of wine. 4 days ago, I thought we were going to lose everything. The company my father built, the legacy we hoped to pass on, the employees who trusted us. All of it was slipping away. Harrison, my mother murmurs, but he continues. Then this man, he gestures to Blake, who shifts uncomfortably, worked around the clock to save us. Not because he had to, not for political gain, but because we're family. His voice cracks slightly. I've known a lot of powerful men in my life, Blake. Very few of them are also good men. You're both. To family, my mother raises her glass, eyes suspiciously bright. To family, we echo, and I feel Blake's hand find mine under the table. Later, as we're leaving, my mother pulls me aside while Blake helps my father clear dishes, another gesture that seems to shock and delight my parents equally. He loves you, she says simply. That kind of devotion doesn't come from duty or arrangement. Mom, I'm not pushing. I'm observing. She tucks my hair behind my ear, a gesture from childhood. But sweetheart, a man who makes you breakfast at dawn while saving your family's company, that's not obligation. That's love. I glance through the doorway, where Blake is laughing at something my father said, sleeves rolled up and looking nothing like the polished senator who terrorizes congressional committees. I know, I admit quietly. That's what terrifies me. Because you love him back? Because I don't know how to stop, I confess, the words pulled from somewhere deep. Then stop stopping, my mother says simply. Life's too short and too uncertain to waste time fighting happiness. In the car ride home, Blake drives while I fight exhaustion. The streets of D.C. blur past, familiar and foreign at once. Your parents are good people, he says into the comfortable silence. They adore you. I watch his profile in the passing streetlights. My father hasn't looked that relaxed in months. We're not done, he warns gently. Vincent's still out there. The media will keep circling. Building back trust takes time. I know. I reach across the console to take his free hand. But we won today. Can that be enough for now? Yes. He brings our clasped hands for a kiss, kissing my knuckles. For now. When we get home, and when did his penthouse become home? I collapse on the couch while Blake loosens his tie with the gesture I've been thinking about too much. Thank you, I say simply. For everything. The breakfast notes, the meetings, James, the way you handled my parents, all of it. You don't have to thank me for taking care of you. He sits beside me, pulling my feet into his lap and starting to massage them with skilled fingers. It's what partners do. Is that what we are, partners? Among other things, he says carefully, working out a knot in my arch that makes me groan. What do you want us to be? I close my eyes, letting myself feel the truth. I want to stop pretending this is temporary. I want to wake up to your breakfast notes every morning. I want to raise our baby in a home where parents work together and support each other and make scrambled eggs at dawn. I want real Blake, whatever that looks like. His hands still on my feet. When I open my eyes, he's looking at me with an expression that makes my heart race. Say that again, he requests softly. I want real? No, the part about every morning. I want to wake up to your breakfast notes every morning. I repeat, feeling heat rise in my cheeks. Even when there's no crisis, no company to save, just ordinary Tuesday mornings, especially then, I sit up, needing to see his face clearly. Is that something you want too? I've wanted that since you walked down the aisle in a bridal dress chosen for another, he admits. Every morning, every crisis, every ordinary Tuesday, all of it, with you. Blake, but not tonight, he interrupts gently. Tonight you're exhausted and emotional and grateful. When we have this conversation, when we make decisions about our future, I want you clear-eyed and certain. No gratitude, no crisis adrenaline, just us. When then? Soon, he promises, pulling me against his side. For now, let's just be grateful we won today. I curl into him, breathing in the scent of expensive cologne mixed with exhaustion and victory. Vincent's not done, is he? No, Blake admits. But neither are we. And Simone, we're better together than he is alone. That's why we'll win. Together, I agree, and let myself believe it. Outside, DC continues its relentless pace, but here in our bubble of temporary peace, I close my eyes and imagine Tuesday mornings, breakfast notes and scrambled eggs and no crises beyond normal life. It sounds like everything I never knew I wanted. It sounds like home. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Blake. The restaurant has no name, no phone number, and exists on an island in the Chesapeake that technically doesn't appear on maps, which seems appropriate for a love that wasn't supposed to exist either. I've been planning this for 3 days, ever since we saved Beaumont Industries, and Simone looked at me across her parents' dinner table like I'd hung the moon. The crisis is handled. The media has moved on to fresher scandals, and tonight is about us, just us. Why are you looking at me like that? Simone appears in my study doorway, coffee mug in hand, wearing one of my t-shirts and sleep shorts that make her legs look impossibly long. Her locks gathered in an artless twist, and she has a small ink smudge on her cheek from reviewing contracts all morning. Like what? I close my laptop, giving her my full attention. The morning sun streaming through the windows catches the gold in her skin, and I have to focus on her question instead of the way that shirt slides off her shoulder. Like you're planning something. She pads closer, bare feet silent on the hardwood. You have that look. The same one you had before you convinced James Whitfield to invest $200 million. Maybe I am planning something. I pull her between my knees where I sit at the desk, my hands settling on her hips. Pack an overnight bag. Something nice for dinner. Something comfortable for tomorrow. Blake Douglas, what are you? Trust me. I brushed the ink from her cheek, letting my thumb linger. Just this once, no questions, no analysis. Just trust me. She searches my face for a long moment, then nods. When do we leave? 3 hours. I press a kiss to her palm when she reaches up to touch my face. And Simone? The blue dress, the one from our first press conference. That's very specific. Her eyes narrow playfully. Should I be worried? Only about how beautiful you're going to look. I turn her toward the door with a gentle push. Go. Pack. Let me handle the rest. She goes, but not before throwing a suspicious look over her shoulder that makes me grin. 3 days of normalcy, or our version of it, have done wonders for both of us. The dark circles under her eyes have faded. The constant tension in her shoulders has eased. She's been painting again, leaving canvases propped around the penthouse like colorful promises. I make 3 more calls to confirm every detail is perfect, then head to pack my own bag. The yacht is stocked, the restaurant prepared, the weather forecast ideal. Everything has to be perfect. She deserves perfect. 3 hours later, I'm waiting by the car when she emerges from the building. The sight of her stops my heart. Hair swept into an elegant twist, makeup subtle but highlighting those incredible eyes, and a trench coat that hints at the dress beneath. You look stunning, I tell her, opening the car door. You clean up pretty well yourself? She takes in my casual clothes with surprise. No suit? Not yet. I slide in beside her, nodding to Marcus to drive. The suit comes later. Blake, where are we? No questions, remember? I catch her hand, bringing it to my lips. Just trust me. The drive to the private marina takes 40 minutes, during which Simone alternates between trying to guess our destination and telling me about her morning reviewing contracts. I listen with half my attention, the other half focused on not revealing how nervous I am. We've been living together for weeks, sharing a bed in Martha's vineyard, building something real from something fake. But tonight feels different. Tonight feels like a beginning. Is that... Simone sits up straighter as we pull into the marina. Blake, is that a yacht? Specifically, that's our yacht for the next 24 hours. I help her from the car, enjoying her wide-eyed wonder. The Prometheus. 65 feet of privacy and luxury. You rented a yacht. She says it like she's testing the words. For dinner. Not just dinner. I guide her up the gangplank, steadying her with a hand on her back. For an experience. The captain greets us warmly. I've paid him enough to ensure discretion and distance. He'll get us to the island and back, nothing more. The crew has already departed, leaving us with complete privacy once we reach our destination. Welcome aboard, I tell Simone as we step onto the deck. You're home for the evening. This is insane. But she's smiling, exploring the yacht with curious fingers trailing over polished wood and chrome. Beautifully insane, but still insane. Wait until you see where we're going. I pour champagne for myself and sparkling cider for her, handing her the crystal flute. To new beginnings? To new beginnings. She clinks her glass against mine, then gasps as the yacht begins to move. Oh, we're really doing this. We really are. I guide her to the bow where we can watch the marina fade behind us. 40 minutes to our destination. Just enough time to watch the sunset. She leans against the railing, wind playing with the tendrils that have escaped her updo. You know, when I woke up this morning, I didn't expect to end up on a yacht heading to a mystery destination. Disappointed. I move behind her, bracketing her body with my arms on the railing. Never! She leans back into me, fitting perfectly against my chest. Just wondering what I did to deserve this. You existed. The words come out more serious than I intended. You walked into my life in a wedding dress meant for my brother and gave me everything I never knew I wanted. Blake. She turns in my arms, back pressed to the railing. You can't just say things like that. Why not? I cup her face in my hands, thumbs brushing over her cheekbones. It's true. You want me to lie instead? I want you to kiss me. The admission comes out breathless. Is that allowed? Or are you making me wait for whatever magical island you're taking me to? I'm definitely making you wait. But I lean down anyway, capturing her lips in a kiss that starts gentle and quickly becomes something more. She tastes like champagne and possibility, her hands fisting in my shirt to pull me closer. Tease, she accuses when we break apart for air. Anticipation makes everything better. I step back before I forget all my plans and take her right here on the deck. Come on, you should change for dinner. I lead her to the master cabin where her overnight bag is already waiting. The space is luxurious. King bed with Egyptian cotton sheets, ensuite bathroom with marble fixtures, windows offering panoramic water views. My dress is already here. She touches the garment bag hanging in the closet. You really did plan everything. I'll be in the main salon when you're ready. I kiss her forehead, then force myself to leave before I suggest she forget the dress entirely. I change quickly in one of the guest cabins. The Tom Ford tuxedo fits perfectly, as it should for what it cost. By the time I'm adjusting my cufflinks in the salon, I can see our destination approaching through the windows. The island rises from the Chesapeake like something from a fairy tale, small, private, with a single structure nestled among trees. As we draw closer, lights begin to twinkle through the foliage, and I hear Simone's gasp behind me. Blake! She stands at the entrance to the salon, and the air becomes impossible to breathe. The blue dress clings to her curves before flowing to the floor, and she's added diamond earrings that catch the light, but it's her expression that stops me. Wonder and love. What is this place? Yours for tonight. I offer her my arm, leading her to where the captain is preparing to dock. The island, the restaurant, the chef, everything is just for us. How is that even possible? The owner is a friend. Former ambassador who owed me several favors. I help her onto the dock where a path lit by lanterns leads through the trees. He uses it for very exclusive gatherings. Tonight, we're the only gathering that matters. The walk to the restaurant is short but magical. Fairy lights wound through branches, the sound of water lapping at the shore, the soft music drifting from ahead. Simone's hand tightens on my arm as the building comes into view. It's more glass than walls, designed to blend with the natural surroundings while offering spectacular views. Inside, a single table is set with crystal and silver, candles creating pools of warm light. The rest of the space is empty, just for us. Monsieur Douglas, Madame Douglas. The chef appears, Henri Dubois, flown in from New York for this one meal. Welcome to your private evening. Shall we begin? Blake, Simone whispers as Henri disappears to the kitchen. This is too much. Nothing is too much for you. I pull out her chair, letting my hands linger on her shoulders. Besides, we never had a proper first date. I'm making up for lost time. Our first date is a private island with a Michelin-starred chef. She laughs, the sound bright in the intimate space. Setting the bar rather high, aren't you? I have high standards. I take my seat across from her, close enough to touch. And you exceed everyone. Henri returns with the first course, setting delicate plates before us with a flourish. We begin with champagne and tears, he announces. Oysters poached in champagne foam, garnished with pearl caviar. Celebration of beginnings, even those that start with sorrow. Simone's eyes widen as she realizes what he means. The wedding? You told him about? Each course tells part of our story. I watch her taste the oyster, her eyes closing in pleasure. Too much? Perfect. She reaches across the table for my hand. Absolutely perfect. The second course arrives. Sailing into trust, featuring seafood caught in the waters where we learn to navigate together. Henri tells the story as he serves, weaving our honeymoon into the presentation. The third course, Building in Crisis, combines elements that shouldn't work but do, just like us. You really did this, Simone marvels as we progress through the meal. Turned our chaotic beginning into a tasting menu. Henri helped. He's a romantic at heart. I refill her water glass, noticing the flush in her cheeks. The next course is my favorite. Promise of Tomorrow arrives as the sun sets completely, leaving us dining by candlelight with stars beginning to appear through the glass ceiling. The dish is delicate, hopeful, baby vegetables and edible flowers arranged like a garden. For your little one, Henri explains with a grandfather smile, a wish for all the beautiful things to come. I might cry, Simone admits, blinking rapidly. Hormones. Definitely hormones. Of course. I squeeze her hand, my own throat suspiciously tight. Just hormones. Dessert is Dancing in Moonlight, a chocolate souffle so light it seems to float, accompanied by raspberry coulis that makes Simone moan in a way that tests my control. Dance with me, I request when Henri has cleared the last plates and discreetly vanished. Music flows from hidden speakers, the same song from the night market in Martha's Vineyard. Here? She looks around the empty restaurant. Blake, we're alone on an island. Exactly. I pull her into my arms, leading her in a slow sway. No one to perform for, no one to judge, just us. She melts into me, head finding that perfect spot on my shoulder. We dance in the candlelight, her body warm and pliant against mine, and I know with absolute certainty that every moment of my life has led to this. I love you. The words escape without planning, muffled against her hair. I'm completely, desperately, irrevocably in love with you, Simone Douglas. She creates distance to study my face, eyes shining with unshed tears. You planned all this, the island, the dinner, the dancing, just to tell me you love me. No. I frame her face with my hands. I planned all this to show you. The words are just confirmation. Blake. She stretches up on her toes, bringing our faces level. Take me back to the yacht. The evening isn't. Take me back. Her eyes are dark, determined. Now, please. The walk back through the fairy lights is charged with electricity. Every brush of her hand, every catch of her breath, every glance builds the tension between us until I'm half mad with wanting her. On the yacht, the captain has discreetly retreated to his quarters, leaving us in privacy. Nightcap? I offer when we reach the salon, needing something to do with my hands. No. She moves toward the master cabin, looking back over her shoulder. Are you coming? I follow like she's magnetic north and I'm a broken compass. In the cabin, moonlight streams through the windows, painting everything in silver. She turns to me, reaching up to loosen her hair until it tumbles around her shoulders. Simone. Her name comes out rough. Are you sure? We don't have to. Blake. She steps closer, hands flattening against my chest. I've been sure since you taught me to sail. Since you made breakfast at dawn. Since you saved my family and asked for nothing in return. I'm sure. Thank God. I capture her lips in a kiss that's nothing like the gentle ones we've shared. This is fire and need and weeks of wanting poured into us. Her hands fumble with my bow tie while I search for the zipper of her dress. We're clumsy with urgency, laughing breathlessly when my cufflink gets caught in her hair. So much for suave, I mutter, carefully freeing the strand. I don't want suave. She pushes my jacket off my shoulders. I want you. The real you. The one who makes spreadsheets about baby development and memorizes my tea preferences. You find spreadsheets sexy? I finally locate her zipper, drawing it down slowly, revealing inch after inch of smooth skin. I have so many to show you. Later. The dress pools at her feet, and I forget how to breathe. Much later. She stands before me in only delicate lace, the moonlight painting her skin silver. You're staring. I'm memorizing. I reach for her, pulling her against me. Every curve, every shadow. I've imagined this so many times, Simone. Waking up hard, thinking about touching you.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Worth the wait? I ask, pressing a kiss to her hair. Worth everything, she confirms, then props herself up to look at me. Though I do have one complaint. Already? I try to look offended, but can't stop smiling. What could you possibly complain about? You let me think I was pregnant by a stranger for weeks. She pokes my chest. Do you know how terrifying that was? I'm never living that down, am I? Never. But she's smiling as she kisses me. Though I suppose tonight was a good start on making amends. Just a start? I roll us over, bracketing her beneath me. Then I better keep working on it. I suppose you should, she agrees, pulling me down for another kiss. Outside, the water laps against the hull and stars wheel overhead. But here in our private world, nothing exists except us. No brothers, no scandals, no arranged marriages. Just Blake and Simone, building something real from the ashes of something fake. I want to wake up with you every morning, I tell her as we drift toward sleep. Not because of arrangements or appearances. Because I can't imagine starting a day without you. Okay, she says simply, like it's that easy. And maybe it is. Maybe love is just choosing each other, over and over until the choice becomes as natural as breathing. Okay, I echo, and pull her closer. The yacht rocks us to sleep, and I dream of baby vegetables and dancing in moonlight and a woman who makes me believe in forever. Real enough for you now? I think as consciousness fades. More than enough, my heart answers. Everything.
Chapter 13. Simone. According to my pregnancy app, I'm officially in the second trimester, which apparently means Blake has decided we need to interview pediatricians, design a nursery, and possibly buy the entire baby section of Nordstrom. You can't be serious about the space theme, I tell him for the 5th time this morning, watching him spread paint samples across our dining table, like he's planning a military campaign. Our baby is not living in a galaxy far, far away. Why not? He holds up a deep navy swatch next to a silver one, squinting at them with the same intensity he brings to Senate bills. Space is educational, inspiring, gender neutral. It's also dark and cold, I counter with my own samples. Soft pastels and mint and peach. What about ballet? Elegant, artistic, also gender neutral. Our child cannot sleep under a mural of dancing figures. He shudders dramatically. That's how nightmares start. Blake Douglas, did you just insult ballet? I snatch the navy sample from his hand, in front of a former prima ballerina. Never. He catches my wrist, pulling me between his knees where he sits. I'm insulting the idea of tutus on the ceiling. Completely different. We could do both, I suggest, running my fingers through his hair. He's let it grow slightly longer since the wedding, And the way it curls at his collar makes him look younger, less senatorial. Ballet dancers in space, cosmic pirouettes. He pauses, considering. Actually, not terrible. I have my moments. I lean down to kiss him, intending it to be quick, but he deepens it immediately. When we break apart, I'm breathless, and his eyes are dark. We're supposed to be planning. We are planning. His hands settle on my hips, thumb stroking the sliver of skin where my shirt has ridden up. I'm planning all the things I want to do to you instead of picking paint colors. Focus. Yet a grin forms as I step back. The lawyers are coming at 2, remember? His expression shifts, some of the playfulness fading. Right, the custody agreement. We've been avoiding this conversation for 2 weeks, ever since his lawyer suggested we formalize arrangements, just in case. Neither of us wants to plan for a future where we're not together, but ignoring it won't make it disappear. It's just paperwork, I say, trying to sound casual. Making sure everything's clear. Crystal clear. He turns back to the paint samples, with determined focus. So, cosmic ballet, I can work with that. The doorbell interrupts our color debate, and Blake frowns. We're not expecting anyone. Maybe it's another baby gift. In the weeks since announcing the pregnancy, packages have arrived daily. From political allies, business associates, even people we barely know. Our guest room looks like a baby gap exploded. Blake goes to answer it while I organize the samples into yes, no, and maybe piles. I hear voices in the foyer, Blake's tone shifting from confused to pleased. Simone, he calls. We have visitors. I find him standing with a woman I don't recognize, mid-50s, elegant in that understated way that screams old money, with silver-streaked hair and Blake's exact eyes. You must be Simone. She extends a manicured hand. I'm Eleanor Whitfield, James's mother. I hope we're not intruding. James Whitfield, our billionaire savior, has a mother who makes surprise visits. Of course he does. Not at all, I lie smoothly, shaking her hand. Please come in. Can I offer you something to drink? Tea would be lovely. She follows us to the living room, taking in everything with sharp eyes. James speaks highly of you both. Said you're the reason his investment is already showing returns. Simone's the reason, Blake corrects, his hand finding its familiar spot on my lower back. She's revolutionized their digital strategy in just a few weeks. While pregnant, no less, Eleanor settles on our sofa like she belongs there. Impressive. I escape to make tea, needing a moment to process. When I return with a tray, Blake and Eleanor are deep in conversation about market projections. She accepts her cup with a smile that transforms her face. I actually came to discuss the nursery, she announces, making Blake choke on his coffee. James mentioned you were planning. I happen to know the best designers in D.C. That's kind, but nonsense. She waves away my protest. Consider it a baby gift. Plus, I have ulterior motives. I'm hoping if I spoil your child rotten, you'll let me play honorary grandmother. Mine are all in Europe with their mother. We couldn't impose, Blake starts, but Eleanor laughs. Darling boy, I have more money than God and no one to spend it on. Let me design one nursery. I promise not to go overboard. 2 hours later, she's redesigned our entire apartment in her head, scheduled meetings with 3 designers, and somehow extracted our entire relationship story over tea and cookies. Love at first sight, disguised as duty, she muses. As Blake walks her to the door. My favorite kind of romance? It's been more complicated than that, I admit. The best things always are. She pats my cheek with maternal affection. Take care of each other, and call me about the nursery. I have ideas about incorporating both your themes. After she leaves, Blake and I stand in our foyer, slightly dazed. Did we just get adopted by James Whitfield's mother? I ask. I think we did. He pulls me against him, resting his chin on my head. Is that okay? Strangely, yes. I wrap my arms around his waist. She reminds me of your grandmother, forceful but kind. Speaking of grandmother, he trails off, and I feel him tense. She's invited us for dinner tomorrow. Just dinner? I pull back to look at him. No hidden agenda? There's always an agenda with Dorothea Douglas. He kisses my forehead. But I promise to protect you from any marriage interrogations. Who's going to protect you? The lawyers arrive before he can answer, and we spend the afternoon discussing custody arrangements that make my chest tight. Joint custody, alternating holidays, child support calculations, all very civilized for a marriage that started as disaster management. Is there a possibility of reconciliation? The lawyer asks delicately. It might change how we structure things. Blake and I look at each other across the conference table. We sleep tangled together every night. He knows how I take my tea. I know when he needs space to think. We're building a nursery and a life, and something that feels permanent, but neither of us knows how to name it. We're taking things day by day, Blake finally says. The baby comes first. Of course. The lawyer makes notes. We'll draft something flexible then. After they leave, the apartment feels too quiet. Blake pours himself scotch while I curl up on the couch with peppermint tea, both of us processing. That was horrible, I say finally. Necessary evil. He joins me, pulling my feet into his lap. Though I hated every minute of it. All those arrangements like we're planning to fail. I set down my tea, needing my hands free to gesture. Alternating Christmases, weekend visitations. That's not what I want. What do you want? His hands still on my ankles. Really, Simone. No lawyers, no expectations. What do you want? I want Sunday mornings reading in bed. I want you assembling cribs while cursing at instructions in 3 languages. I want to argue about paint colors and baby names and whether our child should play violin or piano. Both, he interjects. Obviously both. I want family dinners where your grandmother terrorizes us with questions, while my parents pretend they're not planning our vow renewal. I take a breath, gathering courage. I want to stop pretending this is temporary. Simone, I know we said we'd decide after the baby. I know we're being practical and careful and all those responsible things. But Blake, we're designing a nursery together. We're having dinner with your grandmother. We're living like this is permanent. Maybe we should just... He kisses me, cutting off my rambling. When he pulls back, his eyes are serious. I've been waiting for you to be ready, he says simply. I've known what I wanted since our wedding day. Hell, probably before that. But you needed time to trust this, to trust me. I trust you. I frame his face with my hands. I trust us. Then we'll tell the lawyers to tear up the custody agreement. His smile is radiant. And start planning for permanence instead. Your grandmother will be insufferable. She's already insufferable. He pulls me onto his lap. But she'll also be thrilled. We spend the evening like we've spent so many others, cooking together, debating nursery plans, reading sections of baby books out loud. But there's a new quality to it now, a settled feeling that makes everything sweeter. The space ballet compromise is growing on me, Blake admits as we get ready for bed. We could do constellations that form dancers. Or dancers reaching for stars. I emerge from the bathroom to find him already in bed. Glasses on as he reviews tomorrow's legislation. The domesticity of it. My husband reading in our bed, makes my heart skip. That's poetic. He sets aside his papers as I climb in beside him. Very you. Is that good? Everything about you is good. He pulls me against him, my back to his chest, hands settling over where our baby grows. Have I told you today that I love you? Only 12 times. I lace our fingers together. Slacking off, Senator. I love you, he murmurs against my neck. 13. Better? Getting there. Sunday morning arrives gray and drizzly, perfect for staying in bed. Blake makes French toast while I paint in what will be the nursery, working on sample stars and dancers on canvas before committing to the walls. You're humming, he observes, appearing in the doorway with coffee for him and tea for me. Coppelia? You recognized it? I accept the tea gratefully. Most people don't know ballet music. I've been studying. He examines my work with genuine interest. These are beautiful. Our kid's going to have the best room in D.C. Until Eleanor's designers get involved, I lean back against him. Think she was serious about 3 consultations? Dead serious. James doesn't get his business acumen from nowhere. His lips brush my forehead. We should get ready. Grandmother expects punctuality. What should I wear to a Douglas family dinner that's definitely not about our marriage, but is definitely about our marriage? Armor. He grins at my expression. Kidding. Wear that green dress I like, the one that makes your eyes look like magic. Sweet talker. Still, amusement takes over while I clean my brushes. You just want to see me in that dress again. Guilty. He catches me around the waist as I pass. Can you blame me? We'll be late, I protest half-heartedly as he nuzzles my neck. Worth it. But he releases me with obvious reluctance. Go, be beautiful. I'll clean up here. An hour later, we're in the car heading to Georgetown, my hand held firmly in his. Remember, he says as we pull up to Dorothea's imposing mansion. She can smell fear, show no weakness. You're making me more nervous. I smooth my dress unnecessarily. What if she hates me now that the crisis is over? What if she thinks I trapped you? Impossible. He parks, turning to face me fully. She adores you. Said you're the first woman I've dated with an actual spine. Charming. It's a compliment, trust me. He comes around to open my door. Ready? No. But I take his hand anyway, letting him lead me up the stone steps. The housekeeper, Gladys, greets us with what might be a smile. Master Blake, Mrs. Douglas. She's in the blue parlor. Of course she is, Blake mutters. Scene of the crime. The blue parlor looks less intimidating than last time, probably because Dorothea is alone, no sign of Blake's parents or sister. She rises when we enter, kissing Blake's cheek before turning to me. Simone, you're glowing. She takes both my hands, studying me with those sharp eyes. Pregnancy suits you, as does my grandson, apparently. Thank you, Mrs. Douglas. Dorothea, please. Or grandmother, if you're feeling generous. She guides us to sit. Tell me about the nursery. I heard Eleanor Whitfield has gotten involved. News travels fast, Blake observes. Eleanor called me. Dorothea pours tea with practiced elegance. Wanted to ensure she wasn't stepping on toes. I told her you needed all the help you could get. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Blake says dryly. Oh, hush. You know nothing about design. She hands me a delicate china cup. Now, Simone, tell me about your plans, both for the nursery and for your future. Subtle grandmother. I'm 82. I don't have time for subtle. She fixes me with that penetrating stare. Are you staying married to my grandson or not? Yes. The answer comes without hesitation. We're staying married. Good. She nods decisively. I've already planned the vow renewal. Next spring, after the baby arrives, the garden here will be perfect. Grandmother, it's settled. She waves away Blake's protest. Now, about names. Family tradition dictates, no, Blake and I say in unison, then look at each other and laugh. We're choosing our own names. I elaborate, with all due respect to family tradition. She studies us over her teacup. You're good for him. He actually stands up to me now. He always stood up to you, I defend. No, dear, he negotiated. There's a difference. She sets down her cup with a decisive clink. You make him brave. That's worth more than all the political connections in Washington. The rest of dinner passes more smoothly, Dorothea sharing stories of Blake's childhood that make him groan and me laugh. She's still formidable, still calculating, but there's warmth there too. She likes you, Blake says as we drive home. Really likes you, not just politically. I like her too. I watch the city lights blur past. Is that weird? Probably. He brings our joined hands to his lips. But our whole relationship is weird, so it fits. Back home, I change into pajamas while Blake checks his messages. When I emerge from the bathroom, he's frowning at his phone. What's wrong? Nothing, just... He sets the phone aside. My mother texted. First contact since the lunch ambush. What did she say? That she hopes the baby inherits my temperament and your beauty. He pulls me onto the bed beside him. I think it's an olive branch. With Patricia Douglas, you never know. Maybe she's trying, I suggest, curling into his side. Maybe. He sounds unconvinced. Or she wants something. Time will tell. We settle into our nighttime routine, him reading briefings while I sketch nursery ideas. The rain patters against windows, creating a cocoon of warmth and safety. This is my favorite time, when the day winds down and it's just us. I've been thinking about names, I say eventually. What about Sarah for a girl, after your grandmother's middle name? She'd love that. He sets aside his papers to focus on me. And for a boy? Something strong but not pretentious. I tap my pencil against my lip. James is out. We can't name him after our investor. Definitely not. Blake laughs. What about Samuel? Sam Douglas has a nice ring. Samuel or Sarah. I test the names. I like them. We have months to decide. He pulls me closer. Maybe we should practice making siblings. Make sure we get the process right. Very scientific of you. But I'm already kissing him. Sketches forgotten. Later, drowsing in the afterglow, I hear something from the living room. Did you hear that? Probably the storm. Blake's voice is sleepy, satisfied. Go back to sleep. But I can't shake the feeling, so I slip out of bed, padding barefoot to investigate. The living room is dark, empty, but the sense of wrongness persists. Then the doorbell rings. Who visits at midnight? Blake appears behind me, hastily pulled on pajama pants riding low on his hips. Stay back, let me... But I'm already at the door, looking through the peephole. My blood freezes. Vincent Douglas stands in our hallway, soaking wet from the storm, looking like hell, and smiling like the devil. I open the door before Blake can stop me. I have so many questions for him. Hello, sister, Vincent says, his voice carrying that familiar cruel edge. We need to talk. Behind me, I feel Blake go rigid. Our peaceful bubble shatters like spun glass, reality crashing back in. The storm has arrived.
Chapter 14. Blake. Vincent pulls a bunch of papers from his coat like a magician revealing a trick, except this magic will destroy everything we've built. Interesting reading material, he says, water still dripping from his hair onto our hardwood floors. The storm outside has nothing on the one building in my chest as I recognize the documents, the same ones Simone and I agonized over with our lawyers. Joint custody arrangements, financial provisions, alternating holidays. Not exactly the stuff of epic romance, is it? How did you get those? My voice comes out deadly calm, but I'm already calculating exits, weapons, ways to get Simone safely behind me. She's frozen beside me in her silk pajamas, one hand pressed to her stomach in that protective gesture that's become second nature. Your lawyer, Mitchell? Vincent's smile is all teeth and malice. Turns out he has quite the gambling problem. Amazing how chatty people get when you own their markers. 20 grand makes even attorney-client privilege negotiable. You paid off our lawyer. Simone's voice is hollow with disbelief. You actually... I invested in information. Vincent saunters further into our apartment like he owns it, leaving wet footprints on the carpet. And what fascinating information it is. Listen to this gem. In the event the parties choose to dissolve the marriage, custody shall be shared equally, with the child spending alternating weeks with each parent. Each word hits like a physical blow. Those documents were supposed to be confidential, a safety net we'd never need. Now they're a loaded gun in my brother's shaking hands. My personal favorite, Vincent continues, flipping pages with theatrical flair, is the section about maintaining separate residences should reconciliation prove impossible. Very touching. Really screams true love. Those were precautionary. I start, but he cuts me off with a laugh that sounds like breaking glass. Precautionary. Is that what we're calling it? He waves the papers like a flag. The media will eat this up. Senator's shotgun wedding exposed as sham. Baby trap marriage crumbles before it begins. I can see the headlines now. What do you want, Vincent? I step partially in front of Simone, my body coiled with the need to act, to protect, to destroy the threat in front of us. Money. He says it simply, like we're discussing the weather. $5 million, transferred to an offshore account by Monday morning. In exchange, these documents and my silence disappear forever. $5 million? Simone gasps. That's insane. That's survival! Vincent's mask slips for a moment, revealing something desperate underneath the bravado. Do you know what happens when you owe the wrong people money? When you can't pay your debts to men who break bones for entertainment? That's not our problem, I say flatly. You made your choices. My choices? He laughs again, bitter and sharp. My choices were made for me the day you were born. You were supposed to be the spare heir, the backup plan, never quite good enough, but it's the opposite. Do you know what it's like growing up in your shadow? Watching everyone compare us and find me lacking? So you gambled away your trust fund and now want us to pay for your mistakes? I can feel my control fraying, hands clenching into fists. Get out. I'll go straight to the Post. The Times. Hell, maybe TMZ for fun. He pulls out his phone, showing a draft email with attachments. One click, brother. One click and your perfect political career goes up in flames. Your fake marriage, your political aspirations, your carefully crafted image, all of it burns. You'll burn too, Simone points out, her voice stronger now. The family name. What family? Vincent's eyes are wild now, the desperation fully visible. The one that cut me off? The one that chose him over me at every turn? I've got nothing left to lose, sister dear. Can you say the same? Don't call her that. The words spill out akin to a growl. You lost the right to call her family when you abandoned her at the altar. Abandoned her? Vincent steps closer and I smell the whiskey on his breath, see the tremor in his hands. I set her free. Set you both free to play out your little romance novel. You should be thanking me. Thanking you? The last thread of my control snaps. You humiliated her in front of 500 people. You tried to destroy her family's company. You've done nothing but hurt everyone who ever tried to love you. Love? He spits the word like poison. Is that what we're calling this arrangement? Tell me, Blake, was it love when you screwed my fiancée at that fundraiser? Was it love when you kept that secret for weeks? Or was it just another way to prove you're better than me? The accusation hangs in the air like a blade. Simone makes a small sound beside me, and that tiny expression of pain is what breaks me. I move without thinking, shoving Vincent hard against the wall. The custody papers scatter across the floor like dead leaves. Don't you dare! I snarl, my forearm across his throat. Don't you dare try to make this about some sibling rivalry. You treated her like a business transaction. You made her feel worthless. I gave her what you never could. Respect, protection, love. Vincent laughs even with my arm compressing his windpipe. Love? You think she loves you? She needed a rescue, and you were convenient. Just like always, cleaning up my messes, playing the hero. He shoves back, and then we're really fighting. Years of resentment and rivalry exploding in a tangle of fists and fury. We crash into the coffee table, sending carefully arranged art books flying. A lamp shatters against the wall. Stop! Simone's voice cuts through the violence. Both of you, stop it! But Vincent's past hearing, past reason. He lands a punch that splits my lip, copper flooding my mouth. I retaliate with a blow to his ribs that makes him wheeze. Security's coming! Simone shouts, phone in her hand. I called them! They'll be here any... Vincent lunges for her phone, trying to grab it. Not violently, just desperate. But Simone stumbles backward to avoid him. It happens in slow motion, her feet tangling in the scattered papers, her arms windmilling for balance, the coffee table corner rushing up to meet her as she falls. The sound she makes when she hits, part gasp, part cry, stops both of us cold. Simone! I abandon Vincent instantly, dropping to my knees beside her. She's curled on her side, arms wrapped around her middle, face contorted in pain. Can't... She gasps, struggling to breathe. Something's wrong. Blake, something's... That's when I see the blood. Not much, just a spot on her pale pajamas, but enough to turn my world to ice. Don't move. My hands tremble while I cradle her head. Don't move, baby. I'm calling an ambulance. The baby, she moans, tears streaming down her face. Blake, the baby. Behind us, Vincent stands frozen, his face draining of color as he processes what just happened. I didn't mean... I wasn't trying to... Get out. I don't look at him, focused entirely on Simone. Get out before I kill you. Blake, Get out! The roar tears from my throat, primal and dangerous. Vincent backs toward the door just as building security arrives. They take one look at the scene, the destroyed living room, Simone on the floor, blood, and immediately radio for medical support. Sir, what happened? The head of security, Darius, kneels beside us while his partner restrains Vincent. She fell. She's pregnant. She's bleeding. I can't form coherent sentences, my usual eloquence destroyed by terror. The ambulance! 3 minutes out! Darius is already checking Simone's pulse, his EMT training kicking in. Ma'am, can you tell me where it hurts? Everywhere, Simone whimpers, her hand finding mine with desperate strength. Blake, don't leave me. Never. I press kisses to her knuckles, her forehead, anywhere I can reach. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. The next few minutes blur together. Paramedics arriving, gentle hands moving Simone onto a stretcher. Medical jargon I can't process. I'm vaguely aware of Vincent being escorted out by security, of Darius assuring me they'll handle the apartment, but all I can focus on is Simone's pale face and the way her hand grips mine like a lifeline. The ambulance ride is a nightmare of monitors and controlled urgency. The paramedic asks questions I struggle to answer. How far along is she? Any complications? What exactly happened? I managed to convey the basics while never letting go of her hand. 14 weeks, Simone whispers when I falter. Even in pain, she's helping me. No complications before this. I fell, hit the table. You're doing great, the paramedic soothes, adjusting her IV. We're almost there. The emergency room is organized chaos. They whisk Simone away for examination, and I'm left in the hallway, lost and useless. My shirt is torn from the fight, blood from my split lip staining the collar. I must look like hell, but I can't bring myself to care. Senator Douglas, a nurse approaches cautiously. Your wife is being examined. Dr. Trent will update you soon. Is there anyone we should call? Her parents. The words come out rough. Harrison and Genevieve Beaumont. They need to know. I make the call with trembling fingers, waking Harrison from sleep. His transition from groggy to alert is instant when I explain. We're on our way, he says simply. 20 minutes. Blake, take care of our girl. The waiting is agony. I pace the small family room they've given me, replaying every moment. Mr. Douglas. Dr. Trent appears in the doorway, her expression carefully neutral. Your wife is stable. We've stopped the bleeding and the baby's heartbeat is strong. The relief nearly drops me to my knees. Thank God. Can I see her? In a moment. But first, we need to discuss the situation. She gestures for me to sit, taking the chair across from me. The fall caused some placental irritation. Not a full abruption, thankfully, but concerning enough that we want to keep her for observation. For how long? At least 48 hours. Mr. Douglas, your wife's blood pressure is dangerously elevated. The stress from tonight's incident. Has she been under unusual pressure lately? I think about the company crisis, the media attention, my family's hostility, Vincent's threats. Yes, significant stress. It needs to stop. Dr. Trent's voice is firm. She's at risk for preeclampsia, possibly worse. Whatever's causing this stress, it has to be eliminated or managed better. The baby depends on it. She depends on it. I understand. The weight of responsibility settles on my shoulders like lead. Whatever it takes to keep them safe. Good. She's asking for you. Room 314. Dr. Trent stands, then pauses. Senator? She's scared. She needs you to be strong for her right now. I find Simone propped up in the hospital bed, looking small and fragile, making my chest constrict painfully. Monitors track her vitals, and the baby's heartbeat fills the room with rapid, reassuring sound. Hey, I say softly, approaching the bed like she might shatter if I move too quickly. Hey. Her voice is barely a whisper. Is the baby? Fine. Strong heartbeat. No distress. I sink into the chair beside her bed, taking her hand carefully around the IV line. You scared me. I scared myself. Tears leak from the corners of her eyes. When I fell, all I could think was that I was losing our baby. That Vincent would win after all. He's not winning anything. I bring her hand to my lips, tasting the salt of my own tears. Security has him. The police are involved. He won't come near you again. The documents don't matter. None of it matters except you and this baby. I move, settling at the border of her bed, needing to be closer. Simone, I'm so sorry. I should have protected you better. Should have handled it differently. You were protecting me. She reaches up with her free hand, touching my split lip gently. This is Vincent's fault, not yours. The stress, the threats, all of it. The doctor says the stress has to stop. I catch her hand, holding it against my cheek, so it stops. Tonight, whatever I have to do, whoever I have to pay, whatever I have to sacrifice, the stress stops now. Blake. No arguments. I lean down, pressing my forehead to hers. You and the baby are all that matter. Everything else is just noise. Her parents arrive in a whirlwind of concern and barely controlled fury. Genevieve goes straight to Simone while Harrison pulls me aside. "Vincent?" he asks simply. "In custody. He tried to blackmail us with confidential documents. Things got physical." I touch my split lip ruefully. Simone felt trying to get away from the fight. "I'll destroy him." Harrison's voice is calm, which makes it more terrifying. "Legally, financially, socially, he'll wish he'd stayed in Thailand." "Get in line," I mutter, but there's no heat in it. All my anger has transformed into fear for the woman in the hospital bed. The night stretches endlessly. Nurses check on Simone every hour, monitoring her blood pressure, the baby's heartbeat, any signs of further complications. I refuse to leave, camping out in the uncomfortable chair despite multiple suggestions that I go home and rest. "I'm not leaving," I tell the third nurse who suggests it. "Not until she does." Simone drifts in and out of sleep, occasionally squeezing my hand as if reassuring herself I'm still there. Her parents eventually leave to handle the police situation and gather supplies for an extended stay. Around 3 a.m., she wakes fully, finding me reading custody documents by the dim light. "What are you doing?" Her voice is scratchy but alert. "Destroying these." I hold up the papers Vincent left scattered in our apartment, shredding them, burning them, possibly launching them into the sun. "Blake, we don't need them." I set the documents aside, focusing on her. "We're not getting divorced. Not now. Not after the baby. Not ever. So these are just expensive kindling." "Is that a proposal?" Despite everything, there's a hint of her usual spark, because hospital beds aren't very romantic. "It's a promise." I move back to the bed, carefully arranging myself beside her. "I'll propose properly when you're not hooked to monitors. With a ring and a speech, and probably some tears. Yours or mine? Both, knowing us." I press a kiss to her temple. "Sleep, sweetheart. I'll be here. Always. Always." She drifts off again, and I watch the monitors tracking 2 heartbeats, hers and our baby's. In a few hours, I'll have to deal with Vincent, the media fallout, the legal implications. But right now, in this quiet room with my family safe and sleeping, I let myself breathe.
Chapter 15. Simone. His parents arrive at the hospital at 6 a.m., like vultures circling a wound, and I know before Blake speaks that they're here to save Vincent, not support me. I can see it through the window of my hospital room. Patricia Douglas's perfectly coiffed blonde hair catching the harsh fluorescent lights as she corners Blake in the corridor. William Douglas stands beside her in his press suit, looking every inch the senator, even at this ungodly hour. Blake's body language screams tension. His hands clenched at his sides as his mother speaks with sharp, decisive gestures. "You should be sleeping," the nurse says gently, adjusting my IV. "Rest is crucial right now." "Hard to rest when your in-laws are plotting in the hallway?" I mutter, but I let her fuss with my blankets. The baby's heartbeat continues its reassuring rhythm on the monitor, the only sound keeping me sane. Blake's been gone for 20 minutes, pulled away by hospital security, who said his parents urgently needed to speak with him. I should have known then that something was wrong. The Douglas family doesn't do anything without calculation, especially not at dawn. Through the window, I watch Patricia step closer to Blake, her manicured finger jabbing at his chest. Whatever she's saying makes him recoil, then lean forward aggressively. William puts a restraining hand on Blake's shoulder, ever the mediator, but I can see the steel in his expression too. Then they disappear deeper into the hallway. Family drama? The nurse follows my gaze. "Do you want me to call your husband back?" I can say it's doctor's orders. "Yes, please, The The door opens, cutting off my response, but it's not Blake returning. It's Serena Douglas, looking impossibly put together for someone who should be asleep at this hour. Her blonde hair falls in perfect waves, her cream-colored suit pristine, her smile sharp as broken glass. "Simone!" She breezes in like we're old friends, air kissing near my cheek. "I heard about your little accident. How frightening." "Serena?" I struggle to sit up straighter, acutely aware of my hospital gown and unwashed hair. "What are you doing here?" "Supporting family, of course." She settles into the visitor's chair like she belongs there, crossing her legs elegantly. "Though I must say, the circumstances are rather dramatic. Vincent called me absolutely distraught." Vincent attacked us. My hand goes instinctively to my stomach. "He tried to blackmail Blake, us." "Is that what Blake told you?" Her laugh tinkles like poisoned wind chimes. How convenient. My brothers do love their competing narratives. The nurse excuses herself quietly, and I wish desperately she would stay. Being alone with Serena feels like being locked in a cage with a beautifully dressed viper. "There's no narrative. Vincent broke into our home, demanded money, and to pay debts he accrued trying to save face after you humiliated him." Serena leans forward. Her blue eyes, so like Blake's but cold where his are warm, boring into mine. "Are you aware of what you've done to our family?" "What I've done?" The monitors beep faster, tracking my rising heart rate. "Vincent abandoned me at the altar. He gave you exactly what you wanted." She stands, pacing the small room like a predator. "The chance to trade up, first Vincent, then Blake. Tell me, was seducing the spare part of the plan all along, or just a happy accident?" "I didn't seduce anyone." But my voice comes out weaker than intended, the stress and exhaustion taking their toll. "Blake and I fell madly in love in 3 days." Serena's smile could cut diamonds. "Please, I've seen the custody papers, darling. Very romantic, planning your divorce before the ink dried on your marriage certificate." "How do you know about—" "Vincent shares everything with family, real family." She stops at the foot of my bed, gripping the rail. "You've destroyed us, you know. 2 brothers who used to be best friends, now at each other's throats. My parents forced to choose sides. All because you couldn't keep your legs closed at a fundraiser." The slap of her words makes me flinch. "Get out." "The truth hurts, doesn't it?" She continues, warming to her theme. "Though I suppose I should thank you. You've shown everyone exactly what kind of woman you are. First throwing yourself at Vincent for his connections, then spreading your legs for Blake when a better option presented itself. That's not— What kind of woman seduces 2 brothers?" Her voice rises, perfectly modulated to carry. "What kind of woman plays them against each other until they're literally fighting over her used goods?" I said, "Get out!" I struggle to sit up fully, my body protesting. "Get out before I call security." "Call them." She laughs. That same poisonous sound. "Let's make even more of a scene. I'm sure the media would love to know that Senator Douglas's pregnant wife is having hysterics in the hospital. Very stable, very first lady material." The door bursts open, and relief floods through me at the sight of Jade. My best friend takes one look at the scene, me pale and shaking in the bed, Serena looming like a designer-clad demon, and transforms into an avenging angel. "What do you think you're doing?" Jade storms between us, all 5'4" of her vibrating with rage. "Get away from her, you Botoxed brat!" "Charming." Serena doesn't retreat. "Is this the kind of company you keep, Simone? Gutter trash defending gutter behavior?" "Gutter trash?" Jade's voice goes deadly quiet, which anyone who knows her recognizes as danger. Let me tell you about Trash, you surgically enhanced princess. Trash is attacking a pregnant woman in her hospital bed. Trash is blaming her for your brother's toxic masculinity. Trash is that obvious nose job that your surgeon botched. How dare you? Oh, I dare. Jade steps closer, forcing Serena to step back. I dare because, unlike you, I don't need daddy's money or family connections to validate my existence. And if you say one more word to my friend, I'll show you exactly how gutter trash handles entitled brats. Are you threatening me? Serena's eyes light up with malicious glee. In front of witnesses? I'm promising you. Jade's hands clench into fists. One more word about Simone, and I'll rearrange that fake face of yours. Jade, don't. I try to intervene, but neither woman is listening. Fake? Serena laughs. At least I don't have to sleep my way through a family to secure my future. Tell me, Simone, is Blake as good as Vincent? Can you even tell them apart in the dark, or do all Douglas men feel the same? The crack of Jade's palm against Serena's cheek echoes through the room like a gunshot. For a moment, everything freezes. Then Serena launches herself at Jade with a screech that could shatter glass. And suddenly they're grappling like teenagers, all dignity abandoned. You crazy brat. Serena grabs a handful of Jade's hair. Crazy? I'll show you crazy. Jade retaliates, pushing Serena against the wall. Stop! I struggle to get out of bed, but the IV line and monitors hold me back. Both of you, stop. The baby. They're not listening. Serena swings her designer purse at Jade's head. Jade ducks and tackles her around the waist. They crash into the visitor's chair, sending it skittering across the floor. Security! I fumble for the call button, my heart rate monitor beeping frantically. Someone help? A nurse rushes in, takes one look at the brawling women, and immediately calls for backup. But in the chaos, I don't notice the orderly standing in the doorway, phone raised and recording everything. Get off me! Serena shrieks as Jade pins her to the floor. Apologize to Simone, Jade demands. Say you're sorry for being a miserable, jealous. Ladies. Two security guards burst in, pulling the women apart. Serena's perfect hair is destroyed, her suit jacket torn. Jade has a scratch down her cheek and murder in her eyes. She attacked me. Serena immediately plays victim, tears appearing on cue. I was just visiting my sister-in-law, and this person assaulted me. Visiting? Jade struggles against the guard holding her. You were verbally abusing a pregnant woman. Tell them, Simone. Tell them what she said. But I can't speak. The room is spinning, my chest tight with panic. The monitors are going crazy, alarms beginning to sound. Chaka. Through the chaos, I see the orderly slip away, phone still in hand. Ma'am, you need to calm down. A nurse is suddenly beside me, checking the monitors with growing alarm. Your blood pressure is spiking dangerously. Can't. I gasp, feeling like there's a band around my chest. Can't breathe. Get them out, the nurse barks at security. Both of them now. And get Dr. Trent. Serena is escorted out, still playing the victim, while Jade calls my name desperately. The room fills with medical personnel, voices urgent, and hands gentle but firm. Where's Blake? I manage between gasps. Need Blake. We're getting him, someone assures me, but their face is blurry. Everything is blurry except the pain building in my abdomen and the terror that I'm losing everything. 20 minutes later, they've managed to stabilize me with medication, but the damage is done. Blake sits beside my bed, his face a mask of barely controlled rage, as he scrolls through his phone. It's everywhere, he says quietly. The video. Someone filmed the whole thing and uploaded it. Hospital brawl is trending. They're calling you. He can't finish. I take his phone with trembling hands, though I already know what I'll find. The video is grainy, but clear enough. Serena's accusations, Jade's fierce defense, the physical altercation. The comments are worse than I imagined. Gold digger got what she deserved. Sleeping with brothers? Classy. That friend is trash just like her. Fake marriage confirmed. Check the custody papers. How? I whisper. How do they know about the custody papers? Serena. Blake's jaw clenches. She made sure to mention them loudly, several times. It's all anyone's talking about. How we were planning our divorce before the wedding even happened. Blake, I'm so sorry. Don't. He takes the phone back, gathering me carefully into his arms. Don't you dare apologize for my family's cruelty. This is on them. On Vincent for starting it. On Serena for escalating it. On my parents for... He breaks off, and I feel him tremble with suppressed rage. What did your parents want? I ask against his chest. I saw them corner you in the hallway. His silence tells me everything. When he finally speaks, his voice is hollow. They don't want me to press charges against Vincent, say it will destroy the family name, tank my career, ruin any chance of higher office. They've already bailed him out. They what? He's their son. Blake leans away and the defeat in his eyes breaks my heart. Their firstborn. No matter what he does, they'll protect him, even if it means sacrificing us. So he just gets away with it? The blackmail, the attack, everything? Not everything. Blake's expression hardens. I can't send him to prison without destroying myself politically, but there are other ways to ensure he never comes near you again. Financial ways, permanent ways. Blake, no more. He cups my face gently. No more family drama, no more stress, no more toxic people. I don't care if they're blood. Anyone who hurts you is dead to me. A knock interrupts us. Dr. Trent enters, her expression grave. I've reviewed your latest tests. The stress is causing minor contractions. Nothing immediately dangerous, but concerning enough that I want to keep you for at least a week. A week? I can't hide my dismay. Minimum. Your blood pressure is borderline dangerous. These confrontations, this stress, it has to stop. She looks between us sternly. Whatever family drama is happening, it ends now. This baby needs you calm and stable, not fighting off relatives and trending on social media. After she leaves, Blake and I sit in silence, processing everything. Outside the window, dawn is breaking properly, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold that seem to mock the darkness of our situation. I'll fix this, Blake says finally. The media, the family, all of it. You just focus on staying calm and keeping our baby safe. How can I stay calm when the entire internet thinks I'm a gold digger who seduced 2 brothers? The words come out broken. When your family is actively trying to destroy us, when Vincent is free to do whatever he wants. Because you have me. Blake takes my hands, his grip firm and warm. And I have resources my family doesn't even know about. Connections, leverage. I've been playing nice because they're family, but that ends now. What are you going to do? What I should have done from the beginning. He leans down, pressing a fierce kiss to my forehead. Protect what's mine, whatever it takes. Whoever I have to destroy, whatever bridges I have to burn. You and our baby come first. Always. The monitors beep steadily, tracking 2 heartbeats that have become his whole world. I close my eyes, exhausted by the morning's events, but oddly comforted by the steel in his voice. The Douglas family thought they could break us. They're about to learn exactly how wrong they were, because Blake Douglas doesn't just fight back, he wins.
Chapter 16. Blake, 17 reporters camp outside the hospital like vultures, and I've hired a private security firm to ensure Simone doesn't see a single one of them or the signs calling her a homewrecker. The service entrance at Georgetown University Hospital smells like industrial cleaner and desperation, but it's the only way in that doesn't involve running a media gauntlet. My new security detail, ex-military professionals who don't ask questions, flank me as we navigate the pre-dawn corridors. "Overnight report, sir." Marcus, the lead operative, hands me a tablet as we wait for the service elevator. 3 attempted breaches. 2 reporters tried to sneak in dressed as food service. 1 photographer attempted to access the maternity ward. We handled all of them. Define handled. I scan the incident reports noting timestamps and methods. These aren't amateur paparazzi anymore. They're professionals who smell blood in the water. Quietly escorted off premises. Hospital security has their photos now. Marcus pauses as we enter the elevator. There's also been an escalation in the messaging outside. He shows me photos on his phone. The signs are worse than yesterday. Baby killer. Gold digger's prize. Senator's plaything. One particularly creative individual made a banner reading, "Which brother is the father?" "Double the detail on her floor," I order, pocketing my own phone after checking the latest media coverage. Every headline is a new knife wound. "And make sure the window blinds stay closed." She doesn't need to see this. "Already done, sir." We've also intercepted several flower deliveries with inappropriate messages attached. The elevator opens on Simone's floor, and I force my expression into something calmer. She reads me too well these days, notices every tension in my jaw, every sleepless night written in the lines around my eyes. 4 days of shielding her from the media storm has required Oscar-worthy performances. Her room is quiet, dawn light filtering through the closed blinds. She's sleeping on her side, one hand protective over her stomach, the other clutching the stuffed whale from Martha's Vineyard. Even in sleep, she's guarding our child. I settle into my usual chair, pulling out my phone to deal with the overnight crisis cascade. 37 unread messages from my chief of staff, 18 from the party whip, 43 from various reporters I once considered friendly. All variations on the same theme. My political career is in free fall, and they want to know what I'm doing about it. What I'm doing is sitting in a hospital room, watching my pregnant wife sleep while the world burns outside. And I'd do it again in a heartbeat. "You're here early." Simone's voice is soft with sleep, hazel eyes blinking open. "What time is it?" "Just after 6. I pocket my phone, moving to sit on the edge of her bed. "How are you feeling?" "Like a beached whale with a grudge." She struggles to sit up, and I help her adjust the pillows. But the baby's been active, which Dr. Chen says is good. Apparently our little one likes to party at 3 a.m. Takes after their mother. I brush a curl back from her face, marveling at how beautiful she looks even after days in a hospital bed. "Breakfast?" "God, yes. But not hospital food. I've been dreaming about those croissants from the place near your office." She pauses, studying my face with those too perceptive eyes. "You look exhausted. Have the reporters been bad? I know that video from the fight with Serena went viral, but it's manageable." The lie comes easily. She knows about the initial video, the hospital brawl trending topic, but not about the escalation, the signs, the death threats, the calls for my resignation. Just the usual political nonsense. You know how these scandals go. 24-hour news cycle, then they move on. "Blake." Her hand finds mine, thumb tracing patterns on my palm. "It's been 5 days. That's not a 24-hour cycle. How bad is it really?" My phone chooses that moment to buzz with another call from my chief of staff. I decline it without looking, maintaining eye contact with Simone. "Bad enough that I want you focusing on recovery, not reading headlines." "I'm not made of glass." She squeezes my hand. I know that video made things difficult. Serena made sure to mention the custody papers, and people are talking. But we're handling it together, right? Always together. I lean down to kiss her forehead, deflecting. But your job right now is to keep our baby safe. Let me worry about the media circus. She looks like she wants to argue, but a knock interrupts. Dr. Chen enters with her morning rounds team, all brisk efficiency and careful smiles. Good morning, Mrs. Douglas. How are we feeling today? She checks the monitors while speaking, nodding at the readings. Blood pressure is still elevated but improving. Baby's heart rate is perfect. When can I go home? Simone asks the same question she's asked every day. It's been almost a week. When your blood pressure stays stable for 48 consecutive hours. Dr. Chen's tone is gentle but firm. You've had 2 spikes in the last day alone. Your body is telling us it needs more time. I think about the media mob outside, the photographers who've tried to bribe nurses for photos, the vicious social media campaigns calling for her head. Her blood pressure would explode if she knew the truth. We're in no rush, I say, earning a grateful look from the doctor. Whatever's safest for Simone and the baby. After the medical team leaves, Simone's parents arrive with the croissants she wanted and worried expressions they're trying to hide. I catch Harrison's eye and nod toward the hallway. How bad is it? He asks once we're out of earshot, Genevieve standing guard at Simone's door. 17 reporters outside at last count. My approval rating is down 30 points. The party wants me to resign from the Judiciary Committee. I run a hand through my hair, exhaustion weighing every word. And that's just this morning. Christ. Harrison looks older than his years, the stress of recent events carved into his face. Does she know? No, and she can't. Dr. Chen was clear. Any spike in stress could trigger premature labor. I glance through the doorway where Simone is laughing at something her mother said. I've hired security to keep the media away, but it's getting harder. They're getting more creative. What about your family? Surely they can help. My family is the problem. The bitterness in my voice surprises even me. I'll handle it. Just, when you're with her, keep it light. Normal. Talk about the company, the baby, anything except what's happening out there. Harrison grips my shoulder with surprising strength. You're a good man, Blake Douglas. Better than the rest of them combined. I wish that were true. A good man wouldn't be hiding the truth from his wife. A good man would find a way to fix this without lying. But I'm not trying to be good. I'm trying to keep her alive and healthy, and if that means becoming the villain in everyone else's story, so be it. The morning passes in a careful routine. I work on my laptop while Simone paints in a sketchbook Jade brought her, occasionally sharing bits of hospital gossip that make her laugh. My phone vibrates constantly, but I've mastered the art of declining calls without looking. Senator Douglas? A nurse appears in the doorway. There's a call for you at the nurses' station. They say it's urgent. I know before answering who it is. My mother's voice through the hospital phone is Arctic cold. We need to speak. Your father and I are in the coffee shop on the ground floor. You have 10 minutes before we come up there. It's not a request. The line goes dead as I turn to find Simone watching me with concern. Senate business. I lie smoothly. I'll be right back. Want anything from the cafeteria? I want you to tell me the truth. But she sighs when I don't respond. Herbal tea. The raspberry leaf one if they have it. And Blake, I know things are bad out there. That video. Serena knew exactly what she was doing. Just promise me you're not facing this alone. Never alone, I assure her, kissing her gently. Be right back. My parents have commandeered a corner table in the hospital coffee shop, looking out of place among the medical staff and worried families. Patricia's Chanel suit is impeccable as always, while William reads something on his phone with a furrowed brow. Sit, my mother commands as I approach. We have a proposition. If it involves abandoning my wife, you can save your breath. I remain standing, looking down at them. We've had this conversation. Your approval rating is at 32%. William sets down his phone, showing me the latest poll. You've gone from rising star to political pariah in a week. At this rate, you won't just lose the next election. You'll be primaried out before you even get there. I'm aware of the numbers. Are you aware that the party leadership is discussing censure? Patricia leans forward, her voice pitched low but urgent. That major donors are pulling funding, that your committee positions are being quietly reassigned. None of that matters. Your career matters. She slams her hand on the table, drawing stares. You've worked your entire life for this. Excellence at every level. Sacrifices we all made. And you're throwing it away for what? A woman who trapped you with another man's child? The baby is mine, I growl. And Simone is my wife. Those are the only facts that matter. Facts? William laughs bitterly. The fact is, you're destroying yourself. But there's a solution. A clean break now. Quick divorce. Generous settlement. Shared custody. You can frame it as mutual, irreconcilable differences discovered after a whirlwind romance. The media loves a reformed man story. We'll handle everything, Patricia adds, her tone shifting to something almost maternal. The best lawyers, PR team to rehabilitate your image, even a respectful co-parenting arrangement. Simone gets financial security, you get your life back, everyone wins. Everyone except my child who grows up in a broken home. I lean on the table, getting in their faces. Everyone except my wife who gets thrown to the media wolves. Everyone except me, living a lie to make you comfortable. Blake, be reasonable. I am being reasonable. I'm choosing my family, my real family, over political ambition. I straighten, decision crystallizing. If that costs me my career, so be it. At least I'll be able to look my child in the eye without shame. You're making a mistake, William says quietly. One you'll regret when the infatuation fades, and you're left with nothing but a failed career and a woman who... Choose your next words very carefully. My voice drops to dangerous levels, because I'm already one provocation away from forgetting you're my parents. They exchange looks, the silent communication of a couple married for decades. Patricia stands, gathering her purse with precise movements. When you come to your senses, the offer stands. She pauses beside me, not quite touching. But not indefinitely. Even we have limits on how much embarrassment we'll endure. They leave without another word, and I sink into the abandoned chair, head in my hands. Every path forward leads through fire, and I'm running out of ways to shield Simone from the flames. A message flashes on my screen. It's from my communications director. Opposition research just dropped a new story. They found the hotel security footage from the fundraiser. It's not good. Of course they did. In politics, secrets are just delayed ammunition. I buy Simone's tea and return to her room, rebuilding my mask with each step. She's dozed off again, sketchpad open to a drawing of our planned nursery. Stars and dancers intertwined in delicate pencil strokes. Hey, she murmurs as I settle back into my chair. Everything okay? Everything's perfect. I hand her the tea, watching her wrap both hands around the warm cup. How's the little artist? Active. I think they're going to be a night owl like their father. She shifts, wincing slightly. Blake, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest. My chest tightens. What is it? Is being here with me hurting your career? Her eyes search mine, too knowing. I saw some of the comments on that video. People are saying terrible things if it's damaging. Stop. I move to sit beside her on the bed, careful of the monitors and IV lines. Nothing matters more than you and this baby. Not committees, not polls, not political futures. Nothing. But your work can wait. I cup her face gently, thumb brushing her cheekbone. though I do need to handle some things over the next few days. Evening sessions, committee hearings that can't be rescheduled. I might not be able to stay nights for a bit. Something flashes in her eyes. Hurt, maybe, or disappointment, before understanding takes over. Because of the scandal, you need to show face, prove you're still doing your job despite us. It's temporary. The half-truth burns my throat. She's right about needing to show face, but she doesn't know I'm fighting for political survival. Just until things calm down, I'll still be here every moment I can. Blake. She sets down the tea, taking my hands in hers. Whatever's happening out there, whatever you're protecting me from, we're stronger together than apart. You know that, right? I know. I lean my forehead against hers, breathing in the vanilla scent of her skin. That's why I'm doing this. To keep us together. To keep you both safe. Just don't disappear on me. Her voice is small, vulnerable in a way that breaks my heart. I've gotten used to you being here. Wild horses couldn't keep me away. I kiss her softly, pouring promise into the contact. A few evening meetings, that's all. You'll barely notice I'm gone. Another lie. She notices everything. Every absence, every evasion, every forced smile. But she nods, accepting the excuse, because what else can she do from a hospital bed? We spend the afternoon in comfortable quiet. She works on her sketches while I pretend to review legislation, actually reading the same paragraph 17 times, while crisis texts flood my phone. At dinner, I help her eat the bland hospital food, making jokes about the mystery meat that earn precious laughs. I should go, I finally say as visitor hours end. Early session tomorrow. Okay. She squeezes my hand, holding on a moment too long. Blake, I love you. Whatever's happening, whatever comes next, I love you. I love you too. The truth of it burns in my chest. More than you can possibly imagine. That's a promise. I leave her there, safe in her bubble of monitors and medical care, protected from the storm raging outside. Marcus meets me at the elevator with a grim expression. Sir, we have a problem. Someone leaked your location. There are photographers covering every exit. Of course there are. I check my phone to find 18 missed calls from various staff and a text from my grandmother. Stop hiding. Face this head on or lose everything. Create a distraction at the main entrance, I tell Marcus. I'll go through the parking garage. Sir, with respect, you can't keep running from them forever. I'm not running. I button my suit jacket, preparing for battle. I'm choosing my battles. And right now, the only battle that matters is keeping my wife's blood pressure stable. The parking garage is mostly empty, but I spot the photographers before they see me. 3 of them, positioned to catch anyone trying to leave quietly. I consider my options: confrontation, evasion, or something else entirely. My phone rings. The caller ID shows my campaign manager. Blake, I'm sorry, but I have to ask. Are you planning to withdraw from the race? I think about Simone upstairs, drawing nurseries and trusting me to handle the world. About my parents' offer and the easy path it represents. About Vincent somewhere, probably laughing at the destruction he's caused. No, I say firmly. I'm not withdrawing from anything. Then we need a strategy. The opposition is calling for your resignation. Your own party is distancing themselves. What we need is for me to handle some things. I'll be in touch. I terminate the conversation and stride toward the photographers. Decision made. If they want a statement, I'll give them one. Senator Douglas! They scramble to attention, cameras raising. Any comment on the calls for your resignation? Is it true your marriage was arranged for political gain? What about the custody documents? I stop, letting them fire their questions like bullets I'm choosing to absorb. When they finally quiet, expecting no response, I speak clearly and calmly. My wife is in the hospital, fighting to keep our child healthy. Everything else, politics, media speculation, family drama, is just noise. I have no further comment. But Senator... I'm already walking away, leaving them to their frenzy. Tomorrow there will be new headlines, new attacks, new calls for my head. But tonight, I kept my promise. Simone didn't see the signs or hear the chants. Her blood pressure stayed stable. In this war between my public life and private love, love is winning, even if it costs everything else. Suddenly my phone rings and I receive a message from Vincent. Come, my brother. We need to talk. 20 minutes later, I'm in the parking garage and sitting on my car for a moment as my hands grip the steering wheel. The meeting with Vincent plays on repeat in my mind. His casual cruelty, the sick satisfaction in his eyes, the words that changed everything. I'd gone to his apartment thinking I could contain him, manage the situation, find some middle ground that would protect Simone without destroying everything. But what I found there... My hands shake as I pull out my phone and dial a number I've been hesitating to use. James Whitfield answers on the second ring, despite the late hour. Blake, I've been expecting your call. His voice carries that particular mix of wealth and casual power. Watching the news has been educational. Is everything ready on your end? I lean against my car, exhaustion hitting like a physical weight. The arrangements we discussed... The shell company is established, offshore accounts configured, and my legal team is on standby. I can hear him typing in the background. Though I have to ask, are you certain about this? What you're proposing will burn every bridge you have. I think about Vincent's smug face, about the messages on his phone, about how pale I must have looked fleeing his apartment. They've already struck the matches. My voice comes out rougher than intended. I'm just choosing which direction the fire burns. And Simone? Does she know what you're planning? No. And she can't. Not until she's out of the hospital and stable. I close my eyes, seeing her pale face against hospital pillows. This only works if she's protected from the fallout. You're playing a dangerous game, my friend. James's tone carries warning and respect in equal measure. But then again, you always were smarter than people assumed. The quiet Douglas brother, they called you. Not so quiet anymore. No, he agrees. Not anymore. Everything will be ready when you need it. Just give me 48 hours notice before you pull the trigger. Thank you, James. I won't forget this. You won't need to. I protect my investments, remember? And you and Simone are turning out to be my best one yet. He pauses. Blake? For what it's worth, you're doing the right thing. Sometimes burning it all down is the only way to build something better. I end the call and stare at the Washington skyline glittering beyond the parking garage. Somewhere in this city, my enemies are plotting my destruction. My family is choosing sides. The media is sharpening their knives. But upstairs, my wife sleeps safely, our child growing despite the chaos. And in my mind, Vincent's words echo, words that made my decision for me, words that turned distraction into destruction. Let them come. I'm ready to burn it all.
Chapter 17. Simone. The discharge papers shake in my hands. Not from illness, but from rage that Blake kissed me goodbye this morning, knowing he wouldn't be here to take me home. Emergency session with the Appropriations Committee, he'd said, pressing his lips to my forehead in what I now recognize as a goodbye rather than a see you later. Your parents will pick you up. I'll come by tonight, I promise. That was 8 hours ago. The afternoon sun slants through my childhood bedroom windows, painting familiar shadows across ballet trophies and faded Degas prints. My mother hovers in the doorway like she's afraid I might shatter if left alone. He wanted to be here, she says for the 4th time since collecting me from the hospital. Blake specifically said the committee meeting was unavoidable. Right. I settle against pillows that smell like home but feel like exile. The same unavoidable meetings that have kept him away for 2 days, the ones that apparently require him to communicate solely through text messages. Sweetheart, you know how demanding his position is. I know my husband missed my discharge from the hospital. The words come out sharper than intended, and I see my mother flinch. I know he's answered exactly 3 of my 12 calls today. I know something's wrong and everyone's pretending otherwise. My phone buzzes with another text from Blake. In session. Hope you're settled. Will call when I can. Love you. 17 words. That's what our communication has dwindled to. 17 words that say nothing about why he's pulling away when I need him most. You should rest, my mother suggests, adjusting blankets that don't need adjusting. Dr. Trent was very clear about keeping stress levels down. How am I supposed to avoid stress when my husband has essentially vanished? I touch my stomach where our baby moves restlessly, seeming to sense my agitation. Mom, what aren't you telling me? Nothing. But she can't meet my eyes, focusing instead on smoothing non-existent wrinkles from my comforter. Blake is handling some political situations. Your father and I promised we'd take care of you, while he deals with necessary evils. Promised. The word lodges in my chest like shrapnel. My parents and Blake made arrangements about me, without me, like I'm a child to be managed rather than a grown woman carrying a child of my own. I need to use the bathroom. I lie, needing her to leave before I say something I'll regret. She goes reluctantly, and I immediately grab my laptop. If Blake won't tell me what's happening, I'll find out myself. The news sites load slowly on my parents' Wi-Fi, but when they do, my blood runs cold. Senator Douglas faces ethics investigation. Calls for resignation intensify. Douglas family drama continues. Every headline is worse than the last. Photos of Blake leaving the Capitol building, looking haggard. Opinion pieces calling our marriage a sham. Video clips of protesters outside his office. This is what he's been hiding. Not just a scandal, but a complete professional implosion. I'm reading a particularly vicious editorial about Senator Douglas's poor judgment when my father appears with a dinner tray. You shouldn't be reading that garbage, he says gently, setting down soup I have no appetite for. Blake specifically asked you to keep me in the dark? I closed the laptop harder than necessary. To pretend everything's fine while his career burns down around him? To keep you stress-free while you recover? He sits on the edge of my bed, and I'm reminded of childhood illnesses when he'd do the same thing. Simone, that young man is sacrificing everything to protect you. The least we can do is follow his wishes. I don't want protection. I want my husband. The tears come without warning, hormones and frustration combining into a perfect storm. I want to help him, support him, be there for him. Instead, I'm hidden away like some fragile Victorian lady who might faint at bad news. You nearly lost the baby from stress, my father reminds me quietly. Blake hasn't forgotten that. Neither have we. So the solution is to abandon me? I wipe my eyes angrily. To make decisions about my life without consulting me? The solution is to trust the man who's proven he'd do anything for you. He hands me a tissue. Even if that means staying away when every instinct probably tells him to be here. I want to argue more, but exhaustion wins. My father leaves the tray and retreats, and I pick at the soup while staring at my phone, willing it to ring. When it finally does, it's just another text. Still in session. Please eat something, I love you. 15 words this time. We're moving backward. The next day passes in a blur of concerned parents, ignored meals, and increasingly frantic texts to Blake that receive increasingly brief responses. By evening, I'm ready to steal my mother's car and drive to his penthouse myself? Hospital orders be damned. He's protecting you, Jade says when I finally reach her by phone. You know that, right? Whatever's happening, Blake's trying to shield you from it. I don't need shielding. I need answers. I pace my room, one hand on my lower back where a persistent ache has settled. Have you seen him? Talked to him? No one's seen him outside the Capitol for days. She pauses and I hear her typing. Simone, the news about you guys? It's not good. Maybe Blake's right to keep you away from it. Not you too. I sink onto my window seat, staring at the garden where I used to practice pirouettes. I thought you'd understand. I do understand. But babe, you're pregnant and just got out of the hospital. Maybe fighting isn't what you need right now. Fighting is exactly what I need. But even as I say it, I feel the baby shift, reminding me that my choices affect more than just me. I miss him, Jade, and I'm scared of what he's doing alone out there. Blake Douglas is the smartest political operator I've ever met, she assures me. Whatever he's doing, he has a plan. I want to believe her, but as another night falls with only silence from my husband, fear settles in my bones like winter cold. Something's coming. I can feel it in the air, in my parents' nervous glances, in Blake's digital distance. By the second night, I've given up pretending to sleep. The house is quiet, my parents long since retired, when my phone finally rings at 1:47 a.m. Jade's name on the screen has me answering before the second ring. Are you watching the news? Her voice is high, breathless with shock. Simone, oh my God, are you watching? What? No, I was... Turn on CNN. Right now. I can't believe. Just turn it on. I fumble for the remote, hands shaking as the screen flickers to life. The breaking news banner is the first thing I see, followed by words that don't make sense. FBI raids Douglas family offices. Sources confirm that multiple federal agencies are involved in what appears to be a coordinated investigation into financial crimes dating back decades. The anchor's voice is professionally excited, the kind of tone reserved for major scandals. We're getting reports of arrests being made at several locations. The screen splits to show live footage. FBI agents carrying boxes from an office building I recognize as Douglas Industries headquarters. My heart pounds so hard I can feel it in my throat. Jade, what's happening? Keep watching, she breathes. It gets worse, or better. I can't decide. The anchor continues. We can now confirm that Vincent Douglas, eldest son of Senator William Douglas, has been arrested on multiple charges, including tax evasion, money laundering, and domestic violence. The screen fills with footage of Vincent being led away in handcuffs. He looks terrible, unshaven, clothes disheveled, stumbling like he's drunk or high. But it's the next image that stops my heart. In a shocking development, investigators have revealed that Vincent Douglas has maintained a secret family in Thailand for the past 3 years. Photos appear on screen. A young woman with a bruised face holding a toddler. The woman, whose identity is being protected, has provided evidence of years of financial support hidden through shell companies, as well as documentation of repeated domestic violence. Oh my God! I sink to the floor, unable to stand. He has a child? Vincent has a child he abandoned? That's not even the worst part, Jade says. Keep watching. The coverage continues, each revelation more damaging than the last. Patricia and William Douglas under investigation for decades of financial crimes. Offshore accounts in the Caymans hiding millions in untaxed income. Political favors traded for financial gain. The Douglas empire crumbling in real time on national television. Senator Blake Douglas's sister, Serena Douglas, is also facing multiple lawsuits tonight, the anchor announces. and surveillance footage plays of Serena being served papers at what appears to be a restaurant. At least 3 separate defamation suits have been filed in connection with social media posts and public statements made about Senator Douglas's wife, Simone Douglas. My name on television makes this real in a way that hits like a physical blow, but it's the next statement that changes everything. Perhaps most shocking in tonight's developments, sources within the FBI confirm that this investigation was initiated by Senator Blake Douglas himself, who provided investigators with extensive documentation of his family's alleged criminal activities. The room spins. I grab the edge of my bed, trying to anchor myself as the implications crash over me like a tidal wave. Blake did this, I whisper. He turned in his own family. The ultimate power move, Jade breathes. Damn, Simone. Your husband just declared nuclear war on the Douglas dynasty. The news continues, showing file footage of Blake at the Capitol, looking exhausted but determined. The anchor speculates about his motives, his political future, the implications of a sitting senator exposing his own family's crimes. Senator Douglas could not be reached for comment tonight, though sources close to the investigation say he has been cooperating fully with authorities for several weeks. Several weeks. While I was in the hospital, while he was bringing me tea and holding my hand and promising everything would be okay, he was planning this, the complete destruction of his own family. I have to go, I tell Jade, already moving toward my parents' room. I have to... Simone, wait. There's more. They're saying Blake's under investigation too. Something about knowing about the crimes and not reporting them sooner. He could be charged. I'm not listening anymore. I burst into my parents' room without knocking, finding them both awake, sitting up in bed with their own TV on. They're watching the same coverage, my mother's hand pressed to her mouth in shock. You knew? The accusation rips from my throat. You both knew what he was planning. My father's guilty expression is all the confirmation I need. Simone, you need to calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. I'm shaking now, rage and fear and something like grief all tangled together. My husband just destroyed his entire family on national television, and you knew. You kept me here, fed me lies about committee meetings, while he planned, what, his own destruction? He made us promise, my mother says quietly. He said you needed to be protected from the stress, that he couldn't do what needed to be done if he was worried about you. He made us promise to keep you here, safe, while he burned it all down. My father stands, reaching for me, but I back away. Simone, sweetheart, he did this for you. Vincent was never going to stop. The threats, the blackmail, it would have continued forever unless Blake ended it definitively. By destroying himself too? I'm crying now. Ugly sobs that shake my whole body. Don't you see, if he's under investigation, if he's charged as an accomplice, he could go to prison. Our baby could be born with their father in prison. Blake knows what he's doing, my mother insists, but she looks as shaken as I feel. He has lawyers, plans. He has nothing, I scream. He has no family, no career, possibly no freedom, and he did it all without even telling me, without letting me help or have a choice or... A sharp pain cuts through my tirade, stealing my breath. I double over, hand pressed to my stomach, where the baby is protesting this level of distress. Simone? My mother's at my side instantly. What's wrong? I need... Another cramp, stronger this time. I need Blake. Where is he? Where is my husband? My parents exchange a look that tells me everything. They don't know. Blake has vanished into whatever game he's playing, leaving me behind to watch his world burn on CNN. We'll find him, my father promises, already reaching for his phone. Just breathe, sweetheart. We'll find him. But as another news alert flashes across the screen, Senator Douglas's location unknown as FBI seeks statement. I realize with crystal clarity that Blake doesn't want to be found. He's orchestrated this entire symphony of destruction, and he's made sure I have a front row seat to watch it play out, from a safe distance, protected like he always insisted. The baby moves again, and I wrap both arms around my stomach, trying to provide the security I desperately need myself. Somewhere in this city, my husband is facing down demons I didn't even know existed. And he's doing it alone, because apparently that's what Douglas men do. They protect through isolation, love through absence, save you by leaving you behind. I need to sit down. I manage through the pain. And someone needs to find my husband, now. But even as my parents scramble into action, making calls and demanding answers, I know the truth. Blake will surface when he's ready, when whatever plan he's orchestrated is complete. Until then, I'm just another piece on his chessboard, safely tucked away while he sacrifices everything else. The thought should make me angry. Instead, it just makes me terrified. Because a man willing to destroy his own family for you is capable of anything, even destroying himself.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Blake. My grandmother's safe house smells like old money and older secrets, and I've been hiding here for 3 days like a coward while my world burns exactly as I designed it to. The Potomac estate sits 40 minutes from D.C., hidden behind gates and trees and the kind of privacy that only generational wealth can buy. Dorothea bought it in the 70s as an escape from the political machine, though I doubt she imagined it would one day shelter the grandson who destroyed everything she spent a lifetime building. Food is essential right now. She sets a plate of eggs and toast in front of me, the same breakfast she's attempted for 3 mornings running. Starving yourself won't change what's done. I'm not hungry. I push the plate away, returning to the laptop where I've been monitoring the destruction in real time. CNN has a permanent banner now. Douglas Dynasty crumbles. The New York Times is running a series on political corruption. My father's assets have been frozen. My mother's charity boards are distancing themselves. Vincent's in federal custody. My sister is hiding in one of her friend's apartment. And Simone is at her parents' house, probably hating me for disappearing when she needs me most. Blake. Dorothea settles across from me with her own tea. Looking every one of her 82 years feels like an eternity. We need to discuss what you've done. What I've done. I laugh, the sound bitter in the morning light streaming through French doors. I've destroyed our family's legacy, grandmother. Generations of power and influence reduced to rubble because I couldn't find a better way. Stop. Her voice carries the same authority that once made ambassadors tremble, but I hear the tremor beneath it. Stop this self-flagellation and talk to me. Really talk to me. I close the laptop, finally meeting her eyes. They're the same blue as mine, as Vincent's, as my father's. The Douglas eyes that marked us as players in the game. Now they're red-rimmed with exhaustion and grief. I'm sorry, I say simply, for all of it. For exposing the offshore accounts, for turning over the evidence, for making our name synonymous with corruption. You built something from nothing, and I tore it all down. I built a house of cards on a foundation of sand. She sets down her teacup with precise movements, but her hands shake slightly. Don't apologize for exposing what should never have existed. Grandmother, no, let me speak. She rises, moving to the window overlooking gardens she designed herself, beauty created to mask the ugliness of political life. I failed you, Blake. Failed all of you. I knew what William was becoming, saw Patricia's ambition curdling into something toxic. I watched Vincent learn the worst lessons from the worst examples, and I did nothing. You couldn't have known how far they'd go. While I speak, I'm aware. I know it's not true. The signs were always there. Vincent's cruelty, my parents' win at all costs mentality, the casual corruption that infected every deal. My sister was a brat, slowly turning evil. Couldn't I? She turns back to me, and the guilt in her expression is devastating. When did you know you had to act? What finally pushed you over the edge? I stare at my hands, remembering the moment everything changed. Tuesday night, after I left Simone at the hospital, I went to Vincent's apartment. He'd been texting, wanting to make a deal. I thought maybe I could contain him, manage the situation without this. I asked James to investigate, to prepare for the worst. Grandmother looks at me intensely, listening. Vincent was drunk. Celebrating, actually. My hands clench at the memory. He showed me his phone, these messages. He'd hired someone, Grandmother, a professional. Professional what? But her face suggests she already knows. A cleaner. Someone who makes problems disappear. The words taste like poison. The plan was to wait until after the baby was born. Make it look like an accident. Postpartum depression, they'd say. Tragic loss of a new mother. No one would question it. Dorothea sinks into her chair like her bones have turned to water. Vincent planned to have Simone murdered. Eliminated. I spit the word. That's what he called it. Eliminating the problem. And the worst part? My parents knew. They were funding it through the same offshore accounts they used for everything else, just another business expense. Dear God. She presses a hand to her chest, looking every moment of her 8 decades. Your own brother, my grandson, planning to murder a pregnant woman, his sister-in-law, like she was an inconvenience to be handled. I only meant to distract them at first. I stand, needing to move, to pace, to do something with the rage that still burns even after everything I've done. Some financial pressure, legal troubles, keep them too busy to hurt her. But when I saw those messages, when I realized how far they were willing to go, you had to burn it all, she finishes quietly. Every last piece. Every contact, every deal, every crime dating back 20 years. I run my hands through my hair, probably looking as deranged as I feel. I gave the FBI everything. Financial records, recorded conversations, even the messages about Simone. I wanted them buried so deep they'd never see daylight again. And now you might join them. It's not a question. She's too smart not to understand the implications. Knowing about crimes and not reporting them immediately, they'll use that against you. My lawyer says 5 to 10 years if they pursue it aggressively. The numbers feel abstract, impossible. 5 to 10 years of Simone raising our child alone. Of missing first words, first steps, First everything. All because I was too slow to see what my family really was. Blake. I let her down, grandmother. The admission rips from my throat. I knew Vincent was dangerous, knew my parents enabled him, and I still let Simone walk into that wedding. Still let her enter our family thinking she'd be safe. I failed her from the very beginning. You saved her life. Dorothea's voice is fierce now. You stood at that altar and claimed her when Vincent would have destroyed her. You've protected her every moment since. Have I? I gesture toward the window, toward the world beyond where my wife is probably wondering why I've abandoned her. I'm hiding in your house while she faces this alone, while she's pregnant and scared and dealing with the fallout of my choices. What kind of protection is that? The kind that keeps her alive. She rises again, coming to grip my shoulders with surprising strength. Do you think Vincent's reach ended with his arrest? Do you think your parents don't have other contacts, other resources? You're here because it's the only place I can guarantee your safety while the authorities sort through the wreckage. Safety. The word tastes bitter. I'm safe while Simone is with her parents, protected by the security you hired, shielded from the worst of this by your careful planning. She shakes me slightly. You've thought of everything, including the hardest part. Staying away when every instinct must be screaming to go to her. I can't face her. The admission comes out broken. How do I look her in the eye and explain that I let my brother plan her murder? That I'm going to prison for being too much of a coward to stop him sooner? That our child might visit me through glass for the first decade of their life? So you'll abandon her instead? Dorothea's disappointment cuts deeper than anger would. You'll make her decisions for her just like you've been doing all along. It's not abandonment if it's protection. It's not protection if she doesn't want it. She releases me, moving back to her tea with the dignity of a queen despite the chaos surrounding us. Have you even asked Simone what she wants? Or have you decided that for her too? What she wants is irrelevant if I'm in federal prison. Is it? She studies me over her teacup. Because from where I sit, you're already imprisoning yourself. And her. You're so busy protecting her from potential pain that you're causing actual pain right now. She deserves better. I sink back into my chair, exhaustion hitting like a physical weight. Better than a husband under federal investigation. Better than visiting me in prison. Better than being tied to the man who destroyed his own family. Perhaps. Dorothea sets down her cup with a decisive clink. But shouldn't she get to make that choice? No. The word comes out harsher than intended. Because she'll choose to stay. Out of loyalty or stubbornness or some misguided sense of love. She'll waste years waiting for me, visiting on weekends, raising our child alone while telling them daddy's away on business. I won't do that to her. So you'll divorce her. It's not a question. Make the choice for her. Again. If that's what it takes to set her free, yes. I open the laptop again, pulling up the document I've been drafting for 2 days. Clean break. Generous settlement. Full custody to her. She can start over, find someone who doesn't come with federal baggage and a destroyed family name. You're a fool, Blake Douglas. My grandmother's voice carries a mix of love and frustration. A well-intentioned, self-sacrificing fool. Maybe, but I'm a fool who loves her enough to let her go. I stare at the divorce papers, wondering why doing the right thing feels like tearing out my own heart. She deserves happiness, peace, a partner who doesn't bring chaos and destruction into her life. Is that what you really think? The voice comes from behind me, and my blood freezes. That you can just give up on me? On us? I turn slowly, my heart stopping at the sight of her. Simone stands in the doorway, wearing one of my old sweaters and leggings that show the gentle swell of our child. Her hair is pulled back messily, and her eyes, those beautiful hazel eyes, are blazing with a fury that takes my breath away. Simone. Her name comes out as a whisper. How did you find you? She steps into the room, and I notice the tremor in her hands, the paleness of her skin that speaks of sleepless nights. Your security team is good, Blake, but they're not gods, and they definitely can't stop a determined pregnant woman who threatens to give birth in their car if they don't take her to her husband. You shouldn't be here. The stress. The stress of my husband disappearing for 3 days without a word? She moves closer, and I have to force myself not to reach for her. The stress of learning from CNN that you destroyed your family to protect me? The stress of hearing secondhand that you're planning our divorce? How long have you been standing there? My voice cracks on the question. Long enough. She turns to my grandmother, who's watching us with keen interest. Mrs. Douglas, Dorothea, thank you for keeping him safe. But I'll take it from here. Dorothea rises with more grace than the situation warrants, gathering her tea service with efficient movements. I believe I'll go attend to my roses. The greenhouse is lovely this time of year. Very private. Excellent soundproofing. She pauses beside Simone, touching her shoulder gently. He's been punishing himself quite thoroughly, my dear. Try not to add to it until you've heard everything. No promises, Simone says, but there's a softness in her voice that gives me hope. Then we're alone, my wife and I, with 3 days of silence and a lifetime of consequences between us. She crosses to the window, staring out at gardens she's never seen before, in a house she had to fight to find. Were you even going to say goodbye? Her voice is quiet, controlled in a way that's more terrifying than screaming would be. Or was I going to wake up one morning to divorce papers and a note explaining it was for my own good? Simone. Because that seems to be your pattern, Blake. She turns to face me, and the pain in her expression is like a physical blow. Making decisions for me. About me. Without me. All in the name of protection. Everything I've done has been without consulting me. She moves closer, and I can see the toll these 3 days have taken. The shadows under her eyes, the way she holds herself carefully like she might shatter. Do you grasp what it's been like? Watching the news, seeing your family arrested, learning you orchestrated all of it? And through it all, radio silence from my husband, the man who promised we were partners. I couldn't, I start, but she holds up a hand. Tell me about Vincent's plan, she says instead, sinking into the chair my grandmother vacated. All of it, every detail you tried to protect me from. And then we'll discuss whether you get to make unilateral decisions about our marriage. I look at her, my wife, the mother of my child, the woman I've loved badly but completely, and realize I have one chance to get this right. One chance to stop protecting her and start trusting her. So I tell her everything. Vincent's drunken revelations, the hired killer, the casual discussions of her elimination, my parents' willing participation. The moment I realized distraction wasn't enough, that only total destruction would keep her safe. Through it all, she listens without interrupting, her hand resting on her stomach where our child grows despite the chaos we've created. When I finally fall silent, the morning has given way to afternoon, and her eyes are bright with unshed tears. They were going to kill me, she says quietly. Your brother, your parents. They were going to murder me and make it look like an accident. Yes. The single word carries all my guilt, my fury, my failure. And you stopped them. I should have stopped them sooner. Should have seen. Blake. She leans forward, catching my hands in hers. Shut up and listen to me.
Chapter 19. Simone. Blake's hands are shaking in mine, and I realize with perfect clarity that my husband, this brilliant, infuriating man who tried to divorce me for my own good, has been drowning in guilt while I've been drowning without him. You saved my life and you're apologizing? The words come out steadier than I feel, but I need him to understand. Blake, Your brother was planning to have me murdered. Your parents were financing it. And you're sitting here drafting divorce papers because you think you failed me? I should have seen it sooner. His voice is raw, stripped of the careful control that usually shields him. Should have known Vincent wouldn't just accept losing. Should have protected you from the very beginning instead of... Stop. I squeeze his hands harder, forcing him to meet my eyes. Just stop. Do you know what I've been doing for 3 days? Not cursing your name or planning my life without you. I've been terrified, Blake. Terrified that you'd disappear completely. That you'd sacrifice yourself and vanish like some noble idiot in a Greek tragedy. Simone, I'm not glass, Blake. I release his hands only to cup his face, feeling the stubble that speaks of 3 days without self-care. I won't break. Not from truth, not from danger, not from whatever the FBI throws at us. But I will break if you keep making decisions for me. If you keep protecting me by pushing me away. Something fractures in his expression, and suddenly he's pulling me into his lap, burying his face in my neck while his shoulders shake. I've never seen Blake Douglas cry. Not at our wedding. Not during the hospital scare. Not even when describing his brother's betrayal. But he's crying now. Silent tears that soak through my sweater while I hold him together. I can't lose you to prison, he whispers against my skin. Can't be the reason our child grows up with weekend visits and collect calls. You deserve so much more than... You can't lose me at all. I pull back, making him look at me. His eyes are red-rimmed, vulnerable, with devastating tenderness. That's what you don't understand. You can't lose me because I won't let you. Not to prison, not to guilt, not to some misguided nobility. You're stuck with me, Senator Douglas. For better or worse, remember. This is definitely worse. He manages. A weak attempt at humor that makes me love him more. No. I shift in his lap, straddling him properly so we're face to face. Worse would be your brother succeeding. Worse would be raising our child alone because you're dead instead of just temporarily unavailable. Worse would be you disappearing without giving me a choice. I don't want you to have to choose, he admits, hands settling on my hips with familiar weight. I want to give you everything, safety, happiness, a perfect life with our baby. I don't want perfect. I lean my forehead against his, breathing him in, expensive cologne mixed with the salt of tears, and something essentially Blake. I want real. I want messy and complicated, and us. Even if us means conjugal visits and waiting. Even if it means explaining to our child why Daddy had to go away for a while. Even if it means... He kisses me, cutting off my litany of acceptance. It's desperate and tender, and tastes like goodbye until I make it taste like hello again. Like promise. Like forever. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I'll dream about this, he whispers as we finally rest, my back to his chest, his hand protective over where our child grows. Every night, the taste of you, the feel of you, the sound you make when you come. Good. I thread our fingers together over my stomach. I want to haunt your dreams the way you'll haunt mine. Already do, he murmurs against my neck. Have since the day you showed up in that wedding dress. my beautiful, stubborn, perfect wife. I turn in his arms, needing to see his face one more time. I meant what I said. I'll wait, however long it takes. I know. He kisses me softly. That's what terrifies me. Don't be terrified. I trace his features in the darkness, memorizing by touch. Be motivated. Every day apart is one day closer to being together again. Remember that when it gets hard. When it gets hard, he agrees, pulling me closer. Not if. Never if, I confirm, and seal it with a kiss that tastes like promise. Later, tangled in sheets that smell like his grandmother's lavender laundry soap, we lie quietly while dawn creeps through the curtains. His hand rests on my stomach, feeling for movements still too small to detect. What do we do now? I ask into the peaceful silence. Now, we have breakfast with my grandmother. He kisses my shoulder. Call your parents so they stop panicking. Figure out which lawyers to trust. And then we wait for them to come. I turn in his arms, needing to see his face. How long do we have? My lawyer says they'll likely arrest me tomorrow. Maybe the day after. His smile is rueful. Depends on how quickly they process Vincent's interrogation. He's apparently being very cooperative in exchange for consideration. Of course he is. Anger flares hot and familiar. Trying to save himself after planning murder. He's still my brother. The pain in Blake's voice reminds me that love and hate can coexist. That betrayal hurts most from those we care about. Despite everything, he's still my brother. We dress slowly, stealing touches and kisses like teenagers. In the kitchen, Dorothea is already making breakfast, moving with the efficiency of someone who's weathered storms before. Sleep well? She asks with a knowing look that makes me blush. Grandmother, Blake warns, but she waves him off. Oh, hush. You're married and pregnant. I'm old, not naive. She sets plates in front of us with practiced ease. Eat. Both of you. Whatever comes next, you'll need strength. We're halfway through eggs and toast when the doorbell rings. Blake tenses, already half rising, but Dorothea gestures him down. I'll go. Finish your breakfast. She moves toward the front of the house with remarkable speed for her age. If it's the FBI, Blake starts, but I catch his hand. Then we'll handle it together. I force myself to take another bite, despite my suddenly churning stomach. No running, no noble sacrifices. Together. But it's not the FBI. It's Serena. She stands in the kitchen doorway looking nothing like the polished viper who attacked me in the hospital. Her hair hangs limp around her face, which is bare of makeup and blotchy from crying. She's wearing jeans and a wrinkled t-shirt, a far cry from her usual designer armor. She stops, swallows, tries again. I came to apologize and to tell you what I'm going to do. Blake rises slowly, positioning himself slightly in front of me. Serena, how did you find us? Same way she did, I imagine. She nods toward me, a ghost of her usual sharp smile flickering. Threatened your security until they cracked, though I had to promise not to bring lawyers, or reporters, or anyone else who might hurt you more. What do you want? Blake's voice is carefully neutral, but I can feel the tension radiating from him. To say I'm sorry. The words come out in a rush, like she's afraid she'll lose courage. To Simone, to you, to God, to everyone, I've been so horrible, so jealous and cruel and... Serena. Dorothea appears behind her granddaughter, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Come in properly. Sit down. Serena moves into the kitchen like she's walking to her execution. When she sits, I notice her hands are shaking. I'm turning myself in, she says without preamble. Today, My lawyer says if I cooperate fully, provide evidence about the family's activities, I might avoid prison. Might. Serena, no. Blake leans forward. Protective instincts apparently extending even to the sister who tormented me. You don't have to. Yes, I do. She meets his eyes, and I see something I've never seen in Serena Douglas before. Genuine remorse. I've been part of it, Blake. The offshore accounts, the tax evasion, smaller corruptions I told myself didn't matter. And worse, I stood by while they planned. Her gaze shifts to me. While they planned to hurt you, I knew something was wrong and I did nothing. You didn't know about the murder plot, I say quietly, surprising myself by believing it. No. She laughs bitterly. But I knew Vincent was dangerous, knew our parents enabled him, and I was so busy being jealous of you, of how easily you fit with Blake, how happy you made him, that I became part of the poison. Serena, I start, but she holds up a hand. Please, let me finish. She takes a shuddering breath. That day at the hospital, the things I said, there's no excuse. I was vicious because I was envious. You had something real with my brother while I've never had anything that wasn't transactional. You were brave enough to choose love over convenience, and I hated you for it. I didn't choose it, I admit, feeling Blake's hand find mine under the table. It chose me, him, us. We just stumbled into something neither of us expected, but you fought for it. Serena's eyes fill with tears she doesn't let fall. When everything went wrong, when the family turned on you, when the media crucified you, you fought. I would have run. You're not running now, Blake observes quietly. Turning yourself in, accepting consequences. That's not running. It's the least I can do. She wipes her eyes with angry swipes. I won't let you take the fall alone, Blake. We're still family, despite everything. Dysfunctional, criminal, broken family, but family. The kitchen falls silent, except for the ticking of Dorothea's antique clock. Then I do something that surprises everyone, including myself. I reach across the table and take Serena's hand. Thank you, I say simply, for apologizing, for being honest, for trying to make it right. She stares at our joined hands like she can't quite process the gesture. You should hate me. I said unforgivable things. Probably. I squeeze gently before releasing her. But hate takes energy I need for other things, like growing this baby and supporting my husband through whatever comes next. Always practical, Blake murmurs with something like wonder. My practical, generous wife? Your wife who's going to need her sister-in-law when you men are serving time, I correct, winning startled laughs from both Douglas siblings. The moment of levity fades as reality reasserts itself. Serena leaves after extracting promises that we'll stay in touch, that I'll let her know about the baby, that maybe, when the dust settles, we can try for something like family. She might actually do it, Dorothea muses after the door closes. Turn herself in, cooperate, try to salvage something from this mess. She will, Blake says with certainty. Serena's many things, but she's not a coward. When she commits to something, she follows through. A Douglas trait, I observe, curling into his side on the couch where we've retreated. For better or worse. The afternoon passes in a bubble of domestic peace that feels stolen from someone else's life. We call my parents, assuring them I'm safe and with Blake. We speak to lawyers, making arrangements for what's to come. We sit in Dorothea's garden, talking about everything and nothing while the sun traces its arc across the sky. I want to name the baby after your grandmother if it's a girl, I tell him as we watch the sunset paint the sky in shades of goodbye. Dorothea Simone Douglas, someone strong to carry on the good parts of your family name. She loved that. His arms tighten around me where I lean back against his chest. And if it's a boy? Something new, I decide. No family names, no baggage. A fresh start. Fresh starts. He presses a kiss to my temple. I like that. For all of us. When this is over. When this is over, I agree, turning in his arms to face him. Which it will be. However long it takes, we'll get through it and start fresh. Promise me you believe that. I promise to try. He cups my face with the gentle hands. Promise me something in return. Anything. Don't wait if it gets too hard. The words clearly pain him. If years pass and you need more than letters and supervised visits. Blake Douglas, I swear to God. Just listen. He presses his thumb to my lips, silencing my protest. I need to say this. Need you to hear it. I love you too much to trap you in a half-life. So if the time comes when waiting hurts more than letting go, it won't. I catch his hand, holding it against my cheek. 5 years, 10 years, 20, I'll wait. Not because I have to, but because I choose to. Because you're worth waiting for. Because our love is worth protecting, even if we can't be together. Simone. No arguments. I kiss him softly, tasting tears. His or mine. I'm not sure. This is non-negotiable. You protected me your way. Now I protect us my way. By waiting. By raising our child with stories of their brilliant, brave, stupid, noble father. By being here when you come home. When, not if. His voice breaks on the question. When? I press our foreheads together, breathing the same air, sharing the same space for what might be the last time in years. Always when, never if. We make love again that night, slow and tender and silent, except for whispered promises and broken breathing. I memorize the weight of him. The way he says my name like a prayer. The careful way he touches my stomach before kissing our child goodnight. Morning comes too soon, bringing with it the inevitable. The FBI agents are respectful, almost apologetic as they stand in Dorothea's foyer. Senator Douglas, we have a warrant for your arrest, if you'll come with us, sir. Of course. Blake kisses his grandmother's cheek, then turns to me. I love you, both of you. Never doubt that. I love you too. I stand tall, refusing to break now when he needs my strength. That's not going to change, not in 5 years or 50. They let him kiss me goodbye, a soft press of lips that has to last indefinitely. Then they're cuffing him, reading rights I can't hear over the pounding of my heart. I'll call the lawyers, I tell him, as they lead him away. I'll be at the arraignment, every hearing, every visiting day, every... I know. He smiles, even now trying to reassure me. I know, sweetheart. Take care of yourself. Take care of our baby. I'll see you soon. Then he's gone, ducked into a black SUV that pulls away with efficient speed. I stand in the doorway, watching until taillights disappear, one hand on my stomach where our child grows despite everything. Come inside, dear, Dorothea says gently, guiding me back. We have work to do. Yes. I straighten my spine, channeling every ounce of Beaumont's strength. We do. Starting with the best defense attorney money can buy. That's my girl. She approves. Now let's make some calls. The Douglas family may be in ruins, but we're not defeated. Not while we have each other. I think of Blake in that SUV, heading toward processing and cells and an uncertain future. Of our baby who will be born while their father faces trial. Of the months or years of waiting ahead. Then I think of his hands shaking in mine, of promises made in darkness. Of love that survives even the worst circumstances. No, I agree, already reaching for my phone. Not defeated, just temporarily separated. The real fight starts now.
Chapter 20. Blake. Dorothea Douglas takes the witness stand at 92 years old, and her testimony about decades of family corruption makes even the prosecution attorneys lean forward in shock. I watch my grandmother move with careful dignity to the witness chair, her silver hair gleaming under the harsh courtroom lights. She's wearing the same navy suit she wore to my swearing-in ceremony 6 years ago, and the parallel isn't lost on me. Then she witnessed my rise. Now she's here for what might be my fall. "State your name for the record," the bailiff instructs. "Dorothea Sarah Douglas." Her voice carries the same authority that once made ambassadors tremble. "Mother to William Douglas, grandmother to Blake and Vincent Douglas, and witness to 70 years of family sins I helped create." The prosecutor, Janet Morrison, approaches with visible respect. We've worked with her for months now, building the case that dismantled my family's empire, but even she seems awed by my grandmother's presence. "Mrs. Douglas, you've asked to testify today about your family's history. Can you explain why?" "Because my grandson," Dorothea's eyes find mine across the courtroom, "had the courage to do what I should have done decades ago. He destroyed a legacy of corruption to save an innocent life. The court needs to understand what that cost him and why it matters." From my seat at the defendant's table, I can see Simone in the gallery. 7 months pregnant now, she's radiant despite the circumstances, her hand resting protectively over our child. She's been here for every hearing, every motion, every procedural delay that's brought us to this moment. My constant, my anchor, my reason for everything. "Can you elaborate on this legacy?" Morrison prompts. The Douglas family built its fortune on 3 generations of carefully managed corruption. My grandmother's confession rings through the silent courtroom. It started small: favorable contracts, insider information, minor tax evasion. Each generation expanded it, refined it, made it seem almost legitimate. "And you were aware of this?" "Aware?" Dorothea laughs, the sound bitter. "I helped architect it. When my husband died and left me with 2 young sons and political ambitions, I made choices. Expedient choices. Morally bankrupt choices that I told myself were necessary for survival." Judge Catherine leans forward. "Mrs. Douglas, are you confessing to crimes?" "I'm confessing to creating an environment where crime became normal, expected, rewarded." My grandmother straightens in her chair. "I taught my son that power mattered more than principles. He taught his sons the same lesson. And for 34 years, Blake fought against that teaching while Vincent embraced it." "Objection," the government's prosecutor interrupts. "The witness is testifying to facts, not in evidence." "I'll allow it," Judge Catherine rules. "This provides context for the defendant's actions." "Continue, Mrs. Douglas." "Blake was different from the beginning." Dorothea's voice softens with something like pride. "He questioned things Vincent accepted. He built his career on actual merit while Vincent relied on family connections. And when Blake discovered his brother was planning to murder his pregnant wife, he did what I never could. He chose justice over family." The word murder ripples through the gallery like a stone in still water. We've been careful about that allegation, given Vincent's plea deal, but my grandmother apparently has no such constraints. "Can you speak to the defendant's knowledge of family activities?" Morrison asks, steering back to safer ground. "Blake knew what any Douglas would know, that our wealth wasn't entirely clean, but he built his own career specifically to avoid entanglement." She looks directly at the judge. "When he discovered the depths of corruption, including Vincent's plan to eliminate Simone, he had a choice. He could have stayed silent, could have protected himself and let his wife die. Instead, he gathered evidence and destroyed us all." "Why didn't he report it immediately?" "Because he's a Douglas." The answer is simple, damning. We were trained from birth that family problems stay in the family. It took him time to overcome that conditioning, to choose right over blood. That delay is why he's here, but that choice is why he deserves mercy. Morrison nods, consulting her notes. Mrs. Douglas, what would have happened if Blake hadn't acted? Simone Beaumont Douglas would be dead. My grandmother's voice carries absolute certainty. Vincent had already paid the contractor. The plan was in motion. Only Blake's intervention prevented a murder disguised as postpartum tragedy. I closed my eyes, remembering that night in Vincent's apartment. The casual way he'd shown me the messages, proud of his solution. The moment I realized my brother was a monster, and my parents were complicit. No further questions. Morrison returns to her seat. The defense attorney, my attorney though it still feels strange, declines to cross-examine. There's nothing to challenge in my grandmother's testimony. If anything, she's made our case stronger. The defense calls Blake Douglas. I stand, smoothing my suit jacket. My best one, the one Simone picked out for our first public appearance as a married couple. It feels like a lifetime ago, though it's only been months. I catch her eye as I pass the gallery, drawing strength from her steady gaze. The oath feels heavier than it should. I've taken oaths before, as a senator, as a husband, but this one carries the weight of everything that's brought us here. Senator Douglas, my attorney David Ingram begins. Tell us about the night you discovered your brother's plan. It was a Tuesday. The details are carved into my memory. I'd left my wife at the hospital after Vincent's blackmail attempt caused her to fall. She was bleeding, at risk of losing our baby. I went to his apartment intending to negotiate, to find some way to contain him without destroying the family. What happened instead? He was drunk, celebrating. I forced myself to continue, to relive it for the court. He showed me his phone. These messages between him and someone identified only as Cleaner. Payment confirmation of $200,000. Discussion of methods. Making it look accidental. Timing it for after the birth when postpartum depression would be believable. What was your reaction? I wanted to kill him. The honesty surprises even me. My pregnant wife was in the hospital because of him, and he was planning her murder like it was a business transaction. But I didn't touch him. I took photos of the messages and left. Why didn't you go immediately to the authorities? Because I needed more. I look at the judge, willing her to understand. Vincent's good at covering tracks. I needed financial records, proof of my parents' involvement, evidence that would guarantee he'd never be free to hurt her again. So I spent 3 days gathering everything while pretending to manage the media crisis. And then? Then I gave it all to the FBI. I think of that meeting. The agent's shock as I laid out decades of Douglas family crimes. Every document, every recording, every piece of evidence that would ensure my family could never hurt Simone or our child. Even knowing it would implicate you. Especially knowing that. I find Simone in the gallery again, her eyes bright with unshed tears. My delay in reporting put her at risk. Every day I waited was another day Vincent could have acted. I deserve consequences for that. David continues through the timeline, my cooperation, the arrests, the months of providing testimony against my own family. I answer honestly, taking responsibility while explaining the impossible situation I'd faced. One final question, David says. Do you regret your actions? I regret not acting sooner. I turn to address the judge directly. I regret that my wife spent days in the hospital fearing for our child. I regret that she's had to attend these hearings while pregnant, that our baby will be born while I'm likely in custody. But I don't regret choosing her life over my family's freedom. I'd make the same choice again. No further questions. The prosecutor's cross-examination is gentle. Morrison and I have worked together for months, and she knows I've given everything to help their cases. She establishes the timeline, confirms my cooperation, and notes that without my evidence, Vincent would still be free, and Simone would likely be dead. The people recommend leniency, she states in closing. The defendant's cooperation has been extraordinary. His delay, while legally problematic, prevented a murder, and exposed corruption spanning decades. We recommend the minimum sentence allowable. Judge Catherine calls for a recess before sentencing. I'm led to a holding room while she deliberates. But my mind is with Simone. She's been so strong through all of this. Every hearing, every revelation, every moment of uncertainty. She deserves better than a husband in federal prison. When we reconvene, the courtroom is packed. Media, family supporters, curious observers, all waiting to see how a senator who destroyed his own family will be judged. Will the defendant please rise? I stand, David beside me. Across the room I see Simone rise too, hand pressed to her stomach where our child moves. Dorothea sits beside her, 2 generations of Douglas women showing more strength than all the men combined. Mr. Douglas, Judge Chen begins, this case presents unique circumstances. You're a sitting senator who exposed massive corruption within your own family. You prevented what would likely have been a murder. You've cooperated fully with authorities, providing evidence that has led to numerous convictions. She pauses, studying me over her glasses. However, you also failed to report serious crimes in a timely manner. Your delay, however, motivated by family loyalty or strategic necessity, violated your duties as both a citizen and a public official. My heart pounds as she continues. In considering your sentence, I've weighed your extraordinary cooperation against this failure. I've considered the context provided by your grandmother's testimony, the generational corruption you chose to break rather than perpetuate. I've considered the immediate threat to your wife's life that prompted your actions. I've considered your clean track record and the amount of petitions of the people to set you free. Know very well, Senator, that you're very loved. Another pause. The courtroom holds its breath. Mr. Douglas, I sentence you to 6 months in federal custody, with credit for time served. A gasp ripples through the gallery. Given your cooperation and good behavior during pre-trial detention, you'll be eligible for release in 4 months. 4 months. Not the years I'd feared. 4 months until I can hold my wife again. Until I can meet our child. It's more than I dared hope for. Additionally, Judge Catherine continues, I'm recommending you serve your time at the minimum security facility in Petersburg, allowing for regular family visitation. This court recognizes that while your actions warranted punishment, they also prevented a tragedy and exposed corruption that might have continued for generations. Thank you, Your Honor. My voice cracks on the words. She nods. Mr. Douglas, you faced an impossible choice between family loyalty and justice. You chose justice, albeit belatedly. This court hopes you'll use your remaining time to reflect on how to rebuild your life with the integrity you've finally shown. Court is adjourned. The gavel falls, and suddenly everyone is moving. David is shaking my hand. Morrison is nodding with satisfaction, and the marshals are approaching to take me into custody. But all I see is Simone, pushing through the crowd to reach me. 4 months, she breathes as she crashes into my arms. Just 4 more months. I'm sorry. I hold her as tightly as I dare, feeling our baby pressed between us. I'm so sorry you have to do this alone. Not alone. She shifts to examine my expression, fierce and beautiful, and everything I don't deserve. Never alone. Your grandmother, my parents, even Serena when she gets her own legal situation sorted. We have family, Blake. Real family this time. The marshals give us another moment, professional courtesy for a colleague, however fallen. I cup Simone's face, memorizing her features for the lonely nights ahead. I love you, I tell her. Both of you. Every day, every minute, I'll be thinking of you both. We'll visit every week. She covers my hands with hers. I'll send ultrasound pictures, videos, letters. You won't miss anything important, I promise. Simone. Be there when you get out, she interrupts, managing a watery smile. With bells on. And our baby. Your child will know their father is a hero who chose right over easy. Senator, one of the marshals says gently, We need to go. I kiss her once more, pouring everything I can't say into the contact. Love, regret, promise, hope, all of it in one desperate press of lips. Then I'm stepping back, letting them cuff me with professional efficiency. 4 months, I repeat as they lead me away. I can do 4 months. We can do 4 months, she corrects, hand over her heart. Together, even apart. The last thing I see before the door closes is my wife standing tall despite her tears, my grandmother's arm around her shoulders. 2 Douglas women who know that sometimes love means waiting, that justice has a price, and that 4 months is nothing compared to a lifetime. The marshals lead me to the transport van, and I go willingly. 4 months. By the time I'm released, spring will be turning to summer, and I'll have a child waiting to meet me. A second chance at building something better than what I tore down. It's more than I deserve, but exactly what I'll fight to earn. 4 months. The countdown begins now. Chapter 21. Blake. The last thing I expect when I enter our penthouse at midnight after 4 months away is to find my wife asleep on the couch with our daughter on her chest, both of them bathed in moonlight like a painting I've imagined 1,000 times. The administrative delay that kept me in processing until 11 p.m. should have frustrated me more, but standing here now, I'm grateful for the quiet homecoming. No crowds, no cameras, no witnesses to this moment except the moon streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows and the city lights that twinkle like earthbound stars. I set down the plastic bag containing 4 months of letters, photos, and the journal Simone sent me week by week. My belongings from before, wallet, watch, wedding ring, feel foreign on my body after so long without them. But the ring slides back onto my finger like it never left, a perfect fit that makes my throat tight. The penthouse smells different. Not bad, just inhabited. Like life continued here while I was gone, which of course it did. Baby items dot the landscape. A bouncer by the window, tiny socks on the coffee table, a basket of folded onesies that someone, Simone, was probably sorting when exhaustion won. And there they are. My entire world condensed into 2 sleeping forms on our cream leather sofa. Simone wears my old Columbia sweatshirt, the one she claimed before I left, and yoga pants that sit low on her hips. Her hair is longer, pulled into an artless bun that's mostly fallen out, dark curls framing her face. She's lost the pregnancy weight, but gained something else. A softness around her edges that speaks of sleepless nights and milestone moments I missed. But it's the baby that stops my heart. Sarah Dorothea Douglas is tiny, impossibly small against her mother's chest. 2 months old, according to my careful prison counting, but somehow both bigger and smaller than I imagined. She has my dark hair, but wisps of it, sticking up at angles that suggest she's been thoroughly kissed. Her face is turned toward me, rosebud mouth making little movements in her sleep, and even in the moonlight I can see she has Simone's nose, her cheekbones in miniature. My daughter. The reality of it hits like a physical blow, and I have to grip the back of a chair to steady myself. I should wake them, announce myself, do this properly. But I can't move, can't speak, can't do anything but stare at the life that went on without me. The coffee table holds evidence of their evening. A half-empty mug of tea, a baby bottle with an inch of milk left. One of the parenting books I sent, marked with sticky notes in Simone's precise handwriting. The baby shifts, making a small sound of protest, and Simone's hand automatically comes up to pat her back in soothing circles. Even unconscious, she's attentive, protective, perfect. "Shh, sweet girl," she murmurs without waking. "Daddy will be home soon. Just a few more days." The words break something in me. I must make a sound. A gasp, a sob, something, because Simone's eyes flutter open. For a moment she just blinks, probably thinking she's dreaming. Then her gaze focuses on me, standing there like a ghost in my own home, and her breath catches. "Blake." The word is barely a whisper. Am I dreaming? If you are, I'm having the same one. My voice comes out rough, unused to speaking above prison yard volume. Hi, sweetheart. Oh my God. She starts to sit up, then remembers the baby and moves more carefully. You're here. You're really here. They said Friday, they said early release, good behavior and overcrowding. I move closer, drawn by invisible strings. I didn't call because I needed to see you like this. Just you two, without an audience. Blake. Tears stream down her face as I sink to my knees beside the couch, finally close enough to touch, but afraid to reach out. You're home. I'm home. I drink in the sight of them, memorizing every detail. God, Simone, you're so beautiful, both of you. I can't. My voice breaks completely. Here. She shifts carefully, cradling the baby with practiced ease. Meet your daughter. Sarah, baby girl, meet your daddy. She transfers the warm weight into my arms and the world stops. Sarah is lighter than I expected, heavier than my dreams. She smells like milk and baby powder and something indefinably sweet. Her eyes stay closed, but her face scrunches, tiny fist escaping her swaddle to wave in the air. Hi, baby girl, I whisper. I'm your dad. I'm so sorry I'm late. She's been waiting for you. Simone's hand covers mine where I support Sarah's head. We both have. Every night I tell her stories about her brave daddy. Show her your pictures. She knows your voice from the phone calls. She's perfect. I trace one finger over impossibly soft cheek, marveling when she turns toward the touch. Absolutely perfect. Like her mother. She has your stubborn streak already. Simone leans against my shoulder, and we sit there on the floor like that's a normal place for reunions. Fight sleep like she's personally offended by the concept. And look. She gently uncurls Sarah's fist. Your hands. She's going to be able to palm a basketball by kindergarten. Your nose, though. I press a kiss to the feature in question, earning a sleepy squirm. And your grace. Even asleep, she looks like a dancer. Blake. Simone's voice is thick with tears. I'm so glad you're home. These months have been... I did it. We did it, but God, I missed you so much. I know. I shift Sarah to one arm so I can pull Simone closer with the other. I know, baby. I'm here now. I'm not going anywhere ever again. We sit like that until Sarah starts to fuss, little movements that Simone immediately recognizes. She's hungry. It's actually perfect timing. She's been going longer between night feeds. She stands carefully. Come on. Let's go to her room. You can see the nursery. I follow them down the hallway, still carrying Sarah, who's working up to a proper cry. The nursery door is cracked, nightlight casting soft shadows, and when Simone flips on the lamp, I stop breathing. You did it. The cosmic ballet theme we'd argued about feels like a lifetime ago. But here it is. Dancers reaching for stars, constellations that form arabesque, the perfect blend of our compromise. It's exactly what we planned. Your grandmother helped, and my mother, and Jade, and Eleanor. Simone settles into the rocking chair, reaching for Sarah. Everyone wanted a piece of making something beautiful for her. I hand over our daughter, then freeze. Should I... Do you want privacy? Blake Douglas, you've seen every inch of me. Sit. She pats the ottoman beside the chair. Besides, she needs to get used to you being here. My days of topless lounging are numbered now that you're home. The casual domesticity of it, Simone nursing our daughter while I sit beside them, makes my chest tight. In prison, I'd imagined big moments, dramatic reunions. But this quiet intimacy is better than anything I dreamed. Tell me everything, I request, watching Sarah's tiny hand knead against Simone's chest. Everything I missed. First smile, first laugh, every moment. So she does. While Sarah eats, then gets burped, then dozes off again. Simone fills in the gaps. The terrifying first week home alone. My grandmother moving in for 2 weeks to help. Sarah's first smile at 3 weeks. The pediatrician appointments. The sleepless nights. The moment she realized she could do this. "And Serena?" I ask as we lay Sarah in her crib, both of us hovering like she might disappear. 6 months house arrest. 3 years probation. Simone adjusts the blanket unnecessarily. She's been helping, actually. She's determined to be a good aunt. My family's full of surprises. I wrap my arms around Simone from behind, resting my chin on her shoulder as we watch our daughter sleep. Good and bad. Our family, she corrects. The good parts, anyway. Your grandmother, Serena, trying to change, my parents. That's Sarah's family. The rest is just history. We stand there watching Sarah breathe until my need to touch Simone properly becomes overwhelming. She must feel it too because she turns in my arms, hands coming up to frame my face. You look thin, she observes, thumbs tracing my cheekbones. Did they feed you at all? Prison food isn't exactly Michelin-starred. I cover her hands with mine. You look tired. New parent chic. But she's smiling. That real smile that crinkles her eyes. Very fashionable in certain circles. I love you. The words spill out, too big for my chest. I've loved you every single day, every hour. Counted them all. 112 days, 2,688 hours. I have the exact math in my journal. Of course you do. She stretches up on her toes. My beautiful, analytical husband who counts hours and builds spreadsheets about baby development. Simone, I need to say it all. Everything I couldn't through glass partitions and monitored phone calls. I'm sorry. For leaving you alone, for missing her birth, for... Stop. She presses her fingers to my lips. You saved our lives. You gave up everything to protect us. The only thing I need you to be sorry for is making me wait another minute to kiss you properly. Demanding, I murmur against her fingers. 4 months of celibacy makes a girl direct. She replaces her fingers with her lips, and I'm lost. The kiss starts soft, relearning, but quickly becomes desperate. 4 months of separation, of careful letters and supervised visits, of imagining this moment. It all pours into the connection between us. She tastes like peppermint tea and hope. Feels like home and forever.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Sarah's cries soften when I appear, probably more from surprise than recognition. I lift her carefully, still marveling that something so small can exist. Hi, sweet girl, sorry about the noise. Mommy and Daddy were just reconnecting. I bounce her gently, the motion feeling more natural than expected. Let's let Mommy sleep for a minute, okay? Just you and me. I carry her to the living room, past the couch where I found them, to the windows overlooking D.C. The city sparkles below us, and I tell Sarah about it. The monuments I'll show her, the parks where she'll learn to walk, the museums where she'll discover wonders. Your daddy was a senator once, I tell her as she settles against my chest, before I knew what really mattered. Now I'm just your dad, Blake Douglas, reformed convict and professional baby holder. Much better job between you and me. You're also a husband. Simone appears beside us, now wearing one of my t-shirts and nothing else. A partner. A man who sacrificed everything for his family. I do it again. I shift Sarah so I can pull Simone against my side. 1,000 times over. No more sacrifices. She rests her head on my shoulder. From now on, we make decisions together. No more protection through absence. No more noble gestures. Just us. Just us, I agree, looking out at the city where I once thought power mattered. The three of us against the world. The three of us with the world, she corrects. My parents, your grandmother, Serena trying to do better, James and Eleanor Whitfield, Jade. We have people now, Blake, real people who love us. She's right. As I stand here with my wife and daughter, I realize that in destroying my family's empire, I built something better, something real, something worth those 112 days of waiting. First morning of forever, I murmur as dawn starts to paint the sky pink. First of many. Simone turns to kiss me softly. Welcome home, Blake Douglas. We've got a life to build. Sarah makes a small sound of agreement, and I laugh. My daughter already opinionated like her mother. My wife strong enough to wait, but smart enough to demand partnership going forward. My family, complete at last. The city wakes below us, starting another day, but up here in our penthouse, time feels suspended. Just a man, a woman, and their baby, watching the sun rise on their first morning together. It's everything I counted hours for. Everything I dreamed about in narrow bunks and concrete yards. It's home.
Chapter 22. Simone. My first wedding had 500 guests, cathedral ceilings, and a groom who never showed up. This one has 50 people, Dorothea's garden roses, and Blake waiting at the altar with tears already streaming down his face as our daughter toddles toward him, throwing petals with violent enthusiasm. Sarah, gentle, I call from the French doors where I'm waiting for my cue, but our 14-month-old has her own interpretation of flower girl duties. She grabs another fistful of rose petals from her basket and flings them directly at James Whitfield's face. Sorry, she chirps, one of her dozen words, though she looks anything but apologetic. Her white tulle dress, a miniature version of mine, is already smudged with dirt from her earlier escape attempt into Dorothea's vegetable garden. She's perfect, Jade assures me, adjusting my veil one final time. Stop fretting. This is your wedding, not a ballet performance. I'm not fretting, but I smooth my dress again, the simple silk nothing like the elaborate construction I wore 2 years ago. This one I chose myself. T-length, off-shoulder, the kind of dress you wear to marry your best friend in a garden. I just want everything to be perfect, I know. Jade's fixing her own hair, checking her phone for the 10th time in as many minutes. Just like you wanted James and Eleanor to handle the flowers, the food, They offered, I defend, though we both know I could have said no. Eleanor Whitfield has become something of a fairy godmother this past year, swooping in with help I didn't know I needed. Besides, you've been busy with the company. I've been busy avoiding your husband's best friend. She shoves her phone into her clutch with more force than necessary. Who keeps texting about the reception timeline like he's the wedding coordinator? He's just being helpful. He's being controlling. But there's heat in her complaint that's completely unrelated to anger. Did you see what he wore? Who wears a Tom Ford tux to a garden wedding? Someone trying to impress my maid of honor, I suggest innocently. Simone Beaumont Douglas do not start, but she's blushing now and I file that away for later. Focus on your own love story. Leave mine, or lack thereof, alone. If you say so. I peek through the doors again, catching sight of Blake. He's wearing a lighter suit, summer weight wool in soft gray, with Sarah now in his arms. She's babbling to him about something vital in toddler speak, and he's nodding seriously like she's explaining nuclear physics. God, look at them. Sickening, Jade agrees fondly. In the best way. You ready for this? I've been ready for 2 years. I take the simple bouquet, roses from Dorothea's garden, mixed with lavender from mine. Let's go get married. Again. Properly this time. The music changes. Our cue to begin. My father appears at my elbow, looking distinguished in his navy suit, but with suspicious moisture in his eyes. You sure about this one? He asks. The same joke he made an hour ago, and 2 hours before that. Pretty sure. I slip my arm through his. He did go to prison for me. That seems like a good sign. The best. He pats my hand. My little girl getting her happy ending. Beginning, I correct. Happy beginning. The garden unfolds before us as we step outside. Dorothea wasn't kidding when she promised to make it perfect. Fairy lights wind through the trees despite the afternoon sun, white chairs arranged in a gentle semicircle, and roses everywhere. The actual everywhere might be Eleanor's doing, but the effect is magical. Our guests turn as we appear, and I catalog the faces that matter. My mother already crying in the front row, Dorothea beside her looking regal in purple, Serena on Blake's side with a genuine smile I'm still getting used to. Eleanor and James in the second row, him definitely sneaking glances at Jade who's preceding me down the aisle, but it's Blake who stops my heart. He's not trying to hide his tears, just letting them fall as he watches me approach. Sarah squirms to get down, and he sets her on the grass where she immediately plops onto her bottom, content to play with her flower basket. Hi, I mouth when I'm halfway down the aisle. Beautiful, he mouths back, and I have to blink hard to keep my own tears from ruining Serena's careful makeup work. That had been this morning's biggest surprise, Serena arriving with a professional makeup kit and shy determination. I want to do this right, she'd said, unpacking enough cosmetics to paint a small army. Makeup for before, if you'll let me. Watching her work with gentle concentration, I saw what Blake must see, his little sister, trying to rebuild herself into someone better. The vicious woman who attacked me in the hospital was gone, replaced by someone who sends funny videos of Sarah to the family group chat and brings dinner every Tuesday without being asked. You're doing it again, my father murmurs as we near the altar. That thing where you analyze instead of enjoying. Family trait, I whisper back. But he's right. This moment deserves presence, not analysis. Blake steps forward as we reach him, and the handoff is smooth, my father kissing my cheek, Blake taking my hands, Sarah deciding this is the perfect moment to loudly announce Mama to everyone. Should I? Jay gestures toward our daughter, but James is already scooping her up with practiced ease. I've got her, he says, producing a toy from his pocket that immediately captivates Sarah. Continue. Jade stares at him, holding our baby like breathing itself, and I watch something shift in her expression before she catches herself. Dearly beloved, Judge Smith begins, the same judge who sentenced Blake, now here to legally remarry us. We gather today to witness something rare, a second chance that was truly earned. Blake squeezes my hands and I squeeze back. We've written our own vows this time, no traditional scripts or family expectations, just truth. Blake, Judge Smith prompts, you may begin. He takes a breath, steadying himself. Simone, 2 years ago, I stood at an altar and made split-second vows to save you from humiliation. Today, I stand here making deliberate ones. You waited for me when I couldn't ask it of you. You raised our daughter alone for months while I paid for my choices. You rebuilt our life from ashes I created. His voice cracks, and he has to pause. Sarah calls out, "Dada," from James's arms, making everyone laugh and giving Blake a moment to compose himself. You're my second chance at everything, he continues. at family, at love, at the life I never knew I wanted until you walked down an aisle in a dress meant for someone else. Every day for the rest of my life, I'll choose you. In the gardens and the prisons, in the victories and defeats, in the mundane Tuesday mornings, and the extraordinary moments like this. I choose you, Simone, always. I'm crying now, not even trying to hide it. Jade hands me a tissue, while somehow also glaring at James, who's swaying with Sarah like he's done it 1,000 times. Simone, Judge Smith says gently, your turn. Blake, I have to take my own steadying breath. You saved me, not just from your brother or your family's plans, but from a life half lived. You showed me that love isn't just protection, it's partnership. It's trust. It's being strong enough to let someone see you weak. I think about all our moments, the sailing lessons, the hospital vigils, the letters from prison, the midnight homecoming. How do you condense that into words? You're my first choice, I continue. Not the convenient choice or the dramatic one, but the deliberate one I make every morning when I wake up beside you. You gave up everything to keep me safe, but more importantly, you came back. You stayed. You built something new with me instead of mourning what we lost. I choose you too, Blake, in all the ways that matter, for all the days we have. The rings, Judge Smith prompts. Serena steps forward with Blake's ring while James, still holding Sarah, produces mine from his pocket. The coordination makes Jade roll her eyes, but fondly. These rings represent not just your union, but your journey, Judge Smith says as we exchange them. From a fractured beginning to this moment of wholeness, by the power vested in me by the District of Columbia, and with great personal joy, I pronounce you, again and more truly, husband and wife. Blake's kissing me before she finishes, one hand cupping my face while the other pulls me close. Our guests erupt in applause. Sarah shrieks, "Yay!" without knowing why, and somewhere in Dorothea's prized roses, birds sing like nature's approval. I love you, Blake whispers against my lips. Mrs. Douglas, again. I love you too, I whisper back. Mr. Douglas, forever. We turn to face our guests, our family, and Sarah immediately reaches for us from James's arms. Blake takes her, settling her on his hip while keeping his other arm around me. She pats both our faces with sticky hands, babbling something that sounds like happy. That's right, baby girl, Blake tells her. Happy. The reception unfolds across Dorothea's garden like something from a dream. Eleanor, true to form, has created magic. A long table under the ancient oak, draped in white, with roses cascading down the center. Candles waiting for dusk, though the afternoon sun makes everything golden without help. Did we overdo it? Eleanor asks, appearing at my elbow with champagne. I know you said simple, but... It's perfect, I assure her, accepting the glass gratefully. Absolutely perfect. Though I think you might have an ulterior motive with all these romantic touches. We both look toward where James is teaching Sarah to dance, her tiny feet on his shoes, while Jade pretends not to watch from the bar. Ulterior? Me? Eleanor's innocence doesn't fool anyone. I simply think your maid of honor and my son would make beautiful babies. Look how good he is with yours. Eleanor, I warn, but I'm laughing. Let them figure it out themselves. Where's the fun in that? But she drifts away to meddle elsewhere, leaving me to watch my husband attempt to wrestle our daughter into her high chair for dinner. Need help? I offer, approaching their battle of wills. I've got it, Blake insists, then immediately proves himself wrong when Sarah escapes and toddles toward the cake table. Okay, maybe I don't got it. Tag team? I suggest, and together we corral our determined daughter. Dinner is perfect chaos. Sarah throws peas at James, who retaliates by making faces that send her into giggles. Jade pretends to be annoyed when he leans across her to retrieve a fallen napkin, but she's fighting smiles. Serena gives a surprisingly touching toast about second chances and choosing to be better. My father makes everyone cry talking about resilience and redemption. No disasters, I tell Blake as we sway to our first dance, Sarah having finally crashed in Dorothea's arms. No drama, no crises, no one trying to destroy us. Is this what normal feels like? I have no idea. He spins me gently, mindful of my dress. But I like it. Think we can keep it? The normal? I glance around at our gathered loved ones. Family by choice and chance, all here to celebrate our journey. God, I hope so. The song ends, but we keep swaying, neither ready to let go. Around us, other couples join the makeshift dance floor. I watch James finally convince Jade to dance. Their bickering audible even over the music. Watch Serena teaching my mother some TikTok dance Sarah loves. Watch Dorothea holding court from her chair, our daughter sleeping peacefully in her arms. This, I tell Blake, gesturing to all of it, is how we were always meant to begin. Better late than never, he suggests, pulling me closer. Right on time, I correct. Everything exactly when it was supposed to happen. Even prison, even that. I think about the months of waiting, of single parenthood, of learning my own strength. We needed to be tested, to choose each other when it was hard, not just when it was convenient. Wise words, Mrs. Douglas. I have my moments. I rest my head on his shoulder, letting the music and laughter wash over us. Blake? Thank you. For what? He pulls back to look at me. The wedding. That was mostly Eleanor and... For coming back. I meet his eyes, letting him see everything I still sometimes struggle to say. For choosing us. For being the man who stands in gardens, crying while our daughter terrorizes guests with flower petals. For being you. Simone. He frames my face with gentle hands. Thank you for waiting, for believing, for being the woman who makes me want to be better every single day. We're getting awfully sentimental for people who've been married for years. I observe, but I'm crying again. Technically, we've only been properly married for about an hour, he points out. We're allowed some sentiment. In that case, I pull him down for a kiss that probably exceeds garden party propriety, but I don't care. Our guests cheer, someone, probably James, whistles, and Sarah chooses that moment to wake up and demand, Mama Dada up. Our daughter, the moment killer? Blake laughs against my lips. She's perfect, I counter, already moving toward Dorothea and our imperious toddler. Just like this day, just like this life we built. Just like you, he says, following close behind. I turn back to argue. I'm far from perfect. But the look on his face stops me. This man who went to prison for me, who chose destruction over letting harm come to us, who loves our daughter with a fierce devotion that takes my breath away. He regards me as if I hung the moon. And maybe, in his world, I did. I love you, I say instead of arguing. In case that wasn't clear. Crystal clear. He catches my hand, kissing my wedding ring. But feel free to remind me, daily, for the next 60 years or so. Only 60? 70? 80? Whatever we get. He pulls me close again, Sarah babbling between us about cake and dancing and Uncle James funny. Every single day we get. The sun sets over Dorothea's garden, painting everything rose gold. Our guests dance and laugh. Sarah charms everyone into giving her cake. And Blake and I steal moments between hosting duties to just look at each other and marvel that we made it here. 2 years ago, I stood at an altar in a cathedral, terrified and alone, watching my life implode. Today I stood in a garden, surrounded by love, watching my life bloom into something I never dared imagine. Worth it? Blake asks, as we finally collapse into chairs. Sarah asleep again, this time in his arms. I look at our daughter, at our gathered family, at the fairy lights beginning to twinkle in the dusk, at my husband, my choice, my partner, my forever. Worth everything, I confirm, and then some. He kisses me as the stars come out, and I think about second chances and gardens and the long winding road that brought us here. Tomorrow we'll go back to real life, Blake's new consulting firm, my position at Beaumont Industries, Sarah's terrible twos approaching at alarming speed. But tonight, in this garden where roses bloom and forgiveness grows, we're exactly where we're meant to be. Home. Together. Forever. And that's more than enough. It's everything. Epilogue. Simone. 5 years later, the Douglas family Christmas card is a study in controlled chaos. Blake in a navy sweater looking senatorial despite leaving politics. Me attempting elegance while 7 months pregnant. 4-year-old Sarah mid-laugh with tinsel in her curls. And 2-year-old Samuel trying to eat the photographer's lens cap. This is why we should have hired someone else, I tell Jade, who's manning the camera with the determination. Someone who doesn't have a vested interest in torturing us. You hired me because I work for free and bribe your children with candy. She adjusts another light, perfectionist to the core. Besides, James's photographer was booked. James's photographer is in Aspen with James, I remind her, watching her flush. Where you could be if you hadn't insisted on staying for this torture session. Someone has to document the Douglas chaos, but she's smiling. The 2-carat engagement ring on her finger catching the light. Only took James Whitfield 3 years of persistence to convince my best friend to marry him. Sarah, sweetie, can you hold still for just... No, Sarah declares, launching herself at her father. Daddy, Sam's being weird again. Am not, Samuel protests, though he's now graduated from the lens cap to gnawing on a Christmas ornament. Buddy, that's not food. Blake scoops up our son while somehow catching Sarah mid-leap. How about we take a break? Mommy looks like she needs to sit down. Mommy is fine, I protest, but I'm already sinking onto the couch. This pregnancy has been easier than the first 2, but 7 months is 7 months. Though I wouldn't say no to those cookies Eleanor sent. Eleanor sends too many cookies, Blake says, but he's already fetching the tin. We'll need a bigger house just for her care packages. Speaking of houses, Jade sets down the camera, decision made. I have news. You're finally moving in with James? I guess, noting her guilty expression. Jade, it's about time. He bought the penthouse next to yours. She says it in a rush like ripping off a bandage. Without telling me, just bought it. Who does that? A man in love, Blake suggests, returning with cookies and milk for the kids, tea for me. Also a man who knows you hate commuting. I don't hate commuting. I hate that he's right about commuting. She flops dramatically into a chair. Do you know what he said? Now you can have your space and I can have mine. But we can have ours too. Like, that's normal. Like buying a multi-million-dollar apartment to be near your fiancé is just Tuesday behavior. In James's world, it kind of is, I point out, rubbing my belly where the newest Douglas is doing gymnastics. Remember when he bought that art piece you admired? Or flew your parents first class to visit? Or invested another $50 million in Beaumont Industries just because you mentioned expansion plans, Blake adds, settling beside me with Samuel on his lap. That was business, Jade protests weakly. That was courting, I correct. James Whitfield style. Big gestures, bigger heart. "Mommy, what's courting?" Sarah asks, abandoning her ornament destruction to climb onto the couch between us. "It's when someone shows another person they love them," Blake explains, kissing the top of her head. "Like when Daddy brings Mommy flowers. Or when Mommy makes Daddy special coffee," I add, poking his side, even though it requires 3 different machines. "My coffee system is perfectly reasonable," he defends. "Unlike someone's pregnancy craving for pickles dipped in Nutella. Don't knock it until you've tried it." I steal another cookie, unrepentant. Though this baby seems to prefer Eleanor's snickerdoodles. "Can we name the baby Snickerdoodle?" Samuel asks hopefully. "No," Blake and I say in unison, well practiced after the great naming debate of last month when Sarah suggested Princess Butterfly Sparkle. "Back to the photo," Jade commands, but she's laughing. "I need at least 1 decent shot for your cards. Think of your reputation." "What reputation?" Blake pulls me closer, kids piled between us. Former senator turned consultant, married to the woman who revolutionized her family's company while pregnant twice. We're basically boring now. "Boring," I scoff. Says the man who just landed the Hudson Technologies contract. The biggest consulting deal in DC this year is definitely boring. "You two are disgustingly supportive," Jade observes, raising the camera again. "It's like you actually like each other or something." "Tolerate," Blake corrects with a grin. "I tolerate her. The kids are pretty cool, though." "Daddy," Sarah protests. "You love Mommy. You said so this morning. And last night. And—" "Okay, sweetheart. You're right," he cuts her off, ears slightly pink. "I do love Mommy. Very much." "Good save," I murmur, then louder. "Everyone smile. Real smiles, not the weird ones. Sam, that means you." Jade manages to get 3 decent shots before chaos resumes. By the time she leaves, muttering about James and penthouses and the audacity of billionaires, both kids are sugared up and bouncing off walls. "Bath time," Blake suggests, already knowing he's taking that bullet. "I'll handle the tiny tornadoes if you handle dinner." "Deal." I watch him herd our children toward the stairs, Sarah negotiating for extra bubbles, while Sam just runs full speed ahead. "Don't let them con you into skipping teeth brushing." "Never," he calls back, then immediately, "Okay, but just this once." I shake my head, moving to the kitchen where dinner prep waits. 5 years of marriage, real marriage, not the arrangement that started it all, and we found our rhythm. Blake handles morning routines and bedtime stories. I manage schedules and dinner plans. We both juggle work, kids, the controlled chaos of a life built from ashes. My phone pings with a text from Serena. "Christmas Eve still on? I'm bringing that wine Blake likes and toys the kids don't need." Another from Dorothea. "Tell Blake the merger documents look good. That boy inherited my business sense after all." One from James. "Your best friend is being stubborn about the penthouse. Help?" I'm responding to all 3 when arms wrap around me from behind, hands settling on my belly. "They're asleep," Blake murmurs against my neck. "Possibly comatose from sugar crash. We might have until midnight before Sarah remembers she's scared of the dark again." She's not scared of the dark. I lean back into him. She just prefers company. "Like her mother," he notes, turning me in his arms. "Speaking of which, how are you feeling?" "Really? You were on your feet a lot today?" "I'm good. Tired but good." I study his face, still sometimes amazed this is our life. "The baby's active. Want to feel?" His hand is already there, spread wide across where our 3rd child grows. As if on cue, there's movement, a roll or kick that makes his eyes light up. "Never gets old," he says softly. Hi, little one. You're being good for mommy, right? Define good. I cover his hand with mine. This one's already more active than Sam was. I think we're in for trouble. All the best people are trouble. He kisses me softly. Look at us. Started with a wedding disaster. Ended with this. I gesture around our kitchen. Dishes in the sink, children's artwork on the fridge, ultrasound photo tucked between family snapshots. Yeah, we did okay. Better than okay. His hands frame my face. Simone, you know I'd choose this again, right? Every investigation, every hard month, every moment that led us here. I know. I do know. He tells me in 1,000 ways. Morning coffee prepared perfectly, flowers every Friday, the way he still looks at me like I'm the answer to everything. I'd choose it too. Choose you. Even prison, especially prison. I think about those months of letters, of single parenthood, of finding strength I didn't know existed. We needed to be tested, to know what we could survive. And what we couldn't survive without, he adds, pulling me closer. Each other. Sap, I accuse, but I'm kissing him. Hormones and love making me emotional. You're getting soft in your old age. 39 is not old, he protests against my lips. I'll show you old. Promises, promises. But heat is building between us, familiar and yet always new. Blake. Dinner can wait, he decides, already walking me backward toward the stairs. Kids are asleep. House is quiet. When's the last time we had both at once? Tuesday? I try to remember. No, that was when Sam had a nightmare about vegetables. Too long. He pauses at the bottom of the stairs, his hand sliding down to cup my buttocks. You okay for this? The baby? The baby is fine. I'm fine. We're all fine. I tug him up the stairs, already feeling the familiar ache between my thighs. Stop worrying and make love to me. His eyes darken at my words. Such a dirty mouth on my pregnant wife. You love my dirty mouth. I pull him into our bedroom, already yanking at his shirt. Almost as much as you love my... He cuts me off with a bruising kiss, walking me back until my knees hit the bed. Say it, he growls against my lips. Tell me what I love. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Perfect, he breathes against my neck. You're perfect. Far from it, but I'm smiling, tracing lazy patterns on his arm. Though I'm perfectly happy, if that counts. It's all that counts. He shifts to see my face. No regrets. About any of it? None. I think about our journey, the disastrous first wedding, the hospital scares, the arrest, the months apart, the quiet second wedding, the years of building something real. Every moment led us here. How could I regret that? Even Vincent? He asks it carefully, knowing the name still carries weight. Even him. I consider it honestly. Without his betrayal, we might never have found each other. Not really. We would have been adjacent, polite, family by circumstance instead of choice. I would have loved you anyway, Blake says with certainty. Might have taken longer to admit it, but it was always going to be you. Romantic. I kiss him softly. Also probably true. You did spend 3 years memorizing my coffee order before we even kissed. Worth it for moments like this. He pulls me closer, hand returning to my belly. Think this one will be as wild as the other two? Wilder, probably. I cover his hand with mine. But we can handle it. We've handled everything else. Together, he agrees. Always together. A cry pierces the quiet. Sam calling for water. Blake groans but starts to rise. I've got it, I say, already reaching for my robe. You did bedtime. Fair's fair. You're pregnant, he protests. And we just made love? Yes, I was there. I pat his cheek. I'm pregnant, not fragile. Besides, Sam wants mommy when he's thirsty. Very specific about it. True. He watches me dress with appreciative eyes. Hurry back? Always. I blow him a kiss. Keep the bed warm. I pad down the hall to Sam's room, finding my son sitting up in his toddler bed, looking pathetic. Thirsty, Mama, he says, reaching for me. I know, baby. I get his water cup, holding it while he drinks. Better? Better. He snuggles against me. Stay? Just for a minute. I settle beside him, humming softly. Within moments, he's back asleep, one hand fisted in my robe. I ease away carefully, checking on Sarah before returning to our room. Blake's dozed off, one arm flung across my side of the bed like he's saving my spot. I slide in beside him, fitting myself against his warmth. Everything okay? He mumbles, automatically pulling me close. Perfect, I assure him. Everything's perfect. And lying there in our bed, in our home, with our children safe down the hall and another growing inside me, with this man who chose me again and again. It really is. Perfect in its imperfection. Real in all the ways that matter. Ours. Forever. I drift off smiling. Blake's breathing steady against my neck, baby moving gently inside me. Tomorrow will bring its own chaos. Christmas events, family visits, toddler meltdowns, pregnancy exhaustion. But tonight, we're exactly where we belong. Together. Home. Complete. And that's the greatest gift of all. Not the perfect moments, but the perfectly imperfect life we've built from the ashes of what could have been. Our beautiful, chaotic, extraordinary, ordinary life. Our everything.